Caught up in a coil of confusion, Lily turned back to the specimen plants. "And what of your happiness, Edward? Surely you have someone special in your life?" Lily's question caught him by surprise. I do. In fact, I have more than one," he answered quickly, choosing to make light of it. "Mother, father, grandmamma." A pause. "My brother Kim and my sister Caro." He stopped, aware that his voice had unconsciously pinched to a tight tone. Lily didn't miss the change. "You speak as if something is amiss with them." "Kim was badly injured in the war. Now that he's home, he's locked himself in the tower and refuses to see any of his family or old friends," answered Edward. "I'm deucedly worried about him. He seems to have lost the will to live." She touched his arm. "Don't give up hope. I have seen terrible injuries during my years in India. Such cases often take longer to heal, not only in body, but also in spirit. Love, patience, and time. I think you will find that very potent medicine." Edward wanted to say that time was the one thing he had let slip through his fingers. "Perhaps you're right," he mumbled. "Is your sister here? I have not yet met her." "She arrives tomorrow, with her husband. From her last letter, I sense that all is not right between them, and, well, I fear it is my fault. Piers is an old school friend, and I should have pressed harder on them to wait. Caro was awfully young." "And she didn't know her own mind?" she said with a gentle wryness. He gave himself a mental kick. "I did not mean to imply. That is—" Hell's bells, he seemed to be turning into a tongue-tied oaf around her. And if the confused maid hadn't interrupted earlier, he might have made an utter ass of himself by kissing her. "I was just trying to tease a smile to your face, Edward," she said. "I know how seriously you take your duties to your family and your lands, but no matter how much you yearn to, you cannot hold yourself responsible for the well-being of others. Happiness is not something that can be wrapped up in fancy paper and satin ribbons and bestowed at will." His lips quirked, though not upward. "Would that it could." "Yes. Would that it could." Sunlight caught on the curl of her lower lashes. Was there a hint of moisture, making it bead like tiny drops of tawny honey? Before he could make any sense of it, Lily had turned again and wandered a few more steps deeper into the facing rows of foliage. Pink and purple blooms framed her slender form. Her curves had grown more womanly, and yet the years had not robbed her of the girlish grace that he remembered so well. As she bent to sniff the flowers, he felt his heart clench. Lud, she was achingly beautiful. At that moment, he wished he had consigned all the confounded rules of society to the devil and kissed her, no matter the consequences. Sensing his scrutiny, Lily turned. "Forgive me if I am acting a little foolish, but I am still adjusting to the starkness of an English winter. It is nice to have an oasis in which to savour the smells and textures of the tropics." "I am glad you like it," replied Edward. "I, too, find it calming to come here." "Do you do so often?" she asked after a long moment. He shrugged. The wordless gesture provoked yet another uncomfortable question. "I've prosed on and on about my life. Now tell me about yours. How have you passed the last 10 years?" "Living a very quiet, ordinary life," he replied. "Without you." "Compared to your colourful experiences, I fear it has been rather dull." As he spoke, Edward found an even more uncomfortable thought creeping into his head. Compared to the bold, colourful men she had met in India, he no doubt appeared rather dull as well. Even if he were not caught in the conundrum with Roxy, how could he imagine Lily would want to renew their old romance? They had both changed, and he not for the better. She had wandered to the end of the benches, and now turned to retrace her steps. Taking on the stewardship of land that has been loved for generations cannot be called dull. There are no tigers or elephants in the backwoods, he quipped, merely foxes and stoats, which hardly excite the imagination. Lily looked about to reply when the conservatory door swung open and a tentative call interrupted her. "Your pardon, my lord," called the butler, "but her ladyship wishes to speak to you about the flowers for the ballroom." Repressing an oath, Edward took in a measured breath and answered, "Tell her I shall be there in a moment, Munton." His gaze angled back to Lily, but she was now occupied with examining a bush bearing scarlet-coloured berries. "It appears I am needed, though why is a mystery. Mother and Grandmamma have always had very strong opinions on how the decorations should look. May I escort you to the drawing-room? There is a blazing fire in the hearth, making a pleasant reading spot." "Thank you, but I think I shall stay here for a bit longer." "I shall see you later, then." But in his heart he was sure that somehow he had mucked up the moment, and later would be far too late to make amends. Chapter 4. Lily passed the rest of the day quietly, and dinner was a small gathering which demanded no more than the usual polite pleasantries. To her relief, Lady Holly's godson, Lord Gabriel Quinfoy, was both witty and charming, and his bantering with the dowager saved her from having to make much conversation with the people seated next to her. The local vicar uttered nothing more than remarks on the weather, while Miss Finch seemed intent on remaining silent as a mouse, which suited Lily perfectly, as she was in no mood for making idle chatter. The meal was over quickly, allowing the ladies to move on to the drawing-room, while the men enjoyed their postprandial port. Hoping to avoid having any further contact with Edward, Lily planned to plead fatigue and return to her rooms early. However, as Lady Holborn prepared to serve tea, the dowager summoned Lily to her chair with an imperious wave. "Well, 10 years abroad seem to have done you no irreparable harm, assuming your flesh is not permanently burned to that nut-brown hue," observed the dowager with a critical squint. "The colour will fade, Lady Holly," murmured Lily as she bent to kiss the parchment-pale cheek. "Alas, the wrinkles will not, but it doesn't matter. No one gives a widow a second glance." "Hm." The dowager gave another low snort, and then beckoned to the Countess. "On second thought, I find myself fatigued, and wish to take my tea in my rooms. My goddaughter will assist me upstairs and keep me company." Lily dutifully offered her arm, though she had a feeling the elderly lady was spry enough to sprint up the curved staircase. A maid was dispatched to follow with a tea-tray, and in short order Lady Holly was enthroned in her favourite berry-red chair by the sitting-room's blazing fire, a cup of her favourite smoky lapsang souchong warming her frail hands. The fire-screen shielding her from the direct flames displayed a finely wrought vase of flowers. But Lily remembered Edward telling her that it could reverse to show a gaggle of half-naked Grecian athletes. A great beauty in her youth, the dowager was still very fond of handsome young men. "Sit," she ordered, indicating the chair beside her, "and tell me about India." Lily had repeated the tale often enough on the long voyage home to have refined the account to a manageable list of highlights. "Interesting," responded Lady Holly when she was done. "You have, of course, omitted all the most meaningful parts, but we shall discuss that at another time. Right now, I am more concerned with your future, not your past." She forced a smile. "My future is not all that exciting, Lady Holly. I have leased a cottage for several months in Ashington, with the intent of finding a suitable place in the area to purchase. I intend to lead a quiet country life, tending to my garden." "Alone?" queried the dowager. "Yes." "You are still young and lovely. Why lock yourself away in widow's weeds?" Lady Holly narrowed her eyes. And do not try to gammon me with talk of pining away for either of your late husbands. I read enough in your letters to know you held them in regard, but did not love them." Lily did not attempt to argue. Her godmother had always been a sharp judge of character. Perhaps if she had been in London during the time Edward had proposed, his parents would not. "So, for whom are you in mourning?" pressed the dowager. "And don't bother trying to fob me off with fiddle-faddle. I see that look of longing in your eye, girl." Was it so very obvious? Lily thought she had long ago learned the art of masking her true feelings. "It can't be someone you left in India. Unless, of course, it was a Mogul prince," mused Lady Holly. "So, it must be someone from your past." Her face must have betrayed some telltale tic, because the dowager's gaze sharpened. "What happened between you and Edward?" she demanded. "I've always thought the boy became even more quiet and serious after that season. Did you break his heart?" "No!" The word escaped her throat before she could stop it. A ragged inhale served to steady her voice. "If you must know, Edward and I fell in love. He proposed, but Lord and Lady Holborn thought us too young to know our hearts. They refused to grant him an allowance, and, without funds—" Lily needed another breath to go on. "Mr. Carrington generously offered to pay off Papa's debts, and was willing to overlook my paltry dowry. My parents pressed me to accept his hand, and as he was a kind, decent man, I felt I had no choice but to do as they asked." The dowager muttered a very unladylike word under her breath. "So, what is standing in the way of your mutual happiness now?" "Miss Roxanne Hayward," whispered Lily. "Rumour has it the two of them will announce their betrothal at the ball." "Roxy has spark and intelligence, I grant you that. But I was under the impression she was in love with—" Lady Holly pursed her lips. "Be that as it may, I'm convinced that whatever the agreement, Edward's heart is not in it." "Even if that was so, there isn't anything I can do about it." "You intend to give up so easily?" Lily flinched, feeling the comment unfair. "What would you have me do?" She gave a wry grimace. "If I were in India, I could perhaps hire a horde of whirling dervish warriors to kidnap Miss Hayward and sell her to white slavers. But this is civilized England." Lady Holly sipped her tea, a pensive frown pulling at her mouth. But after several moments, her expression brightened. "You may not have a whirling dervish packed away in your trunk, but I dare say you have another exotic weapon." "I don't know what you mean." "A sari," said the dowager triumphantly. "Wear something sensuously seductive to catch his eye, and I promise you, he won't be announcing his engagement to Roxy Hayward." The suggestion was outrageous. "Oh, I couldn't," she mumbled. "What have you got to lose?" demanded Lady Holly. "Save for the man you love." Lily looked down into her cup, as if the tea leaves might spell out some words of wisdom. She had always allowed reason to rule her emotions. Did she dare cast caution and all her carefully constructed defences to the wind? I shall think about it." "Do." The dowager set aside her tea and patted back a yawn. "Oh, I'm getting sleepy, and Miss Finch will soon be here to read to me. You may toddle along now." She rose and gathered her skirts. "Don't be a fool, my dear," murmured Lady Holly, as Lily started for the door. "One doesn't often get a second chance at seizing happiness." Chapter 5. Edward rose very early and headed to the stables, determined to distance himself from his inner turmoil by riding long and hard out to the remote reaches of the estate. Not to speak of distancing himself from Lily and Roxy. Hell's bells, what a tangle! The coils wrapped around him seemed to be constricting with every passing moment, cutting off air and light. The hours passed, the wind and sun slapping his skin, trying to breathe some life into his clouded thoughts. And yet the physical exertion and the natural beauty of the lands he loved, which usually worked wonders to dispel any blue-devilled mood, only left him feeling more dispirited. As he bathed and dressed for dinner, he found it harder and harder to breathe. He knew what his own sense of honour demanded, and was fully prepared to do his duty tonight at the ball. But his emotions felt as if they had been stuffed inside a powder keg whose lid had been nailed firmly shut. God forbid if one tiny spark were to flare close by, they might just explode. Tugging the last fold of his cravat into place, Edward turned from the looking-glass and headed down to begin the night of festivities. Dinner featured a full complement of local friends and house guests seated around the massive table. But despite the flowing wine and cheerful toasts celebrating the 50th anniversary of Lady Holly's Christmas ball tradition, he found it impossible to get into the holiday spirit. His sister Caro, who had arrived earlier in the afternoon without her husband, was flashing smiles, and yet he sensed there was something troubling her. The muscles in his shoulders tightened. Roxy, who was seated next to him, seemed equally tense. Was she having second thoughts? Edward shoved aside the hope and tried to make pleasant conversation with the very young lady on his left. To his relief, she was too tongue-tied to respond with anything more than monosyllables, which left him free to brood about Lily. Lily hurried up the stairs. She had excused herself from the after-dinner gathering in the drawing-room, saying she needed a little extra time to dress for the ball. The explanation drew a questioning look from Lady Holly, which she had quickly evaded. Choices, choices. As her feet flew over the treads, Lily still wasn't certain what to do. Her maid was laying out 2 outfits, one daring to risk it all, one conceding defeat. Lad, just look at how this feather-light scarlet silk glitters in the candlelight. As she entered her room, Colleen floated an end of the golden-threaded sari through the air, white like a tongue of fire, darting soft as a whisper through the shadows. You've been reading too much of Lord Byron's poetry, muttered Lily. There's nothing wrong with being wildly, passionately romantic at times, shot back Colleen, adding a last little flutter. Life would be awfully dull without a blaze of heat to warm your cockles. She reluctantly set the sari back on the bed and smoothed out the creases. Next to it lay a traditional ball gown, fashioned in a muted shade of smoke blue silk. So, have you decided which one to wear? Lily picked up a silver box from the dressing table and slowly sorted through her jewellery. Taking up a long, dangling gold filigree teardrop earring, the pair had been the most exotic ornaments she had ever purchased, she closed her eyes. I shall let fate decide, she said, and then tossed it in a high arc toward the bed. She waited a long moment before letting one lid open. Well, it looks like fate is a lady after me own heart, murmured Colleen with a grin. Her maid's hands, noticed Lily, were carefully clasped behind her back. We had better start dressing, Mrs. T. It requires a great deal of pleating and pulling to get all the fabric to fall just right. Colleen rolled up the ball gown and shoved it back into one of the trunks. And a handful of pins. After a lengthy interlude, Colleen finally stepped back to admire her handiwork. You look like a goddess straight out of one of them fancy mogul paintings, she exclaimed. All of the gentlemen are going to drop their teeth in the punch bowl when you float into the room. Let's hope not, said Lily dryly. It would quite ruin the dowager's special mixture of champagne and strawberries. But after mustering the courage to look at her reflection in the cheval glass, she had to admit that the sari was rather striking. You don't think it's too flashy? She asked, setting the silk in motion with a tentative twirl. "It's perfect," answered Colleen. "It's a special night, and you deserve to set off a few sparks." She reached out and loosened one of Lily's honey gold curls. "There. Now, go and dance until dawn." "I may have to in order to stay warm." The sari bared more flesh than an English ball gown, and in very un-English places. Her breasts were— Better not to look at the front of her sari, lest she lose what little courage remained. A glance at the mantel clock showed the ball was about to begin. But deciding she needed an interlude alone to compose her nerves before facing Edward and Roxy, Lily took up her matching red shawl and made her way to the library. As she had hoped, it was deserted, though a fire was still burning brightly in the hearth. Wandering to the chessboard, she picked up the ivory queen, hoping it might serve as a talisman, allowing her to draw strength for the coming few hours. Chess, she mused, was an apt metaphor for life. The complicated strategies were all about risk and reward. "But I must be realistic," she whispered. "It's all very well to dream of fairy tale endings, but such enchantments rarely happen in the real world." After a moment, Lily replaced the queen on its square and sat down to study the board. Someone had left a half-finished game. As of yet, it was impossible to see whether white or black held the advantage. Taking up the challenge, she slowly began to move the pieces. "Have a care. The white knight is in danger." Lost in thought, Lily nearly fell off her chair at the sound of Edward's voice. He crossed the carpet, the glass of amber-coloured whisky held close to his chest, casting deep gold shadows over the intricate white folds of his cravat. His evening clothes were dark as midnight and finely tailored to show off the long, lean lines of his body. He looked so impossibly handsome, the chiselled planes of his face softened by the exquisite drape of the wool and linen. The perfect English gentleman. Acutely aware of her exotic clothing and her hopeless longings, Lily suddenly felt like a perfect fool. Edward took a swallow of the spirits, then set down his drink beside the board. "Let me take a look." His gaze skimmed over the squares, hit the end of the board, and slowly lifted. His jaw dropped ever so slightly. "What are you wearing?" "A sari," she answered. "Lady Holly thought it might add a unique twist to her 50th anniversary ball." It was dimly lit in the alcove, and his dark lashes made it impossible to read his expression. "But on second thought, I think I ought to change into a more conventional gown." As Lily stood up, she heard the hiss of air leaving his lungs. "Don't," he said in a whisper as soft as the silk. "Grandmamma is quite right. It will make for a memorable evening." "I have a feeling the ball will be exceedingly memorable, but because of your announcement, not my attire." She somehow managed to keep her voice from quivering. "Again, I wish you joy, Edward. May you and your future bride be very happy together." He continued to stare in silence. Sure that she had shocked him to his very core, Lily was desperate to slink away. "I really ought to change. This wasn't a good idea." Like a moth drawn to a flame, Edward moved closer. Like a flicker of fire rising up from the dark, she seemed to bring a sudden warmth and light to the shadowed space. "Before you go, let us have a holiday kiss." He gestured vaguely at the unseen ceiling. "I'm sure there is mistletoe up there. They've hung it everywhere. And well, we ought to celebrate the season and our renewed friendship." The echo of his voice sounded a little ragged to his ears. I am very happy to see you again, Lily." "Our friendship was never sundered," she replied, with an inscrutable smile. Yes, but you were very far away. And the wife of another. I missed your company. As I did yours. Did he dare hope? Well then, as I said, let us celebrate the reunion with a kiss. Edward leaned down and feathered his lips against hers. Lily flinched, as if touched with a red-hot poker, and then her mouth softened. The cold clench in his chest gave way to a flare of searing longing, of searing love. He couldn't let her leave the room. He couldn't let her leave his life. In that instant, he knew he couldn't live without her. Lily, he rasped, deepening his embrace. Clasping her close, he revelled in the feeling of her glorious body melting into his. Two as one. They were meant for each other. Lily, he whispered against her skin. I love you. I've always loved you. Dare I hope you might still care for me? She looked up, her eyes shimmering with tears. My feelings for you have never changed. Never. Edward framed her face with his hands. We need not be ruled by anyone's command these days, save for the voices of our own hearts. Please say you will marry me. I can't bear the thought of life without you by my side. But this time, no buts will come between us, he rasped. Her mouth pinched in confusion. But, Miss Hayward... Ah, Roxy. He allowed a wry smile. It's not me she loves. It's my brother, Kim. But she has lost heart. He went on quickly to explain everything. Tonight, she is determined to make one last try. But however things turn out, she will understand and wish us joy. Truly she will. The shadows clouding Lily's gaze gave way to a luminous light. Then yes, she said simply. Yes. Happiness bubbled up inside him, far more intoxicating than the finest champagne. Still, it seems only right that you should let her know before... He cut her off with a kiss. In a bit, he murmured, savouring the ethereal sweetness of her lips. I've waited too long for this to end it so quickly. But after a long moment, he reluctantly drew back. However, you are right. I must find Roxy and explain things to her before we appear together in the ballroom. Of course you must, murmured Lily. I do hope she will not be hurt. I would like to think we could be friends. Perhaps I've become a hopeless romantic, but somehow I believe that love will find a way to conquer all, even the darkness that currently grips my brother's heart. Edward took her hand. Come. Why don't you wait in the conservatory while I go on to the ballroom? Chapter 6. Lily wandered through the specimen plants, the warm, floral-scented air brushing a gentle caress to her already overheated skin. The light from the overhead brass lanterns was muted by the nighttime shadows, and yet, as it flickered over the foliage, the darkness seemed to come alive with a glow of rainbow colours. The thought of having Edward in her life from now on would light a spark of joy in the deepest gloom of midnight black. Lost in such happy reveries, Lily moved to a cascading tumble of scarlet bougainvillea. The exotic flower had come to be a favourite of hers in India, its vibrant colour always a cheerful tonic when her spirits plummeted. She would, she decided, shift this one to a special place, as a reminder that hope should always bloom, no matter how dark the future looked. I'm sorry I've taken so long. Sounding harried, Edward pushed through the heavy door, in his haste, leaving it slightly ajar. Roxy's not in the ballroom, and I've looked everywhere I can think of. He joined her by the teak table and blew out a sigh. I would like to believe it's a good sign. She did say she would be storming the tower and trying to bring Kim back to life. Dare I hope? Lily slipped her arms around his waist. Hope is a very powerful force. The tautness around his mouth softened. Reaching out, he plucked a bloom of the bougainvillea and tucked it behind her ear. You are right. It is a beacon of bright light when all else seems black as Hades. Hope, love, and Miss Hayward, murmured Lily. I doubt any demons will dare stand in their way. As for love... Their eyes met, and Edward hesitated. Yes? She encouraged, after the silence had stretched on for several heartbeats. I am not sure I've expressed my feelings clearly enough. Allow me to try again. Words proved unnecessary. Love had a language all its own. You are very eloquent, whispered Lily, when after a lengthy interlude he finally released her lips. His smile sent a skittering of heat down her bare arms. Actually, I've a great deal more to say. He pressed a kiss to her brow. But I suppose I had better wait until later. Grandmamma is likely on the verge of marshalling a search party to find us, so we had better go join the festivities. You don't want to make one last try at finding Miss Hayward? She asked. I have great faith in Roxy. And it seems I've come around to having great faith in the legendary luck of the family tower. Edward guided her out to the corridor. Besides, the guests expect an announcement. He cocked an ear. And I think I hear the musicians tuning their instruments for the next set. Yes, I think you're right, said Lily. Or perhaps it was just the fugue of joy playing inside her head. As he took her hand and led her toward the rising sound of the music, her emotions were spinning in dizzying circles. Everything seemed to blur together as they entered the ballroom. The festive evergreen garlands, the brightly coloured gowns, the floral perfumes, the curious stares. Lily blinked to clear her gaze and saw Lady Holly sitting in her place of honour. The brilliant sparkles of light from the crystal chandeliers glittered overhead as their gazes met. The dowager gave a tiny wink. A silent salute. Lily flashed a grateful smile, and then Edward placed a steadying hand on the small of her back, turning her with a flourish into the first figures of the waltz. Time stood still. The years fell away. The only thing that mattered was the perfect harmony between them. All her doubts, all her fears seemed to melt away. In his arms, she felt like liquid fire. An elemental flame burned bright in her heart, spreading warmth and light to every fibre of her being. Love. I love you, she whispered. Their palms pressed together, Edward twined his fingers with hers, basking in her glow, as joy chased away the darkness that had shadowed his spirits for a decade. I love you. 3 small words, filling an immeasurable void. Round and round they spun, silk rippling, folds flaring. Lily was a bright blaze of colour, the gold-threaded scarlet fabric trailing a flicker of rose-tinted sparks in her wake. His mother, who was standing by the dowager's chair, began to fan herself. The other guests had slowly stopped dancing, and the buzz of voices was beginning to rise above the notes of the violins. Everyone is staring, murmured Lily. Perhaps we ought to stop now and announce the news to dispel the idea that you are marrying Roxy. My love, after seeing us dance together, I don't think anyone here is in the least confused as to whom I am marrying, drawled Edward. But Grandmamma would be disappointed without a grand gesture. A signal to the musicians brought the melody to an end. I think I need a glass of champagne, said Lily faintly, after a glance around at all the expectant faces. He plucked 2 glasses from the tray of a nearby footman and placed one in her hand. I have a special announcement to make, but before I do, I would like to propose a toast. The whispering ceased. "To Lady Holly. To family," continued Edward, as he turned in a slow circle to salute everyone in the room. "To friends, to the spirit of Christmas, and to—" His gaze reached the entrance, where the double doors were wide open, and suddenly his heart leapt into his throat, making it impossible to speak. Kim. And Roxy, clasping tight to his arm, a delightfully rumpled pillar of support. Shock gave way to a surge of pure joy. "Kim!" he cried, finding his voice as his brother gave him a quick thumbs up, their brotherly signal that all was well. The others in the room all turned to follow his gaze. His mother cried out and darted forward, and then suddenly Kim and Roxy were engulfed in a sea of well-wishers. Edward drew Lily closer and softly clinked his glass against hers. The frothy fizz bubbled over, and they both laughed. "And to love," he finished, before pressing a champagne-sweet kiss to her lips. A Season for Marriage, by Nicola Cornick. Chapter 1. London, December 1815. Lady Caroline Camden, pretty, witty, and rich, with a beautiful home in London and another in the country, a happy disposition, and a handsome husband, had lived nearly 20 years in the world, and most people would have said she had very little to distress her or vex her. Little did they know. This afternoon was an excellent case in point. Caroline had gone shopping, as she was wont to do just about every day except for the Sabbath, but matters were not going to plan. "I am very sorry, madam," the modiste said, and Caroline could tell that the woman was on the contrary not sorry at all, "but I can extend you no further credit. Mr. Camden has announced that he will no longer honour your debts." Caroline felt her face burn with humiliation. The shop was full, of course, full of the matrons and widows of the ton, and their debutante daughters, all madly purchasing new clothes for the Christmas season. Out of the corner of her eye, because she most certainly could not look them in the eye, Caroline could see their covert smiles and spiteful glances. She knew that in 1 hour, less than an hour if Lady Royston was present, town would be buzzing with the news of her disgrace. The scandal sheets would be speculating that she had bankrupted her husband. She turned on her heel and made for the door, eyes straight ahead, head held high. She had not really wanted the puce silk gown anyway. It was very aging, much more Lady Royston's sort of thing than hers. She did not trouble to visit Madame Duval, farther down Bond Street, nor Madame de Vie, nor the perfumier, nor the milliner. She knew her reception would be the same in all the shops. Her husband, Piers, was nothing if not thorough. No shop in London would offer her credit now. "Perhaps there has been a mistake, my lady," Pershaw, her maid, said timidly, as, empty-handed, they ascended the carriage steps. "I don't think so," Caroline said. "Mr. Camden does not make mistakes." But he had, she thought. He had made an enormous mistake when he had married her. She could vividly remember the night it had happened. She had been 19, and had already had 2 seasons without attracting a suitor who met her exacting requirements. She had not lacked offers. There had been 14 in all. None of them, however, could match Piers Camden, friend of her elder brother Edward, with whom she had been in love since she was old enough to understand what love meant. That summer night she had been sitting on the steps of the family home, Holborn Abbey, trying not to cry because she had overheard her father telling her mother in exasperated tones that if she did not accept one of her suitors soon, he would betroth her to Lord Drysdale, with or without her agreement. There was a ball going on, a beautiful, exciting, summery occasion, and she had never felt less beautiful, excited, or summery in her life. Piers had found her outside and asked her if he could help her. No, she had said tragically. No one can help me. Piers had smiled then, that attractively rakish smile that always made her heart turn over, and had sat down on the step beside her. Tell me, he had said. To her surprise, she had told him everything. How Lord Drysdale was old, at least 40, and already a widower, and how he had hungry eyes and a wet mouth. How she knew she had to marry well, but that she would rather enter a convent than marry Lord Drysdale. Have you found a suitable convent? Piers had asked. No, Caroline had said. There are no suitable convents in Northumberland. His eyes had gleamed with amusement. That is probably for the best. I don't think you have the temperament for the religious life. But I had also thought I might take a governess post, Caroline said eagerly. Another startlingly bad idea, Piers had said. He had shifted a little beside her, running one hand through his thick, dark hair. I am sure this is all a misunderstanding, Lady Caroline. Your parents, I am persuaded, would do nothing so Gothic as to marry you off if you were unwilling. I heard them talking about it, Caro burst out. There is no mistake. She had started to cry, and Piers had proffered his handkerchief, and then, somehow, she was not at all sure how it had happened, her parents had rushed out onto the terrace, accompanied by Lord Drysdale, who was furious, and various other guests, who were everything from shocked to curious, and everyone wanted to know what she was doing out there in the dark with Piers. She supposed it had looked rather scandalous, because they were sitting close to one another, and Piers had an arm about her and was wiping the tears from her eyes. But even so, there had been no need for him to propose to save her reputation. Her parents, naturally, had been delighted. Piers was young, only 6 or 7 years older than Caro was herself. Handsome, rich, and the heir to a barony. He was her brother's friend. It was a perfect match. Except that it was not. It was a match born out of honour. Caro had felt hideously guilty. Piers had shown her kindness, and she had repaid him by trapping him into marriage. When she had told him she did not wish him to feel obliged to wed her, he had told her that she should feel no guilt. Theirs would be a good match. It had all sounded dreadfully passionless and cold. When Caro had gone to her mother and tried to back out of the arrangement, Lady Holborn had told her in the kindest but plainest terms that if she did so, she would be ruined. So here she was, 6 months later, in a marriage of supposed convenience, where the biggest inconvenience was that she was hopelessly in love with a husband who barely noticed her. With a tiny sigh, Caro sat back in her seat and watched the streets of London roll past the window. Dusk was starting to fall, even though it was barely 3 o'clock. There was a scattering of frost on the bare branches of the trees in the squares. Everything looked cold and a little bit lonely, and she gave an involuntary shiver. Caro knew it made matters much, much worse that she was in love with Piers. She knew he did not love her. He had wanted no more than an aristocratic alliance and a hostess for his political dinners. True, he had consummated the marriage, but the experience had not been a success. Stricken with guilt, she had lain as still as a board when he had made love to her. It had been mortifying. Afterwards, Piers had brushed the hair away from her face and kissed her gently and said, "You need time. We will wait." She had not wanted time. She had wanted forgiveness for compromising him into marriage. She had wanted him to love her as she loved him. Her heart cried out to him for that love, but all he offered was kindness, and somehow that seemed to make matters worse. Piers had not come to her bed again. She had tried to broach the subject with him once or twice, but he brushed the matter off. There was always a reason, always an excuse. He was very busy. He spent all of his time working. Caro felt as though she had become one of his causes. Piers's life was dedicated to helping others. Barely a day seemed to pass without his establishing a new school for the poor or a hospital for the indigent sick. Admittedly, he did not usually wed his charity cases, but it felt as though her marriage was based on the same principle of duty and sacrifice that motivated him in his other work. The carriage jerked to a halt outside their townhouse in Cavendish Square. Everything looked uncommonly pretty, with a powdering of snow on the street, and the lanterns giving a warm twinkle to the chilly air. Not that Caro was in the mood for Christmas cheer. Now that Piers had withdrawn his funds, she could not even dress well to perform the one part of her role she thought she had perfected, that of elegant political hostess. She had only been so profligate in her spending to please him. She had so wanted him to be proud of her. Younger than all the other matrons, she had tried at least to appear poised, buying confidence from the modistes. She was so angry that she marched straight into Piers's study without waiting for Portland the butler to announce her. Piers was seated at his desk in the window. The last of the late afternoon light gleamed on his thick black hair, burnishing it with shades of rich chestnut. There were lines about his eyes and mouth that Caro had not noticed before. She wondered suddenly if he was as unhappy as she, and her stomach felt hollow at the thought. Not that that was any excuse for his ungentlemanly behaviour. She drew herself up to her full height, which was an impressive 5 feet nothing. "Why are you refusing to honour my debts?" she demanded. Piers looked up, and his dark, dark eyes met hers. Caroline's heart gave an errant thump. It was so lowering to be desperately in love with one's own husband when he preferred to spend time with his government papers to spending time with her. He raised his eyebrows very slightly. "Good afternoon to you too, my love," he said. "I hope you are well." They seldom saw one another, so he would not know if she was in good health or if she had contracted typhus. The realization lodged another cold shard in Caroline's heart. She made a quick gesture, dismissing his inquiry. "Well, my debts!" Her voice was sharper than she intended because of the sting of the words. "My love, never had an endearment rung so empty." "I will of course honour your debts," Piers said. Caroline released her breath in a huge sigh of relief. Pershaw had been right. It was no more than a misunderstanding. "However, I will advance you no more money," Piers continued. "You will have to wait until your next quarterly allowance, and try to make it last better this time." His gaze was unnervingly direct. Caroline felt as guilty as she had at the age of 14 when summoned before Mrs. Blanket, head mistress of Mrs. Blanket's exclusive seminary for young ladies, for sliding down the main staircase on a wooden tray. She had done that to garner attention. She had cut a swathe through Piers's inheritance for the same reason, but only because she wanted him to notice her, to be proud of her, to approve. She had tried her best with this inconvenient marriage, had tried to assuage her guilt by doing all she could to please him. Yet still he rejected her efforts. Even now it was clear he was bored. His fingers were beating an impatient tattoo on the pile of documents on the desk. She could tell he longed to be rid of her. She felt her heart shrivel a little more. "I cannot afford you, Caroline," Piers said. "You are too expensive for me." "You make me sound like your coach and four," Caroline said. Piers smiled. "There are similarities. You are very elegant." "And highly bred," Caroline said, "with clean lines and marvellous upholstery." She could not quite keep the bitterness from her voice. She had thought Piers would want a wife with high polish. He was ambitious, already a junior minister in Lord Liverpool's government. She was doing her best to support him. "I really do need a new gown for Lady Aston's ball next week," she said. "You said yourself that it is an influential event." "I'm sure you will find something suitable in your wardrobe," Piers said. "You will look delightful." His words reminded Caroline precisely why men should never be consulted over matters of dress. "I cannot wear something I have worn at a previous engagement," she said. "Everyone will notice." By which, of course, she meant every female guest, and they were the only ones who mattered. Piers raised an indifferent shoulder. His hand had strayed to the paper on the top of the pile before him. Reading upside down, Caroline could see that it was headed "Proposed Laws for the Restriction of Shooting Game." Evidently, he preferred the plight of pheasants and partridges to hers. "Very well," she said, drawing her tattered dignity about her. "I shall do my best, of course." She went out. Piers did not appear to notice. That, she thought, was precisely the problem. Upstairs in her bedchamber, she kicked off her shoes, then remembered that they were made of very delicate French silk, and if Piers really was not going to fund her in future, she could not afford to damage them. There would be no more where those came from. No more shoes, no more gowns, bonnets, scarves, or gloves. She would have to make do. She crossed to her closet and wrenched open the door. A cacophony of gowns shouted for attention from within. Gowns in every shade of the rainbow and in every style that was fashionable. She could arrange for some of them to be altered, so that she could wear them again. But the ladies of fashion who attended the same social events that she did would still recognize them. It was humiliating. Abruptly, she sat down on the edge of her bed. She knew this was not really about clothes, or money, or even Piers's career. It was about love. Piers had married her out of a sense of obligation. That made her unhappy. So she had tried to please him by being what she thought he wanted. A trophy of a wife, a dazzling hostess. Yet it made no difference to how Piers felt about her. It was a lost cause. She stood up, suddenly restless. Something had to be done. Her grandmother, the redoubtable Dowager Countess of Holborn, would doubtless tell her that no cause was hopeless, and she should devise a plan. And already she had an idea, but to put it into practice she needed some help. She knew just the person. Her godmother, Lady Eleanor Noel, one of her grandmother's oldest friends, was currently in London, and would surely be prepared to advise her. Caro crossed to her writing box, and taking out pen and ink, sat down to write. As soon as the door had closed behind his wife, Piers Camden threw down his pen, spattering ink across the pile of papers he had been trying to concentrate on for the past several hours. In the beginning, he had found his work a useful distraction from the problems of his marriage. These days, however, he found little solace in the endless wearying business of government. All his ambitions, all his plans, seemed hollow if his marriage to Caroline was unhappy and unfulfilled. Marriage, in fact, had not been remotely as he had imagined it would be. His decision to wed Caro had been a rational one, based on mutual profit. For a couple of years he had been thinking, vaguely, that it would benefit him to have a wife. He needed a hostess to help promote his political career, and Caroline, pretty, well-bred and elegant, seemed an excellent choice. He had been foolish to compromise her. He and Caro's brother Edward had been sharing some excellent brandy that evening, and perhaps it had affected his judgment. But since he was not averse to marrying, it did not really matter. And he liked Caro, of course. He liked her a very great deal. It seemed an ideal match. That feeling did not outlast the wedding ceremony. He had seen Caro coming up the aisle on her father's arm, looking both radiant and a little bit shy. Her fingers had trembled as she put her hand into his, and then she had smiled at him. He had seen that smile before. It was the smile he had seen on his mother's face as she had gazed up into his father's eyes, a smile of such love, such trust, that he felt himself turn to ice, for he knew the damage such love could do. Caroline loved him. He had not realized. He did not want her love. The difficulty was that it was too late. There and then he had felt an odd sort of shift in the region of his heart, a fierce protectiveness and a desire to make her happy. The sensation had been unexpected, disturbing and unwelcome. Aristocratic marriages should be business arrangements as far as he was concerned. His parents had made a spectacular love match, and it had consumed them. One of the reasons Piers had spent so much time at Holborn growing up was because his parents were utterly engrossed in each other, to the exclusion of all else. He and his sister had been an irrelevance, important only as proof of their parents' love. Piers shuffled his government papers impatiently. His latent feelings for Caro were a weakness. He could not allow himself to love her, or he would be as vulnerable as his father had been. A man profligate in love and with his money, a fool and a laughing-stock. Reginald Camden had had no self-control. He had been the type of aesthete who had worshipped at the feet of his wife and wept at the beauty of a flower. Piers shuddered at the thought. Not that he was indifferent to Caro's attractions. She might not be a statuesque beauty, but she had fine, glossy dark hair and very expressive brown eyes. When he had first known her, she was always smiling. It had been her warmth and sweetness that had first drawn him to her. These days, she smiled less and less. His hand strayed towards the brandy bottle, but he knew that was no way to settle his problems. With another sigh, he returned to the papers on his desk. His work was his mistress now. Chapter 2. Lady Eleanor Noel. Portland opened the door of the music room with a grand flourish and bowed the visitor inside. Caro, who had been sitting at the pianoforte rather listlessly playing a sonata by Haydn, jumped up as her godmother swept into the room. Lady Eleanor was fabulously wealthy, splendidly outspoken, and completely unconventional. She was a tall, thin woman with a beaked nose and a determined expression. As a child, Caro had been terrified of her. It was only as she grew older that she had come to see the kindness beneath Lady Eleanor's terrifying exterior. "Good gracious, it is like a funeral in here," Lady Eleanor exclaimed, twitching back the drapes to allow the winter sunlight to flood in. She embraced her goddaughter. "You look peaky, my love," she commented, with all the tactlessness of an old family acquaintance. "You are only 19, far too young to be so haggard. Besides, it's almost Christmas, a time of joy." "The sun is rather too bright to be kind today," Caroline said by way of excuse. She did feel haggard, and not in the least joyful. She had not slept all night for loneliness and misery. She wondered if Piers would remember that it was Christmas in a couple of weeks' time, or whether he would see it merely as an irritating interruption to the political calendar. "I suppose it is Camden," Lady Eleanor ploughed on, ignoring her. She tossed her reticule onto the table and subsided into a wing chair. "I heard about his financial troubles. Everyone has. They say you have bankrupted him with your extravagance." It had occurred to Caroline that her attempts to shame Piers into opening his wallet might give rise to such widespread rumours, but now she felt ashamed, wincing to think that the scandal might damage his political standing. She had not wanted to ruin him, only to make him pay attention to her. "There's no truth in the gossip," she said. "Piers and I had a small disagreement about money. I have been trying to persuade him to increase my allowance." "By shopping as though it's going out of fashion?" Lady Eleanor regarded her with indulgence. "That seems very unlike you, Caroline. You have never been extravagant." She tilted her head to one side, observing her goddaughter thoughtfully. I dare swear there is more to this than your desire for 17 gowns in the same shade of pink. So tell me, what is really going on?" Caroline sat down abruptly. "I was trying to look older," she admitted, "more authoritative." She raised her gaze to meet that of Lady Eleanor. "I know I am very young in comparison to the wives of Piers's colleagues, and I wanted to impress them, and to make Piers proud of me." "But he is!" Lady Eleanor looked surprised. "Everyone has observed it. Why, Sally Jersey was commenting only the other day how he dotes on you." "Lady Jersey must be confusing me with some other person," Caro said dryly. "I think that Piers holds me in dislike." Lady Eleanor's brows shot up. "I should be astonished if that were the case," she said. "Whatever gave you such an idea?" "He avoids me," Caro said. She had been bottling up her feelings for a long time, and now they all came pouring out. "We are like strangers. We barely see one another. I think he cannot forgive me for compromising him into marriage." "Pshaw," Lady Eleanor said energetically. "No such thing. Has he said so?" "No," Caro admitted. "We do not discuss it. We talk about nothing but the weather and the food cook serves. And that is only when Piers joins me for dinner. Often he is at the house or at his club. I have tried to talk to Piers about our marriage, but he rejects all my attempts." "Does he come to your bed?" Lady Eleanor asked bluntly. "No." Caro blushed at her godmother's outspokenness. "He did, once. It was not a success." Lady Eleanor's brows, already high, now disappeared into her hair. "Well, I would have trusted Camden not to make a mess of that," she said disapprovingly. "It was my fault," Caro said. "I felt so guilty and miserable for trapping him into marriage that I think he believed I had a disgust of him. And now it does not matter what I do, for Piers rejects any attempt I make to draw closer to him." Lady Eleanor gave an exasperated sigh. "Oh, the two of you have woven a tangled web indeed." She eyed her goddaughter thoughtfully. "You said that you needed my help, my dear. What can I do?" "I would like to borrow a carriage and four, if you please," Caro said. Lady Eleanor smiled. "Would you, indeed? What for?" "I am running away," Caro said bluntly. "I need to shock Piers. He will never listen to me whilst we're here in London, for he will always have the excuse of burying himself in his work. But if I can lure him away, I can confront him about our marriage and, I hope, have a last chance to put matters right." "You are a woman after my own heart." Lady Eleanor's eyes gleamed with amusement at her goddaughter's determined expression. "And where might you be going?" Caro got up and crossed to the window. Already the shadows were lengthening. The short winter's day passed its peak. She would need to go soon if she were to make any distance before nightfall. "I am going home, to Holborn Abbey," she said. "I am going to the Christmas ball." The clock on the church of St. Andrew's was chiming too, as Piers Camden arrived home after a long evening discussing the Corn Laws with some of his political colleagues. He was cold and bone-weary, and wanted nothing more than to sleep. As he entered the darkened hallway and was struck by the absolute silence of the house, he was also struck by an odd sense of loneliness. He realized that he did not want to sleep, at least not alone. He wanted Caroline. He wanted to talk to her, laugh with her, make love to her, lie with her curled up at his side. The realization turned him cold with horror. This had been his father's weakness. Seduced by intimacy, seduced by love, Reginald Camden had been unmanned. His son could never show such frailty. "Good evening, sir." Portland was approaching him like a ghost in the sepulchral gloom of the hall. For heaven's sake, Portland. Piers tried not to take out his frustrations on the man. There was no requirement for you to wait up for me. Get to your bed. I have a letter for you from Lady Caroline, Portland said. It is most urgent. She said I had to deliver it to you as soon as you returned. I'm sure it could have waited until the morning. Piers divested himself of his coat and gloves and took the note the butler was proffering. He grabbed the candle from the table, taking it into the study, where he threw himself down in a chair and unfolded the note. My dearest Piers. He sat back. I am leaving. He sat bolt upright, heart suddenly pounding. For a few weeks in the country. You may recall that a month or so ago my mamma wrote to invite us to the traditional Christmas ball at Holborn Abbey. Piers did not recall it at all. He searched his memory, but the detail remained tiresomely elusive. He knew that there was always a Christmas ball at Holborn. He had attended a number of them before he and Caro had been married. We did discuss the possibility of attending this year. Had they? But alas, you considered yourself too occupied to spare the time for a trip to Northumberland. Had he? He ran a hand through his hair again in exasperation, making it even more disordered. I, however, have very little to occupy myself if I am not shopping. Was that sarcasm he detected? And so I have set off today. Pray do not be concerned. Lady Eleanor Noel has loaned me her general factotum, the most marvellous fellow called Shepherd, who is taking care of every last detail of the journey and my comfort. I have Pershaw with me too. It is all perfectly safe and respectable. I wish you a very happy Christmas, Piers, and I will see you when I return. Piers ground his teeth. Perfectly respectable it might be, but he could just imagine the speculation when his wife arrived at her parental home without him. Already there were rumours flying over a rift in their marriage. Lady Royston had been quick to spread the story of Caro's humiliation. Piers had been furious. He was even more furious now that Caro had added fuel to the fire by running away. His conscience smote him. He knew he had neglected Caro shamefully. He had been cold and aloof because he had not wanted her love. He had not wanted to hurt her, but inevitably he had done so. Leaping to his feet, Piers dashed out into the hall, where Portland was waiting, still as a piece of statuary. Portland, send to the livery stables for their best horse, he said, cursing the fact that he kept no stable of his own in London. I want to be ready to leave within the hour. I am going to pack a bag. Will you be travelling alone, sir? Portland was impassive. Yes. It would be quicker to ride than to take a carriage, Piers thought, and much quicker not to take his valet, who was maddeningly slow and precise in everything he did. This was perfectly fine in the tying of a neckcloth, but not in the rush to catch up with Caroline on the road. The livery stables will not be open for a number of hours, sir. Portland nodded to the clock, whose hands stood at 2:15. Then make them open, Piers snapped. This is an emergency. He took the stairs 2 at a time. The butler's voice stopped him on the landing. The weather threatens snow, sir, Portland said. Thank you, Piers said politely. He supposed that snow in December was no surprise, and it certainly was not going to stop him from pursuing his errant wife. Chapter 3. Caroline's journey north progressed smoothly. Shepherd was a treasure. At every change of horses there was a fresh team waiting. At every inn there was hot food and chocolate or coffee if she wished it. The beds were comfortable, which was fortunate, since some heavy snowfall had made the roads slower than normal. They had no major problems, however, and thus it was Caro arrived at Holborn Abbey on the evening of December the 28th. As the carriage rolled up the long drive, Caro saw the house ahead at the top of the slope, lit up so brightly that it seemed to gleam with joy and hope. Snow was falling now, gently, languorously, dusting everything with a glittering whiteness. Even the old tower, the only bit of the ancient castle that remained, looked like something from a fairy tale. Caro felt a lump come into her throat. Nostalgia and longing all mixed up together. This was her home. She had forgotten how much she had loved it here. For a moment, she wanted everything to go back to the way it had been before she had married Piers. She wanted to start over again. But she could not. She had to go on. She hoped that her plan was going to work, and that Piers would come after her. She had half expected him to overtake them on the road, but he had not, and with every mile that passed, her spirits had fallen a little lower. If Piers did not come, then she would know that he truly was indifferent to her, and that she would not get the opportunity to put matters right between them in the way she wanted. The carriage drew up in front of the main door, which swung open with joyous alacrity, spilling light outward to draw her in. Caro could see Munton, the butler, waiting. He looked just the same, a little more portly perhaps, a little greyer, but so familiar and reassuring that she felt another pang of longing for the past. "Lady Caroline," Munton said, "welcome back to Holborn Abbey." Not by a flicker of an eyebrow did he express any surprise to see her so unexpectedly. "I hope you are keeping well, Munton," Caroline said. "I am sorry to arrive unannounced and throw you all into confusion." "It is always a pleasure to see your ladyship," Munton said grandly. He summoned a couple of footmen to help shepherd with her luggage. Their green and gold livery looked very festive, matching the swags of greenery that decorated the pillars of the hall. There was an air of suppressed excitement about the house. It seemed she had arrived just in time for the ball. And here was her mother, dressed for dinner in blue silk and diamonds, hurrying forward to greet her. "My dear!" She kissed Caro's cold cheek. "How lovely to see you!" She looked around as though expecting to see Piers lurking behind some statuary, then drew Caro to one side, behind one of the grand pillars that soared up to the landing. Guests were starting to arrive for dinner, and it was clear to Caro that her mother did not want to make a scene in front of them. "Caro?" This time her mother was whispering, a very quiet murmur in her ear. "What is going on? Why are you here? Where is Camden?" "I am here because you invited me," Caro said. "You wrote several months ago to tell me about the ball, and Piers will be joining me later." She crossed her fingers behind her back and hoped as hard as she could that Piers would appear. "Is that true?" The Countess's voice had dropped still further to a sibilant whisper. "Even here we have heard the rumours, Caroline. They say that you have run through Camden's fortune to the point that he cannot even afford to clothe you. It is the latest on dit at every dinner table in the county." She might have known, Caroline thought. Scandal travelled as fast as the best horse in the stables. If Piers did not arrive, the gossip would become deafening. She felt a cold knot of fear lock tight in her stomach. "Mamma." She put a soothing hand on her mother's arm. "The rumours are quite false, I assure you." "Well, I hope so." The Countess's gaze scoured her face. "You look tired, my dear, and more than a little washed out. Perhaps," she brightened at the thought of minimizing the latest scandal, "you would prefer to take a quiet supper in your room after such a long journey, although I do not know which room that will be, for Mrs. Tremaine has your old bedroom, and Mrs. Taft will be quite beside herself to learn she has to find additional space." "I would not dream of missing supper and the ball," Caro said firmly. "If I might wash and change in your room, Mamma, I shall be ready and downstairs and out of the way to give Mrs. Taft the time to find me somewhere to sleep. Now," she gave her mother a gentle little push, "you have guests arriving. Please do not worry about me." With one long, thoughtful backward glance, Lady Holborn walked away, and Caroline beckoned to Pershaw and went up Holborn Abbey's imposing stair. The house was gloriously decorated for Christmas. Swathes of greenery gave a wonderful fresh scent to the air. Red berries and ribbons gleamed amongst the boughs of pine, rosemary, and mistletoe. She was the last guest to be seated for dinner, but she arrived before the first course and counted that a triumph. It was clear that her arrival had been accommodated at the last minute, as she was squeezed in between Andrew Wright, son of one of her parents' neighbours, and her father's secretary, Mr. Wolverton. "Well, miss," her grandmother, the Dowager Countess, said, tartly as she took her seats, "this is an unexpected pleasure. We hear tales of your racy life in London. Come to empty your father's purse, have you, now that you've run through Camden's fortune? And where is that handsome husband of yours?" Caro squirmed a little. Her grandmother never hesitated to call a spade, and was forever meddling. But she was kind of heart, and Caro could see the spark of anxiety in her eyes. Like everyone else, the Dowager was worried that Piers had banished her for her extravagance. And since there was still no sign of him, Caro began to wonder if he really had washed his hands of her. One of the other guests, Mrs. Tremaine, tactfully came to her rescue with a question about the weather on her journey. Caro, despite her own preoccupations, noticed that her elder brother, Edward, cast frequent glances across the table at the elegant Lily Tremaine. He seemed to be taking an inordinate amount of interest in her, which was curious, since Pershaw had already told her that the gossip in the servants' hall was that Edward planned shortly to announce his engagement to Roxanne Hayward, their neighbour of many years. Roxy had given Caro a cheerful little wave of greeting as she had come into the room, but Caro thought she looked very pensive, and not in the least like a woman who was happy about her future. And as Roxanne had once had a tendre for Caro's younger brother, Kimball, it seemed all the more odd. Love, it seemed, was playing havoc with them all this Christmas. The courses came and went. The conversation ebbed and flowed. Caro painted on a bright smile and tried not to wilt. Her gamble had failed. Piers had not followed her. The sound of voices from outside the dining room cut across the conversation within, and for a moment there was a lull as everyone tried not to gawp at what was going on. Then Caro heard a step in the doorway, a familiar, impatient step, and a familiar deep voice. "Thank you, Munton. I'll announce myself." Caro looked up, her fork clattering from her hand. There in the doorway was Piers, dark, dishevelled, the expression on his handsome face hard and remote as his gaze swept around the table to pin her to her seat. Chapter 4. Piers knew he looked unforgivably bedraggled to be arriving directly into his host's dining room, but he could brook no further delay. He had had the most appalling journey. He had fallen in a snowdrift twice. His horse had gone lame. He had been obliged to hire a carriage, and then one of its wheels had come off in a frozen rut. He had tortured himself with the thought that if he had had such a dreadful journey, then Caro must have suffered equally. Perhaps she was marooned in an inn, or benighted in some cowshed, sheltering from the weather. If he got to Holborn and found her missing, he vowed to venture out immediately to rescue her. "Mr. Camden." Munton was not to be cheated out of his announcement. As he stood back and Piers entered the dining room, he saw Caroline at once. She was not marooned, benighted, or bedraggled. On the contrary, she looked dazzling. Gone were the rather aging gowns he had been accustomed to seeing her wear at dinners and balls throughout the past 6 months. Instead, she was radiant in a stunning silver gown that seemed to caress each curve, shimmering and sparkling as she moved. She paled a little on seeing him and dropped her fork, but she covered up the lapse quickly enough, raising her chin, meeting his eyes, a spark of something intriguing, something challenging in her own. The air between them hummed with awareness. Piers blinked, standing riveted to the spot, staring at Caro until the Dowager Countess cleared her throat very pointedly. "Well, Camden," she said, "are you going to keep us all from the rest of our dinner by standing there dripping on the floor? Sit down, man, sit down." She applied herself to her beef with renewed vigour. "My dear," Caroline said sweetly, "how glad I am to see you. I hope you did not have too difficult a journey." There was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes as she took in his state of disarray. Piers almost growled as he bent formally to kiss her smooth cheek. "Not in the least, thank you," he said. He was startled by a powerful and entirely inappropriate urge to drag Caro into his arms and carry her out of the room to settle their differences in the most fundamental and satisfying way possible. He blinked, wondering what on earth was the matter with him. He realized that the Dowager Countess still had her beady eye on him. In fact, everyone was watching him, so instead of following his baser instincts, he was obliged to apologize to the company for his late arrival, and to Munton for upsetting the seating plan. The elderly chaplain, who was seated next to Caro, swept his apologies aside as he stood to make way for him. "There is no difficulty at all, sir, I assure you. I have eaten very well already." As he settled himself next to Caro, Piers found that he was seething, with relief and frustration, and less definable emotions. Pulling himself together, he found himself faced with a plate of beef and a lady on his left who introduced herself as Mrs. Lily Tremaine. She was showing a lively interest in the byplay between him and Caroline. Across the table, his old friend Edward glowered at him in a somewhat unnerving fashion, as though in speaking to Lily he was committing some cardinal sin. The long and elaborate dinner continued. Piers doubted that he did justice to any of the courses, for they all tasted like ashes in his mouth. He was exerting himself to be courteous to the delightful Mrs. Tremaine, whilst simultaneously being utterly distracted by Caro on his other side. He imagined that he could feel the warmth of her body. He definitely did feel the brush of her arm against his, and the slippery slide of her silken-clad thigh against his leg beneath the table. The gowns seemed to be working some sort of perverse enchantment on him. He was so accustomed to seeing Caro bundled up in high-necked creations with voluminous skirts that the clinging sinuousness of the silver gauze fascinated him, as did the swell of her breasts above the modest edging of lace at the neckline. The ladies withdrew. Caro left with one long, unreadable backward glance at him that made Piers feel quite hot. He had no idea what was wrong with him. All he knew was that somehow the balance between himself and Caroline had changed, and he felt uneasy and not in control. Either that or his fall into the snowdrift had given him a fever. The port circulated. There was some conversation of a political nature. His opinion as an MP was widely sought. He hoped to heaven that he had made sense. Finally, the gentlemen rose to join the ladies. Piers felt an inordinate sense of relief. At last he would be able to get his wife to himself, and they could talk. "Glad you were able to join us, Camden." Edward caught up with him in the doorway, offering his hand. He lowered his voice, his tone clipped. "Everyone is aware that matters are somewhat awry between yourself and Caroline. I suggest that you smooth them out as swiftly and discreetly as possible." And he walked off, leaving Piers staring after him. When Piers entered the drawing-room, it was to find that Caro was playing the piano and singing softly, a sweet counterpoint to the buzz of conversation about them. Piers recognised the melody as an old Northumbrian folk song, "The Oak and the Ash." It sounded sad, and his heart gave an errant lurch to hear the poignancy in her tone. Had he made her so very unhappy? He had thought that they would deal well together. It was a shock to realise that his judgment had been so flawed. Caroline played the last chord, and the room broke into a smattering of applause. "We must have a duet before the ball begins," the Countess of Holborn exclaimed. "Caro, darling, will you and Piers sing for us? A carol would be lovely." "I am afraid that Piers does not care for music," Caroline said before Piers could agree. "We have not been to a single concert nor recital since we wed." Piers was silent. Caro was right, of course. He knew that she was extremely talented at both playing and singing, and yet, over the past 6 months, he had never encouraged her to indulge her love of music. He remembered visiting Holborn in years past and hearing Caro as he passed the schoolroom door, her voice soaring, effortlessly beautiful. The memory felt bittersweet. When had he lost that open pleasure in Caro's accomplishments? Was it when he had realized that she cared for him and had run from that emotion like a coward? He stepped forward, intending to offer to join her, but already Caro was bending a dazzling smile on Andrew Wright. "I know you have a fine voice, Mr. Wright, for I have heard you sing in church. Would you care to sing with me?" She held out the sheet music for Christmas Day in the Morning. "We are a little late," she said, "but we may still celebrate." Piers subsided, glowering into a chair at the Countess's side. "Caro is so kind," Lady Holborn whispered. "She knows how shy Mr. Wright can be and wishes to draw him out." How generous of her. Piers gritted his teeth as he watched the bashful young man bend a worshipful glance on his wife. Wright did indeed have a fine tenor voice, but Piers did not enjoy listening to it very much, nor did he like the way in which Wright was smiling at Caro with such obvious pleasure as their voices entwined. "Delightful," Lady Holborn enthused, tapping her foot in time to the music. The song came to an end, and the audience applauded enthusiastically this time. Wright was bowing gallantly to Caro, kissing her hand. Piers repressed a growl. Caro looked flushed and pretty, and very, very desirable, her eyes sparkling, and one tendril of hair escaping from her elegant chignon and curling in the hollow of her throat. Unable to keep still a moment longer, he leapt to his feet. "Caro!" As Caroline turned towards him, Lady Holborn laid a hand on his arm, restraining him. "It would be splendid if you and Caro were to open the ball, Piers, but I think, perhaps—" Her gaze assessed him, critically, and clearly found him wanting. "You really do need to change into something clean first." She glanced at the clock. "You have a few minutes to spare." "Of course," Piers said, smothering the impatience he felt. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Caro moving towards the door on Andrew Wright's arm. "If your housekeeper would be so good as to show me which room I will be in," he said, "and if Edward could perhaps lend me his valet." "Of course," Lady Holborn said. "I am afraid that Mrs. Taft is run off her feet, but Caro will be able to show you. The two of you will be sharing a room, for we are monstrous short of space. I do hope," she looked dubious, "that arrangement will be satisfactory." Piers had the pleasure of seeing Caroline stop dead in her tracks. The look she cast him was suddenly a great deal less assured. He smiled at Lady Holborn. "Indeed, ma'am," he said smoothly. "That will be delightful. Chapter 5. "I can sing," Piers said, falling into step beside Caro as she led the way towards their room. There was a note of chagrin in his voice. Caro hid a smile. "Can you?" she said lightly. "I do apologize. I did not realize." She had known full well that Piers had a very good voice. She could remember each and every childhood theatrical they had performed together at Holborn, the songs they had sung, the fun they had had at summer festivals and winter carolling. It gave her a pang of sadness to remember those long-ago days, and all the ease in each other's company that they had lost. "I must have forgotten," she said, "since you have shown no interest in music these 6 months past. Besides, She flashed him a sweet smile. Mr. Wright was more than happy to oblige me. So I observed, Piers said, an edge to his voice. Caroline kept the smile painted on her lips. This was not the time or place for a private conversation. Housemaids scurried across their path, footmen passed by with trays and harried expressions. But a touch of jealousy was no bad thing, she supposed, even if poor, inoffensive Andrew Wright was the target of Piers' wrath. Certainly she had succeeded in jolting her husband out of his complacency. He was here. He had followed her, just as she had hoped. Even better, he was no longer sure of her, no longer in control. It was extremely gratifying, but it also felt rather dangerous, as though she had a tiger by the tail now. She repressed a shiver. "We are in the green bedroom." She gestured to a corridor that turned off to the right. After the bright lanterns and Christmas sparkle of the hall and stairs, it seemed dark and a little gloomy. "Though I cannot imagine why you need my guidance, Piers," she added. "You have been visiting Holborn this past age, and know the house as well as I do." "Perhaps I simply wish for your company." Piers' voice had hardened. "After all, I have come a long way for it." Caro's heart jumped at his tone. He sounded as though he expected an apology from her, and she was damned if she was going to offer one. Could he not see that she was the one with a grievance? He had shut her out, rejecting all her attempts to draw close to him. If she had chosen to eschew the dubious pleasure of a Christmas alone in London, whilst he attended to government business, and had preferred a family Christmas in the country, then surely that was understandable. "There was no need for you to join me if you did not wish to do so," she said stiffly. She could feel her fragile hope of developing a better understanding with him melting away, like the snow in the spring. How foolish she had been to think that there could be something stronger between them. If not love, then at least mutual regard. They seemed always at daggers drawn. "No need?" Piers stopped dead and turned to her. In the shadows of the corridor, she could not read his expression. "Our marriage is already the on dit from here to London," he said grimly. "How would it have appeared had I not come?" "It would have appeared exactly as it is." Caro lost her temper. "It would have appeared that you dislike me." Piers had gone very still. "I beg your pardon?" he said. He was looking at her as though she were quite mad. "Our chamber," Caro said, ploughing on determinedly, "is here, on the right." Piers brushed her direction aside. "What did you mean by that?" he said. He looked impatient, demanding, and formidably annoyed. Caro felt like stamping her foot. "You dislike me," she repeated. "Can you pretend otherwise?" She put her hands on her hips and stood up very straight. "You make it quite clear that you prefer politics to everything else, Piers. You spend endless nights at your club or in the house. You only speak to me when you wish me to attend a political dinner with you. You behave as though spending any time in my company is akin to torture." Piers took a step towards her, and Caro stepped back instinctively, feeling her back come up against the door. The handle dug painfully into her waist. Somehow, Piers had trapped her between his body and the panels. He was so close that Caro could feel the brush of his leg against her skirts, and suddenly she was overwhelmed by his physical proximity. Her throat turned dry. Her heart hammered. "You can't deny it," she finished, trembling a little. "You dislike me." "Your deduction is false." Piers' lips were suddenly very close to hers. "Just because I avoid you, it does not mean that I dislike you." "Oh?" Caro was very definitely trembling now. Piers laughed, short, unamused. "Let me demonstrate to you just how much I dislike you, Caro," he murmured. His kiss was like no other he had given her before. It was hard and demanding, full of passion and heat and desire. Caro's head spun. It was like her wildest dreams. Better. The pent-up longing of the past mingling with the excitement of the present. Piers was holding her now, his arms close about her, and she was glad, because she was not at all sure her legs would hold her up. He nudged her lips apart, and then his tongue was tangling with hers, and suddenly she was swept away by hunger and desire, and kissed him back in full measure. Little tingles like licks of flame sent shivers along her skin. His lips brushed the sensitive hollow beneath her ear, making her gasp. His tongue traced a path lower, flicking into the base of her throat, and lower still, touching the lace that edged her bodice. It was delicious, wicked pleasure. His mouth returned to hers, plundering, seeking, and she felt the spiral of desire ache and tighten inside her. When he finally let her go, they were both breathing hard. "Sweet Caro," he murmured, "surely you cannot believe that I dislike you?" He cupped her face in his hands. His touch was gentle, his eyes tender. "I thought that I had given you a disgust of me by coming to your bed. I thought you found my embraces distasteful." "Oh, Piers!" Caro touched her fingers to his lips. "You cannot surely still think so." His eyes were dark with desire. He was looking at her mouth. "No," he said hoarsely. "I was only so still and cold because I was stricken with guilt for compromising you into marriage," Caro said. "I was certain you must blame me for trapping you." Piers seemed to find no better response to this than to kiss her again, a course of action with which Caro wholeheartedly agreed. She slid her arms about his neck and gave herself up to the kiss, lost in a sweet, sensual haze. "I love you," she whispered against his mouth. She felt the change in him at once. It was only the slightest hesitation, a sense of withdrawal, but it was enough. She drew back. His expression was blank now, utterly unreadable. Caro felt a chill envelop her, like the rush of icy air when a door opened. She could see she had made a mistake. She had not thought for one moment to dissemble her feelings for Piers. She was too open to pretend, and she had been too swept away by her feelings to be anything other than honest anyway. Yet now she saw that just because Piers desired her, it did not mean that he loved her. Men, she had heard, were adept at separating physical love from emotion, whereas she could not unravel her feelings for Piers, even if she wanted to. For one long, agonized moment, she stared at him, and saw the regret in his eyes. He knew he had hurt her. He was sorry for it, but that was all. And it was not enough. Someone cleared his throat nearby, a loud, deliberate sound that had them both jumping apart. "Excuse me, sir." Edward's valet, a bowl of hot water in his hands, was standing a mere 4 feet away. "If you are ready—" "Thank you." Piers touched Caro's cheek. "You are well?" he asked softly, the words for her alone. Caro nodded. "Very well, thank you." But she was not. Of course she was not. She felt as though her heart had broken all over again. Piers bowed. It felt very formal all of a sudden. "I will join you directly, Caroline." The door closed behind them. Caroline was left alone. Her heart was still racing from the kisses they had exchanged, and she pressed a hand to her bodice as she tried to calm her breath. It was odd to feel so excited, and yet at the same time so utterly bereft. Her thoughts seemed cold and strangely objective. She wondered whether in future she would feel better or worse when Piers came to her bed. They could have a physical relationship that was exciting and full of intimacy, and yet it would always lack love. There was a hollow feeling of loneliness beneath her breastbone at the thought. She turned towards the stair and the light and chatter of the ball below. Down in the hall were her parents, standing beneath the mistletoe bough. They had not seen her, and for once, on this busy night, they were alone. As Caro watched, she saw Lady Holborn put both her hands into those of her husband and stand on tiptoe to press a kiss against his cheek. The candlelight reflected the happiness in her eyes. Lord Holborn smiled down at his wife, and then he put his arms about her, and they sped away back to the ball, as light of step and happy as young lovers. Caro felt a lump in her throat. That was love, she thought, the enduring joy they took in each other's company, come sickness or health, riches or poverty, building a life together. That was what she wanted, and she wanted to give that gift to Piers too. She wanted to build a family with him and experience the shared joy, the love. But would he take that from her? Could he learn to love her? Or was it too late? He had hurt her again. He had not intended to, but he had hurt her nonetheless, and he felt like a cad. Caroline was so generous with her love, so sweet and so giving. There was no artifice in her. She loved him, and so she had told him. It was as simple as that. Yet once again, he had rejected her love. It seemed to take Piers an inordinate amount of time to dress for the ball. He was in an agony of impatience to find Caro again. He was afraid she might have gone off alone somewhere to lick her wounds. But in that he was mistaken. As he entered the ballroom, he saw her twirling through a country dance in the arms of a rather sturdy gentleman, who looked as though he suffered from the gout. Caro was smiling and giving him her entire attention, and the gentleman looked dazzled, as well he might. As Piers watched, the dance came to an end, and Caro thoughtfully steered her wheezing companion to a rout chair before stopping to chat with the lady sitting on his left. She had a smile for everyone. She knew them all, and clearly she cared about them and their affairs. The families, the children, the Christmas festivities, the weather. She had a word for everyone and an easy charm that set them smiling in return. It made Piers feel inordinately proud of her. She looked up and caught him watching her, and for a moment she stilled, and the happy light died from her eyes. But then she smiled at him, and Piers felt his heart shift, and an odd sensation made his chest tighten. He did not seem able to help himself. His rational mind warned him to beware, that he was slipping into dangerous waters, but his heart did not seem to care. Caro's next partner arrived to claim her for the set that was forming, and Piers watched again as she lit up the dance, sparkling in her silver gown, exuding a light and warmth that drew everyone to her like moths to the flame. He cut Andrew Wright ruthlessly out for the next waltz. "Really, Piers," Caro said, as he spun her into the dance, "there's plenty of space on my dance card. You need not have been so precipitous." "I could not wait," Piers said without apology. "You draw all eyes, Caro. Is that a new gown you're wearing tonight? You look different." Her smile cooled. "No, it is not. I have not spent any more money, if that is what you mean." Piers cursed himself for a clumsy fool. "I meant only that you look beautiful," he said truthfully. "But it is different from the style you have previously chosen." "I was trying to look older before," Caroline said baldly. The dance swept them onward, their feet moving automatically in time to the music, but neither of them concentrating on it now. "All the political events we attend are very daunting. I wanted to—" She paused. "To make a good impression." Piers sensed something wistful behind her words. He glanced at her face, but she looked quite serene. "You always made a good impression," he said. "Everyone has remarked upon it. Why would you doubt it?" "Because you never told me so." Her candid gaze rose to meet his, and his heart lurched. "I was trying to please you, Piers," she said, with devastating simplicity. "I dressed to please you. I knew you needed an elegant hostess, and so I tried to make you proud of me." Lord, but she was making him feel uncomfortable tonight. Piers acknowledged it ruefully. Acknowledged, too, that there was no reason why she should pander to his feelings. He had chosen to shut her out. He had rejected the intimacy she craved from him, not because he wanted to punish her, but because he had been too much of a coward to risk loving her. He knew he had to take responsibility for that. "Caro." His voice sounded husky. He cleared his throat. "I am so very proud of you. I want you to know that. I realize now that I haven't been kind." She stopped him with a touch of the hand. "You are the kindest man I know," she said softly. "You do so much to help others." Yet he had failed his own wife. There was silence between them. The music swooped, lilting and romantic, and they moved through the throng as though in a separate world. "Tell me." Caro's voice sounded conversational, and she was smiling for the benefit of the other dancers. "Was there ever a time that you felt you belonged here, Piers? You spent so much time with us. Did you ever see Holborn as home?" "No," Piers said. It felt as though time was rolling back, and he was the child, fresh on holiday from Eton, looking through the Holborn banisters at the family scene below. He had seen what Edward and Kim possessed, the love of hearth and home, but it was alien to him. "I don't feel as though I have a home," he admitted. "I was very young when my parents died, and though I was my uncle's heir—" He stopped. "It was a material inheritance," Caro said softly, "not an emotional one." He felt devastated by the truth of that. He was materially wealthy, but it felt hollow without something, or someone, to add warmth to his life. "My parents were madly in love." He spoke gruffly. It did not feel like a non sequitur, but suddenly, desperately important. He had spoken of this to no one. People knew the facts, not the feelings behind them. "My father doted on my mother. He loved her to the exclusion of all else. When she died, he could not deal with the grief. He took his own life." "I'm so very sorry, Piers." Caro's eyes were full of kindness. It was not pity, he realized. He would have shrunk from that. No, Caro was watching him with understanding and compassion, and suddenly he wanted to crush her to him and slake all his loss and grief in her sweetness. But first there was more to say. He had to be honest now, as honest with her as she was with him. "I grew up to spurn that sort of love." The words were wrenched from him. "For me, it meant nothing but misery and weakness and a loss of control." "I understand." Her touch on his arm was still gentle, as though she took his words for the apology he wanted them to be. "You have only seen the dangerous side of love, the obsession and the damage it can do. Yet you should not be afraid to love, Piers. You are not your father. You are a different man, and love is worth the risk of loss." A rueful smile touched her lips. "I know that to be true." He understood what she meant. She had dared to risk loving him, had continued to do so in the face of his rejection, and now She was still offering him that love, no matter how little he deserved it. "I think you are almost too loving, my darling Caro," he said roughly. "I cannot bear to see you hurt." "Oh, Piers." Caro had her arms about him. It was not an accepted part of the dance, but suddenly he did not care. Everyone was staring at them. He did not care about that either. All he wanted was Caro, and the solace she could give him. "Come with me," he whispered, his lips brushing the delicate tendrils of hair that framed her face. "I need you." She did not hesitate. She slid her hand into his, and together they walked across to the door, ignoring the curious stares and the stifled whispers, up the stair, along the gloomy corridor, into the warmth and light of the green bedroom, where the fire burned bright in the grate. Caro felt light and fragile in his arms, and yet at the same time she was the strongest and most precious thing he could ever wish for. He reached for her greedily, needing her, taking her with an eagerness that bordered on desperation, his kisses fierce and urgent. She responded with the generosity he recognized in her now, holding nothing back, returning caress for caress. And in the end, when at last he abandoned all fear and simply lost himself in her, he heard her tell him again that she loved him. And this time, he did not run from it. This time, it felt good and right and true. Chapter 6. Caro opened her eyes. She felt warm, sated, and very wicked in the most delightful way imaginable. The night had been everything she had longed for, passionate, tender, and exciting. After the initial urgency of their love-making had been satisfied, they had lain entwined in tenderness, talking a little, kissing, as the fire died down and the shadows took them. Then they had made love again, and this time Piers had devoted himself to her pleasure, such pleasure as she had never imagined. Caro thought that perhaps her grandmother was right. Marriage was indeed an ideal state. She rolled over and realized that she was alone. Piers was sitting on the edge of the bed with his back turned towards her, head bowed. His dark hair was tousled. She felt such a wave of love for him then that it almost stole her breath. She wanted to touch him, to pull him back down into her arms, to lose herself again in their newfound happiness. Yet there was tension in the line of Piers' shoulders. She caught a glimpse of his profile as he half turned towards her. His jaw was set in a grim line. Cold anxiety breathed goosebumps down her spine. Not again. Not now. She had been so sure that he loved her too, even if he had not said the words aloud. He had shown it in every touch, every kiss. She put a hand on his bare shoulder. He felt warm and vital, his skin smooth beneath her fingertips. "Piers, is something wrong?" He turned to look at her. There was such desolation in his face that it felt as though her heart snapped in two. She had allowed herself to believe that all would be well now. She had thought Piers loved her in the same way that she loved him, wholly, deeply, completely. Yet he looked stricken, hardly the expression of a man in love. Her hand fell to her side. There was something about his rigidity that forbade her touch. There was such misery in his face, and yet such longing, and in that moment she saw the child behind the man, the little boy who had seen his father ruined by intemperate emotion, who had lost any vestige of a family that he had known, and did not want to risk loving and losing again. Swiftly, following instinct, she wrapped her arms around him and drew him close. "I love you," she spoke firmly. "I love you, Piers, and I know that you love me." She saw the flash of emotion in his eyes, deep, disturbing, infinitely satisfying. He did love her. He loved her as fiercely as she loved him. Emboldened, she ran her fingers along his jaw and kissed him. He did not move away. That encouraged her. "Tell me," she said. For a moment she thought he was not going to answer her. But then he took her hand in his fingers tightening convulsively around hers. "I don't want to lose you." He sounded hoarse. "I never thought I would feel like this." He pulled her to him and held her as though he would never let her go. Against the warm skin of his throat, Caroline smiled. "You will not?" she said. She thought of the lonely little boy who had come to Holborn Abbey for the first time as a child. "You will not lose any of us," she said. "You are part of our family now." "I loved you from the start," Piers said against her hair. "For so long. You were like a flame that drew me, so warm and so bright and so loving. I wanted that love for myself, but at the same time I was afraid to claim it in case I lost it." He smiled, but there was sadness in it. "My beautiful, bright girl," he said. "I don't deserve you." "Now you're just feeling sorry for yourself," Caroline said, smiling, to soften the briskness of her words. "Who was it who let me tag along with the boys' games? Who taught me to ride? Who rescued me when I got stuck up a tree? You even rescued me from marriage to Lord Drysdale." She cupped his face in her hands. "What is life without risk, Piers? What is love without loving wholeheartedly?" She kissed him softly, sweetly. "I love you with all my heart, holding nothing back for fear of hurt." For a moment he looked down into her eyes, and then he was kissing her, with passion and demand, until her head spun, and she tumbled back down into the engulfing bedcovers with him. "Darling Caro." His lips were pressed against her throat, sending delicious shivers over her skin. "I love you like that too. Truly. Madly." He kissed the hollow at the base of her throat. "Deeply and forever. I cannot help myself." It was a very long time before they spoke again. Caro, lying sated and very happy in his arms, turned her head against Piers' shoulder to look at him. The lines of weariness and grief had gone from his face. He opened his eyes, and they were soft and drowsy with sleep. He smiled at her, and she saw her own love for him reflected in his eyes. They had been abed so long that the pale light of a winter dawn was creeping around the bed curtain. "I suppose we should go down for breakfast," Caro said with a sigh, "although I am tempted to hide away and have mine here. I have no great desire to be berated for my shocking lack of conduct at the ball last night." "Coward." Piers kissed her bare shoulder. "I will be with you. And besides," he smiled, "I suspect there will be plenty of other matters to talk about. There was more than one romantic entanglement developing at the ball." Caro's eyes opened very wide. "Really? How exciting! Who?" "Did you not see Edward dancing with Lily Tremaine?" Piers asked. "Or Kim appearing with Miss Hayward?" Caro's mouth dropped open. "But I thought Edward was to marry Roxy, and I did not even know that Kim was here." "I fear we have been very wrapped up in our own concerns," Piers said. "So, even if there is some disapproval of the way in which I hurried you away to ravish you, I am sure that everyone will be happy for us. Your mother will scold, but beneath it all she will be glad we are reconciled. And your grandmother will say she always maintained that marriage was the best and happiest state in the world," Caro said, giggling. She reached for her wrap and slipped out of bed, padding across to the window in her bare feet. "It has been snowing again. How very pretty it looks, all fresh and bright." Piers had come to stand beside her, his arms about her. "It is a time of new beginnings," he said. "Happy Christmas, my darling wife." Miss Finch and the Angel by Joe Beverley. Chapter 1. December the 26th, Boxing Day. 4 steaming horses swept the post-chaise up the slushy drive of Holborn Abbey and were halted by their postilions, snorting and stamping before the impressive pillared entrance. Liveried footmen hurried out, their own breath white in the crisp air, to open the carriage door and extract luggage from the boot. First emerged a black-clad valet. Then followed a fashionable young gentleman in a many-caped buff greatcoat and a glossy beaver hat, set at an exact angle on golden hair. He regarded the house, smiled slightly, and strode forward to climb the steps. "A pleasure to see you, Munton," he said to the portly butler, who stood waiting in the entrance hall to take his hat and gloves and pass them to a liveried footman. "And you, my lord, may I offer season's greetings?" "I'm sure you may," the young gentleman said pleasantly. "All in order?" "In general, my lord, Mr. Kimble still chooses a contemplative life." "Even at Christmas?" "Indeed, my lord, but the ball will take place as usual." "Of course it will, especially as it's the 50th. Where will I find Lady Holly?" "In her rooms, my lord." Lord Gabriel Quinfroy nodded his thanks and surveyed the hall, which was lushly decorated with greenery that scented the air with bay, rosemary, and pine. So typical of the Stretton family to plunge so generously into Christmastide. He was well accustomed to Holborn and the Stretton family. The Dowager Countess of Holborn was his godmother, and he was distantly related to the family, so he'd paid many long boyhood visits. His father, the Duke of Straith, had not thought his spare should become too attached to his home, which suited Gabriel to perfection. Holborn was much more fun. He left the hall and ran lightly up the wide, carpeted staircase. Soon he rapped at a door and was summoned to enter the Dowager Countess's domain. She had been known to the world since her marriage as Lady Holly, sprightly, beloved, but not without spines, which could even draw berry-red blood if she was outraged. The old lady sat enthroned in a berry-red chair by the fireside, shielded from the direct heat by a fire screen, depicting a scene that involved half-naked Grecian athletes. He knew that if she was minded to present a different impression, it could revolve, to show a vase of flowers. Thespia Holborn had been a beauty in her youth, and known for her saucy ways. She was a beauty still, in her way, with a plumply wrinkled face, clear blue eyes, and frothy white hair beneath a lacy cap, which he saw with amusement was now trimmed with a sprig of mistletoe. He obligingly went over to kiss her cheek. "So you came," she said. "You commanded, dear heart." She snorted. "It must have suited you." "It did. Crampton's bride was trying my temper, and quarrels are so very unseasonal, don't you think?" Crampton was his older brother, heir to the dukedom of Straith. He subsided elegantly onto a sofa at a distance from the roaring fire, glancing once at the slender lady who sat to one side, quietly stitching something plain and white. Her simple high-necked gown was in an odd shade he could only think of as mouse grey, and her plain cap revealed nothing more than that her hair was straight and brown. "Don't know why he married her," Lady Holly said, and he turned back. £40,000, he said. "All my fault, of course. Uncle Milius left me his fortune, but until father joins the Angels, poor Cramp must subsist on the income from the heir's estate. So he's married money. Now, tell me why you summoned me." "Kim?" He referred to the younger son of Holborn, who'd been wounded in the war in more ways than one, and who he'd been told was living a hermit's life in the medieval tower still attached to the classical modern house. "If you can do anything to the purpose there, I'm sure we'll all be grateful. They say time heals, but it's been demmed slow about it." "No, I bade you here for other charms." "My dearest dear, you want to set me up as your flirt. Impudent puppy. Though if I were 30 years younger and not your godmother—" She waggled a beringed finger at him. "You're too attractive for anyone's good." "It does me good," Gabriel pointed out mischievously, and shot another glance at the mouse. He caught her in a frosty glare, but she immediately looked down. Who was she? A distant dependent of the family? If so, someone should dress her better. Where was the jolly Miss Bunting, Lady Holly's friend and companion since he'd been a grubby urchin? "I asked you here," the dowager said, "to enhance the charms of some young ladies who will attend the ball." He stared. "Enhance? You think I'm a dancing master?" "I'm sure you could be if you waste your all." "Devil a bit." Did his language cause a stir to his left? "I have taken an interest in some young ladies, and I wish you to bring them out a bit. Make them blush. That always does a girl good. Why so many refuse to use rouge these days, I've no idea. Help them to relax and show to the greatest advantage. I am hoping at least one will find a husband. Merely being asked to dance by you will raise their appeal." "Only with idiots. There's more to choosing a wife than snatching another man's fancy. Money, for example. I assume your charity cases have none." "None or very little," she admitted. "Beauty?" "Not to any remarkable degree." Lady Holly was known for her eccentricities, as well as her enthusiasm for Christmas. But this seemed an odd start all round. "Every girl should have at least one grand ball," she stated, "if only to remember. Wearing a pretty gown, flirting with eligible gentlemen, and only sitting out if she needs to catch her breath. For these, it might be their last chance to attract a suitor." "I never knew you had such a romantic heart." She pursed her lips at him, but then admitted, "I was mainly thinking of a goddaughter of mine, who seems likely to go off into servitude. But I didn't want Alice to look particular, and when I considered the matter, I found another worthy case, Miss Langsdale." "And I'm to make them show to good effect on the market stall. Very well. But in case your plan is devious, note that I will not marry either of them." "I hope they'd have too much sense to consider it. You are a rake and a rascal and will never make a good husband. A scholar or clergyman will probably suit for my girls, or a gentleman of modest estate. I've made sure all the suitable ones in the locality will attend." If they were local people, the suitable gentleman would already know the last chance ladies, but perhaps his godmother's plan would work on some. To see a plain Jane blushing, smiling, and yes, the chosen partner of a rake and rascal who was also the wealthy son of a duke, might open a man's eyes. He rose. "With such exertion before me, I must find whatever corner has been urgently cleared for my repose. The angel room, of course." One of the finest guest rooms, correctly called the White Room, but known as the Angel Room because it had a ceiling painted with cherubs. When he'd reached the age to have a room outside of the children's area, he'd chosen it, and always used it when he visited. "You were so sure I would come," he said. "Was I wrong? You're a witch, I'm sure." Aware of chilly disapproval as much as of the hot fire, he asked, "Where, pray, is the delightful Bunting?" "Ha!" his godmother exploded, mistletoe jiggling. "Run off with a man! At her age!" He laughed. "Bunting eloped? Good for her." Miss Bunting married in the chapel here in perfect order. That was the grey mouse, voice cool as the water one might pour over a drunkard's head. "All the same, good for her." "Abandoned me," Lady Holly complained. "Now I've—" She stopped what she'd been about to say, probably out of kindness. "Now I have the pleasure of Miss Finch's companionship." Joan Bunting had been a cheerfully trenchant lady of about 40, who'd been the perfect foil for Lady Holly's eccentricities and whims. Gabriel felt little optimism about the Finches' future. Another charity case, he was sure, and none of his concern. Yet as he left the room, he glanced back at her again, and was disappointed not to catch her in another disapproving stare. He strolled along the corridor towards his room, needing no one to show him the way. Pity about Kim. He'd find out more from Edward, Holborn's heir. He'd always rubbed along with Edward and Kim much better than with his own brother, the Marquis of Crampton. Always Crampton. Any use of his baptismal name, James, had been sharply discouraged. But here, Viscount Brentford was comfortably Edward to the family. A passing maidservant flickered him a smile, and he winked at her. She giggled and hurried on, and oh yes, her blush had made her prettier for a moment. "So, you came when summoned." Gabriel smiled to see Edward. He was lean and dark, and could appear a sober-sides, but he was a good friend with a lively sense of humour. "I was pleased to escape." "Family still as frosty. Have you just arrived? Come to my room for refreshment." They were soon settled in Edward's bedroom, which was large enough for a substantial desk and some bookcases, but cosy, with 2 well-worn leather armchairs and a small sofa. When he'd been moved into it at 16, they'd all tagged it the heir's lair. "I've drinks," Edward said, waving to a selection of decanters. "Need more solid sustenance?" I paused to eat. "Care to try some Scottish whisky?" Edward picked up a decanter. "Gift from northerly relatives." "Is it civilized?" Gabriel asked dubiously. "Try for yourself." Edward poured for them both, and they took the chairs on either side of the large fireplace. "The Seatons were supposed to be here for the ball, but they've sent their apologies. Weather." "Yesterday I wasn't sure I'd make it here." Gabriel sniffed at the liquid in his glass and was encouraged to take a sip. Not bad. It's not cognac. And couldn't be expected to be. I like the smoky notes. It's more substantial." Gabriel toasted him and took a larger mouthful. "So, life at Straith?" Edward asked. "I heard Cramp married." "To 40,000, which unfortunately came attached to Lady Juliana Pole. She looks around the place so avidly I fear she'll slip rat poison into father's soup, and she disapproves of me." "The Pole family is rather straight-laced." "Pole up the arse, as some have said. But her main grievance is my money, not my morals. Oh, enough of that. Tell me about Miss Bunting and Miss Finch." Edward chuckled. Such a turmoil. I think Grandmamma tried to put some spokes in the wheels, but once it was settled, she was too kind-hearted to make difficulties, and dear Bunting positively bloomed. Odd, really, when her beau was gone 50, fat and bald, but it's a love match. Delightful to think that even when we're fat and bald ourselves, there'll still be hope. Hard to imagine you reaching that stage. You think I'll die of dissipation first? I think, like your father, you'll become all bone and sinew and retain your hair. The idle chat was pleasant enough, but Gabriel found himself wanting to know more about the Finch. "The new companion," he said. "Will she last?" Edward grimaced. "No love match there. Mamma's tried to hint Miss Finch to a livelier wardrobe and manner, but to no effect. Of course, having taken her on, Grandmamma won't dismiss her, but it's not a happy situation. Lady Holly should recommend her to someone else and give her a good reference. But she won't. Don't know why. Perhaps she hopes to bring joy into her life. Any idea where the Finch flew in from?" "Herefordshire, I think. Solid gentry family, recommended by one of Grandmamma's old friends who knew she'd taken a waif." "Waif? Has to be." "An orphan of impoverished parents," Gabriel speculated, "left without the means of survival. In that case, she'd do better to be obliging. People can't change to suit. It seems my fate to be responsible, and your fate to be—" "Not," Gabriel supplied without offence. If you mean I lack responsibilities, I agree. But those I have, I respect. And most of us envy you the lack of burdens. Do you have nightmares about Crampton dying? Many. I rejoiced at his wedding and will throw a grand party when he has a son. An even grander one for a second. I can't imagine why anyone who's comfortably situated wouldn't dread such high rank and responsibilities. To have the rest of the world grovel, Edward said bluntly. Unpleasant, but true. Gabriel dragged the conversation back to where he wanted it. So, you think Miss Finch was born to be a blight on every feast? Too harsh. Rather, I'd say, born to be invisible. Gabriel had not found her that. If she were invisible, she wouldn't be blighting Lady Holly's life. She has a grey presence. Is that why you're here? To brighten the gloom in Grandmamma's life? After a fashion, but it's to do with other burdensome spinsters, the ones she's invited to the ball for their last chance at wedded bliss. Edward groaned and topped up their glasses. That. We all predict disaster. What inspired her? It being her 50th Christmas ball? Perhaps. A remarkable record. The first one was when the king was sane, the colonies ours, and Versailles still a pleasure palace. When the roads were atrocious, smallpox ravaged, and we would have had to wear powder and paint. We live in better times. Why will Lady Holly's plan lead to disaster? If her protégés had been going to find husbands in the area, they would already have done so. And neither of them is accustomed to a grand occasion. It'll be a shame if they're awkward. Behold my part. I'm to put them at their ease, charm them into blooming, and make them trophies in other men's eyes. Be careful, or one of them will hook you. I'm well accustomed to all the ploys. But what of you? You have the duty to wed. Edward shrugged, but he looked away. Did he have something to hide? An unsuitable attachment? Gabriel remembered that years back he'd had a notion that Edward had formed an attachment to someone unsuitable. But if so, it had been a temporary flicker of irresponsibility. If he'd done it again, Gabriel would do his best to support and encourage. Suitable brides were so damned tedious. Perhaps Lady Holly is hoping an atmosphere of romance will inspire you, Gabriel teased. Is Miss Finch another of her last chance ladies? Finch? No. Why not? Edward opened his mouth and then shut it. No point, surely. Dull thing. But, said Gabriel, if a fever of romance brought her a suitable offer, it would solve a number of problems, wouldn't it? By gad, it would. You think you could make her appealing? No squint, warts, or humped back. She's not beyond all hope. Lay you a monkey you can't do it. Done, Gabriel said, smiling with anticipation. Chapter 2. 20 sat to dinner that night. 10 were the permanent household of family and high-born attendants, only lacking Kim. The rest were relatives and close friends invited for the Christmas season. Gabriel noted that Miss Finch had been seated some distance from the dowager. Not a good sign. She was between the elderly chaplain and a plump gentleman who was principally interested in the food. She seemed content. All the same, he caught her looking at him once, though he couldn't read her expression. She'd changed out of mouse grey into a dull shade of green he couldn't begin to describe. Surely it hadn't been dyed that colour on purpose, so it must have been reduced to it through time and laundering. The neckline was somewhat lower than her day dress, but filled by a fichu, which might even have been starched. Yet again, her hair was beneath a plain white cap. Get thee to a nunnery, mouse, if you're so determined not to play the game. But then he noticed that a tendril of brown hair had escaped whatever pins she used to discipline it. Gently it curled against her ear. He smiled as he turned to pay attention to Lady Garway. She had been a Stretton, and was worldly wise and handsome. All the same, He'd rather have had Roxy Hayward by his side. She was opposite, next to Edward, lucky fellow. Roxy was a neighbour, and when they'd been children she'd tagged along on their boyhood games as often as she'd been allowed. She'd grown up into a lovely woman, spirit untamed, and Gabriel was surprised she hadn't been snatched up. As well as her charms, she owned a large estate. When the meal was over, the ladies left, but the gentlemen didn't linger beyond an hour. No one seemed inclined to talk politics, and Lord Holborn had never encouraged disreputable talk. The port passed generously, but their host rose before anyone slid under the table, or, worse, would be staggering when they joined the ladies. Gabriel strolled into the drawing-room to find the ladies sitting in groups, and Lady Garway playing the piano very well. His quarry was sitting at a distance from the fireplace, talking to a large, older lady. Ah, that was Mrs. Pennard, a distant relative of the Countess's, who'd been given the sinecure of companion so as to have a home and income. The gentleman spread out to mingle with the ladies. He strolled over to the quiet couple. "Mrs. Pennard," he said, "how delightful to see you again." The older lady smiled, and even blushed a little. "So kind of you to remember me, Lord Gabriel." "It's not much over 2 years since I last visited, ma'am." He turned to the Finch, but she rose. "I should relieve Lady Garway at the instrument." He glanced over. "I believe Miss Minchingham will beat you to the opportunity to shine before the gentleman." Aha! A blush. And it did improve her, but he noticed she'd re-imprisoned that wanton lock. "Please don't hurry away, Miss Finch. I hope to hear more of Miss Bunting." Her eyes flickered around, as if seeking escape, but then she sat again. He moved a chair closer and sat down. "Was it truly a love match?" "I wasn't here, my lord. Mrs. Pennard knows much more." Mrs. Pennard obliged with a full and boring account of courtship, hesitations, and final connubial bliss. Miss Finch sat, hands in lap, and Gabriel saw why Edward thought her invisible. She was trying to disappear. Perhaps he should call her the grey ghost. The pallid green ghost did not have the same ring. "Will you attend the ball, Mrs. Pennard?" he asked when he had the chance. "Oh, yes, my lord, I always do. So kind. Of course, I do not dance much. Such exertion as one gets older, and unpleasant to perspire, but I do enjoy a quieter set." "And you, Miss Finch?" "I will not attend." Mrs. Pennard obliged with the protests. "Oh, but you must, my dear. The Dowager will be most disappointed if you do not." Miss Finch frowned. "Why? Will she need my services?" "She likes to see people enjoying her Christmas ball," Gabriel said. "It has a long tradition, and it's been the spark for a number of happy unions. You can have no objections to a ball, can you?" "I don't think it's suitable for someone in my position, my lord." "Mrs. Pennard plans to attend," he reminded her. Her lips tightened in annoyance at being caught out on that. "I didn't mean to imply—" "Oh, of course not, dear," Mrs. Pennard said, patting her hands. "And I'm sure in some houses ladies such as we would not be invited. But I assure you that's not the case at Holborn. You will be welcome, indeed obliged, to attend." "Then of course I must." Surely no other lady had heard sentence of dancing with a heavier heart. Gabriel's idle interest turned to sharp curiosity. "Who are you, Finch? What is your story?" "Do you perhaps need practice in dancing, Miss Finch?" he asked. "We have a day before the ball, and I'm sure any number of people would enjoy an afternoon dancing party to learn some new steps." "I will attend, my lord, but I won't dance. I assume that is not an obligation." "Goodness, dear, do you have moral objections?" Mrs. Pennard asked. "I simply do not care to dance." Distinctly harried, the Finch rose. "Excuse me, I must see if Lady Holly requires anything. She went to the Dowager. A moment later, she left the room. Full retreat. Odd lass, Mrs. Pennard said. Never know what's going on in her head, but very obliging. In general, Gabriel wouldn't indulge in this sort of gossip, but he felt the need. Do you know her background? Daughter of a clergyman or such? A country family, I believe, squirearchy, but I've heard no details. She lowered her voice. It's clear she's a charity case, of course. Probably gaming. Father ruined, blew out his brains, left daughter destitute. It wasn't impossible, but Mrs. Pennard had a taste for overblown drama. Or simple misfortune or mismanagement. He'd mind Mrs. Pennard for all she had to offer, and was pleased when the chaplain came to invite her to make up a table for whist. 3 tables were forming, but Gabriel evaded involvement there. He had a wager in hand. He'd wanted a word with Roxy, but she must have already left. Lady Holborn was merely supervising the whist, so when all was settled he went to her. A word with you, Aunt Elizabeth? He'd called her that since a lad. She smiled and sat on a sofa, a comfortable distance from the other non-players. Are you about to confess a sin, Gabriel? Would you give me absolution? Probably. I've never known you do anyone harm. The Dowager is already brighter for your arrival. Then I'm pleased, but that leads to my topic. Miss Finch. She pulled a face, sighing. Do you know her background? He asked. When she frowned, he said, I'm not digging for gossip. I want to make Lady Holly happier. She's invited a couple of ladies to the ball with an eye to matchmaking. Might it not serve to add Miss Finch to the number? Lady Holborn was startled but quick. Find her a husband? But who would be interested? Well, she's not entirely an antidote, Gabriel said, surprised by a spurt of annoyance. And before I meddle there, I need to know who Miss Finch is. Ah, I see. No, we wouldn't want to countenance a misalliance. You'll have to ask Lady Holly. She said a friend had asked her to take in a lady who'd been left destitute. But of good family. I assume so. Herefordshire? Or Hertfordshire, does it matter? She has the manners of a lady from birth, but no money. I wish her well, but rate her chances slim. She'll present better in a fetching gown. If one was found, she'd not wear it. I've offered to improve her wardrobe and been frozen out. He knew women who lacked taste, and others who chose sober styles for moral reasons. But why would any woman choose to be badly and bleakly dressed when offered an alternative? Pride? He was sure the offer had been made tactfully. She's a servant, he said bluntly. If Lady Holly and you insist that she dresses suitably for the ball, she'll have to bend. Or break. What are you up to? You think I'm expending this effort in a cruel trick? I want Lady Holly happy, and though I don't have her blissful view of marriage, surely a suitable one would improve Miss Finch's state. Lady Holborn considered and then said, Very well. I see nothing wrong with your trying, as long as you don't press her too strongly. You seem to have overlooked a substantial obstacle, however. I'm sure she owns no suitable gowns, and it's far too late to obtain one. Any obstacle is merely a challenge. I have a plan. She rolled her eyes. When any of you boys said that, it predicted disaster. He chuckled. I can think of many, but this won't be one. Sobering, he asked, Would Kim welcome a visit? Her face revealed the depth of her concern. I don't know. He does speak to us, but through the door. I fear he thinks his wounds make him unfit to be seen. It's as if he's retreated into a shell, and none of us knows how to break it, or whether he wants us to. Or, she added, If shattering it might do him harm. I see. I know any number of men left scarred by the war, and not always visibly. I'll send him a note to say I'm here, but I'll leave it at that unless he invites me. Thank you. Perhaps someone new? Someone not directly of the family. As for Miss Finch, I could make it clear to her that she's expected to attend the ball, but might that not be cruel, given the state of her gowns? I'll make sure she is suitably clothed and presented. You suddenly have miraculous powers? Am I not named after an angel? Not all angels are on the side of good, she pointed out. She glanced behind him and rose. I see a footman looking portentous, probably some problem with supper. She fixed him with a stern look. I shall be very angry if you make Miss Finch unhappy, Gabriel. I promise I won't do that. Alone again, Gabriel surveyed the room. 12 were playing whist, and Miss Minchingham was still at the piano, looking annoyed to be abandoned to the task. Best to leave before she summoned him to her aid. Problem with supper or not, Holborn Abbey was calm and quiet once he'd closed the drawing-room door. He remembered how much he'd always enjoyed strolling about the house at night, when the servants were mostly below stairs or asleep, and family members were in various rooms, leaving the corridors deserted. Why not? Oil lamps hung in the main corridors at night. They were widely spaced, leaving areas of darkness, but they gave enough light for a stroll. He headed to his right, leaving the hall for a quiet corridor. He paused at the short passageway that led to the solid oak door into the old tower, where Kim had gone into hiding. When the first Earl had set about building a grand new house to suit his station, he'd wanted it on top of Abbey Hill, which gave a view for miles around. The hill had once held an abbey, a well-defended one, for this area was close enough to the Scottish border to be raided. The abbey had been dissolved in the 16th century, and the Strettons had been given the land. They'd built themselves a handsome manor house near the river, using stone from the abbey until only the tall watchtower remained, a jagged memorial to the violent past. The first Earl had brought in men to tear it down, but the local people had been thrown into an uproar. They called it the Lucky Tower, and according to them it had survived because it had blessed properties and protected the area from all harm. Instead of trampling on their feelings, the first Earl had persuaded them to let him repair the tower, and then he'd incorporated it into one end of Holborn Abbey. According to the story, he'd said, "Only a fool tears down blessings." Sensible people, the Strettons. Kim had been sensible once. Gabriel thought of knocking, even hammering on his door, but it was late, and he didn't know what would help and what would harm. He suddenly wondered if Kim had walled himself off not only to lick his wounds, but to protect the rest of the household from whatever demons weighed him down. He climbed the north staircase, and then passed the library to go into the long gallery, where family portraits hung along with other fine works of art. Holborn Abbey was less than a century old, but it had a deep mellowness. It came from excellent design and well-chosen furnishings, but he thought it also came from generations of good and mostly happy people. The place was having its soothing effect, but that made him realize how rattled he'd been by his own family's situation. The Quinfroys weren't close or warm, and he rubbed along with his brother, Cramp, because they rarely met. All the same, he didn't like to think of the irritation Cramp's wife seemed likely to bring, and he realized he wished Cramp had married for love. He was as bad as Lady Holly, but truly, if people did marry, it was better that they loved. He wondered if part of the reason for his sister-in-law's vinegary nature came from knowing she'd been married for her money. If so, she'd not have been sweetened when she realized that until the Duke's death, she'd be second in command to a bullying duchess. Was it fair to attempt to push the Finch into marriage for the convenience of others? She must at least find a congenial husband. What sort of man would that be? Disturbing to realize he had no idea. He doubted the grey ghost facade was the whole of her. He continued through the gallery and onward, along corridors and up and down stairs, enjoying furniture and paintings that were old favourites, as well as a few that were new. Somewhere along the way, the odd notion came to him that he might like a home. He had rooms in town, and they housed some objects and art of which he was fond, but he couldn't say his rooms were truly a home. Perhaps it hadn't struck him before, because the only other home he was likely to have would be Straith, and it was a ghastly place. In fact, home to him had always meant Holborn. He rolled that new idea around in his head as he walked. He didn't hunger to own Holborn Abbey, but the idea of owning something of the sort unfurled in his mind. He had money. He could purchase something. A much simpler place, of course, a manor house, close to London, and the life he enjoyed there. He didn't want a substantial estate to run, but a home farm would be pleasant, along with a decent-sized park. He paused by a rather primitive painting of Stretton Manor, the modest Tudor house that had been built near the river. The painting was probably Jacobean, judging by the clothing of the 3 riders approaching the house. A woman stood at the door, and 3 children ran as if to welcome Papa home. He shook himself, as if escaping a spell. If a manor house meant wife and children, it was better avoided. And indeed, why else would any man want such a place? He turned away and saw a skirt disappear around a corner. A dull green skirt. He pursued. When he turned the corner, she was walking briskly away. He almost ran after her, but came to his senses and called. "Miss Finch?" She halted and turned, as she must. He strolled to join her. "My lord?" she asked. The distantly spaced lighting gave her smooth features interesting contours. "So, you too enjoy walking the house in the quiet hours," he said. When he saw a flicker of alarm, he added, "I don't accuse you of anything. I've always found it pleasant. It's a comfortable house, despite its grander aspects." She relaxed a little. "It is, my lord, and I enjoy the exercise. The park is pleasant too, not with inches of snow on the ground. Perhaps you need sturdier footwear. And shorter skirts." The tart note made him smile. "Women are unfairly dressed, are they not?" "Women are unfairly treated in a great many ways, my lord. Good night." She dipped a curtsy and walked away, leaving him surprised. Was he the sort of popinjay who thought every young woman should blush and simper if he spoke to her? No, but it was generally the case. He watched her until she turned out of sight, noting a pleasing vigour that probably meant she was accustomed to enjoying more exercise than she got here. Even when the weather was suitable for outdoor walks, the dowager would merely stroll near the house for a half-hour or so. No, the grey ghost wasn't the real Finch. The tart, brisk woman he'd just encountered would be much better off wed, and his challenge was to get her to the ball suitably dressed. Chapter 3. Gabriel planned his campaign, which would begin with a ride over to Hayward Hall to coax Roxy to help him. As he sat to breakfast, however, she arrived, so he drew her aside. "Bad news?" she asked, which was odd. "Of course not." "Oh," she laughed, as if nervous, which was most unlike her. Roxanne Hayward had never allowed being female to hinder her. She'd shrugged off all limitations imposed on women and lived life to the fullest. So what was worrying her now? He couldn't imagine, and he had his plan. He was realizing that Roxy was the exact opposite of his grey ghost, which could be a fatal flaw. "I need a gown," he said, "and I hoped you might have one I could borrow. A ball gown." She stared at him. "Whatever jape you're planning, I've nothing that would fit." He laughed. "Not for me. For a ghost. No, I'm not mad. Do you know Miss Finch? The Dowager's new companion? Ghost. Yes, I see. She's to attend the Christmas ball, but has nothing suitable to wear." "Why are you involved in this?" she frowned. "It's not some trickery, is it?" "Why the deuce does everyone assume I'd indulge in cruel jokes?" She blinked at him. "I suppose it is unfair. It's only that you seem so light." "Better than dark, surely." "Yes, I'm sorry. I have a number of distracting matters at the moment." "Unlikely, I know. But is there anything I can do to help?" She smiled. "Probably not. But I'm glad you're around, Gabriel." It seemed an odd thing to say, for he knew nothing of estate management or any local problems she might face. Best to stick to the matter in hand. "I judge that you and Miss Finch are of a size and height," he said, "so I'm shamelessly asking you to donate a ball gown to her cause. And before you question my motives again, it's in the faint hope of marrying her off so that Lady Holly can hire someone more in tune with her nature." "Ah, I see. Yes. Well, you're welcome to any of them except for a few of my newest gowns, but I don't have time to hunt through them with you. There are matters to do with snow and sheep. But if you want to ride back with me, I'll have my maid help you." "Thank you. I'll be with you shortly." They were soon walking to the stables, talking of the weather and the chances of the ball coming off as it should, and then Gabriel enjoyed a brisk ride cross-country to Hayward Hall. As soon as they were inside, Roxy said, "I'll summon my maid. She knows which are new or favourites, and there are any number of older ones. I never have time to sift through and decide what to get rid of." "Thank you." She smiled. "I am glad you're here, Gabriel. You always make things brighter." "As a talent, that's not too bad a one." "No, it's not." In minutes, he was following a plump middle-aged maid to Roxy's rooms, which he'd never had occasion to visit. Clearly, she hadn't expended much effort on refurbishment. The decoration and furnishings looked generations old. He rather liked it. "The order clothes are in this press, my lord," the maid said, pulling out the top drawer of 5. "I've been trying to get Miss Roxy to give some away. I'd be pleased to be rid of dozens." Gabriel was tempted to carry off a whole new plumage for the Finch, but he'd be cautious in the first step. "I need a ball gown," he said, and the maid began pulling out muslin-wrapped bundles to put on the bed. He peeled back the wrappings on one and found a confection of rainbow silk. "Not so flamboyant." "Miss Roxy does like bright, my lord." "Ah!" The next shroud revealed ivory and pearls. Too virginal. Not that the lady isn't," he added quickly, "but she's nearer 30 than 20. The maid replaced the offerings, shut the drawer, and began on the next. Gabriel kept out a blue, though he wasn't sure the vibrant shade would do, and a buttercup yellow satin, muted by an overslip of white gauze. It felt too flighty, but perhaps the Finch should take flight. Then the maid unwrapped a green. His first reaction was rejection, because it reminded him too much of her dismal evening gown. But then he reconsidered. It was a soft moss green and beautifully made, with details of beading and embroidery. All the same, it was quiet. "Unusual for Miss Hayward," he commented. "She takes this start to be different sometimes, my lord, but generally regrets it. That one's years out of fashion. It'd need a lot of refurbishment to be acceptable now." It was indeed old-fashioned, falling simply from the high waist to the floor. The square neckline was modest, and the short sleeves would fully conceal the shoulders, but he was beginning to think it was just the thing. The green silk was sprigged with green flowers of the same shade, giving a plain first impression, but the rich texture soon became apparent. Neckline and hem were enlivened by delicate beadwork, again in the same shade. Under candlelight, or in motion as in a dance, the beads would shine. "It's perfect as is," he said, and saw the maid's thought, that some poor lady shouldn't have entrusted this task to him. He hoped she was wrong. A bright, fashionable gown would be too much of a change for Miss Finch, but this wouldn't startle. It could even be something of her own from better days. "A pair of long gloves, if you please, and our work is done." Roxy came in then. "Progress?" Then she asked, "That one?" as surprised as her maid. "Not one of your treasured favourites, I hope?" "I'm surprised it's still here. I had it made in a low period. It's beyond hope." "Not at all." He took the pair of long white gloves and thanked the maid. "If you're sure," Roxy said. "Tessa, find something for Lord Gabriel to carry the gown in on horseback." When the woman had gone, she added, "If Miss Finch throws it in your face, you can return to plunder again." She touched the gown. Odd how time passes, isn't it? Natural, I'd say. I mean, how things change. Fashion? Us? She glanced at him. We're none of us the people we were as children. Oh, what nonsense I'm talking. No. Kim is much changed. Yes. The maid returned with a satchel. Ah, perfect. As the maid carefully folded the muslin-wrapped gown away, Roxy asked, "Have you spoken to him?" "No. I sent a message to say I was available, but he hasn't replied. He'll come out of it eventually. He has to." "Yes," she said, but with the same doubts he felt. One problem at a time, he reminded himself, and the Finch's plumage was the more urgent. He thanked Roxy and rode back to Holborn with his prize. He stored it in his room and plotted the next steps. He had two goals: to talk to Lady Holly without the Finch nearby in order to learn more about her, and to get the Finch alone so he could persuade her to wear the gown. Unfortunately, the Finch took her duty to attend Lady Holly seriously, and he couldn't hover all day hoping they would separate. He was obliged to take part in the amusements provided for guests, and even assist with them. As everyone in the family was busy, he hosted an afternoon billiards party for some of the gentlemen. After dinner, he lay in wait. He took up position on a bench in the long gallery, armed with a decanter of port and 2 glasses. The gallery was excellent for walking, and a natural passage between different parts of the house. Chapter 4. The clock struck 10:30 before the door at one end opened, and she came through. She closed the door and walked briskly along the gallery, not noticing him. He rose. "Miss Finch?" She started, and then stared, hand to chest. "Oh, my lord, you alarmed me." "My apologies. May I offer you wine?" "No, thank you." She turned, but he said, "Don't go." She turned back. "Why not?" "I have a matter to discuss with you." "At night? Here?" He smiled. "On my honour, Miss Finch, I have no designs on your virtue." "Why should I believe that when you've been brought here to seduce innocent young ladies out of their good sense?" "But not out of their virtue." "Unless they're weak." "Then I will be strong." "You do have a low opinion of me, don't you?" "A rake and a rascal?" she quoted at him, with that brisk tartness he was coming to admire. "I'm not a model of chastity," he said, "but I don't seduce and I don't ruin, and I do need to discuss something with you." Then we can do so tomorrow, in the garden, in full view of the house. You have your duties to Lady Holly, and the slush will soil your gown. It's to do with the Christmas ball. She went still, but that meant she wasn't leaving. You are to attend, I believe, but I suspect you don't have a suitable gown. As the Dowager's companion, what I have on will do. It will not, and you know it. I have nothing else, my lord, so it will have to. You know I don't wish to attend. But when you do, you should be suitably dressed. He gestured to himself. Am I not Gabriel? I do hope you're not about to announce the hand of God, my lord. She startled a laugh out of him. Only a gown, for you. Had there been a flicker of echoing amusement? If so, it had disappeared. And how have you achieved that? She asked. Honourably, I assure you, and I lay you a guinea that you'll like it. A glint appreciated his challenge. You'll lose. Shall we put it to the test? She glanced around. Where is it? Your bedroom? No, sir. How clumsy you think me. I've put it in the library. A room, yes, but a public one, and we can leave the door open. It will only take a moment for you to come to a conclusion. She hesitated, as wary as a finch, but alert as a hawk. Then she said, Very well, I could use an extra guinea. She set off at a brisk pace. Gabriel abandoned the port and followed. What a fine, clear spirit shone beneath the shrouds. He'd gambled on no one wanting to use the library at night, and left the gown spread out on the central table beneath the light of a number of lamps. She halted when she saw it. Surprised? He asked, coming up behind her. It's quite plain. Disappointed? She turned. When she realized how close he was, she backed away before turning and walking up to the table. No. Because, you see, it isn't entirely plain. Of course, you might object to it being years out of date. I might. But she reached out and touched the silk before pulling her hand back again. How honest are you, Miss Finch? He was referring teasingly to their wager, but she turned sharply to him. Completely. Suddenly he knew. He reviewed things she'd said and words she'd reacted to. Who betrayed you? He asked. Stupidly. She fled. He raced after and blocked the door. Don't, please, I mean you no harm. Suddenly tongue-tied, he managed, I wish I could thrash whoever it was. My lord, please. Finch. Damnation, what's your first name? Come on, you know mine. That's because you're a duke's son. Lady Holly will tell me. Her lips went tight, but then she said, Cleo. The muse of history. Your father was a scholar. My father is a landed gentleman of as little education as he could get away with. My mother thought classical names would elevate the family. Her father was alive. Now he felt sure of the story. Some man had ruined her, and her family, the ones seeking elevation, had thrown her out. Had she borne a bastard? He wanted to thrash someone, to fight battles for her honour. Where had this madness come from? Concentrate on the purpose at hand. She was no longer trying to run away, so he could relax and speak more moderately. Please, take the gown. You'll feel more comfortable at the ball, and you'll note I've chosen one that's superficially plain and old-fashioned. It could easily be a gown you've worn in the past. Chosen? From what heavenly storehouse? Do they have wardrobes in paradise? I coaxed it from Miss Hayward, who is happy to be rid of it. You'll wear it? I can't afford a guinea. He'd forgotten the wager. I'll take a substitute. She tensed again. What games had her seducer played with her? She was expecting him to demand a kiss. "To see your hair," he said. She touched her cap. "My hair? Why?" "Because I don't think you'd show me your knees or anything even more adventurous." "Are you never serious?" "As little as possible. I'm not so much angel as jester." "Well?" She rolled her eyes, but undid the bow beneath her chin and took off the cap to reveal neatly pinned dark hair. It looked thick and wavy. Without thinking, he reached and pulled out a pin. He'd taken out two when she started and moved out of reach. "Stop that!" He raised his hands, shocked at himself, but he couldn't ignore that for a moment there she'd been as enthralled as he, and then she'd reacted as he might want her to react if he were... Good God. "You'll wear the gown?" he asked. It came out rather hoarsely. "Please?" She glanced between the gown and him, eyes wide, 3 locks of hair sliding down to torment him. She was feeling everything that he felt, including disbelief and alarm. She dashed to the table, grabbed the gown and gloves, and headed for the door. He was in the way. He stepped back, but she still brushed close enough to send a shock through him. When she'd left, he went to the door and watched her walk away. A long tress slithered down her back. She paused to try to tuck it up again, failed, and continued. That thick, rich hair must fall to her waist when freed. He realized she'd dropped the cap on the carpet. He picked it up. Many women wore caps, certainly when married, but often when single and of a certain age. They need not be as plain as this. Cleo Finch had been hurt and betrayed so badly that she was trying to be invisible. But beneath the grey ghost lay a vibrantly alive woman, and he was reacting to her in an extraordinary way. He shook his head and extinguished the lamps. She wasn't a woman for unmarried pleasure, and she was certainly not one for marriage. A nobody would be scandalous enough, but a ruined one? His family would refuse to meet her. With a wry smile, he saw the advantages of that, but it wouldn't do. If he were a more ordinary specimen, perhaps no one would delve into his wife's background, but he was the very wealthy son of a duke. His marriage would be a 9 days' wonder, and the Tom would hunt down every detail about his wife. All he could do for Cleo Finch was get her married to a suitably undistinguished gentleman. That way she'd have a chance of happiness, and he wouldn't be tempted towards disaster. But, he realized, if her scandal was public knowledge, it could make any marriage impossible. Tomorrow he must get the full story out of Lady Holly before the fateful ball. Chapter 5. The next day the house was in ferment with last-minute preparations for the ball, but there was something else in the air, something out of tune and ominous. Kim hadn't responded to his note. Edward had been in a harried mood, and then disappeared, and even Aunt Elizabeth seemed distracted by more than the preparation of the ballroom and food for the supper. Gabriel couldn't even question Lady Holly. For once, she was unattended by Cleo Finch, but ensconced in a chair in the hall, supervising the enhancement of the decorations there, or rather, interfering. Gabriel decided his good deed for now could be to distract her. He moved a chair beside her. "Dear heart, stop harrying the troops." "Why? I enjoy it." "But they're not your troops anymore." She pulled a face at him, but didn't argue. "Where's the Finch?" he asked. "Acting as courier?" "I sent her to spy on the kitchens." "Cruel. She'll be shot." "Will she attend the ball?" "It seems so. I gather you persuaded Roxy Hayward to lend her a gown." "An easy task." "Since you have meddled that far, I expect you to dance with her." Your wish is my command. And my pleasure. Perhaps he could learn something here. Is she accustomed to dancing? I doubt she'll shame you, she said, but she was glaring across the hall. Look at that. We have always put the gilded roses over the fireplace for the ball. He distracted her by asking, Herefordshire or Hertfordshire? What? I have been told by one person that Miss Finch comes from Herefordshire and another Hertfordshire. There's a considerable difference. Hertfordshire. What is it to you? Don't make trouble. Trouble? You're up to something, she said. But her reaction had been alarm. His suspicions were true. Before he could probe further, she said, Go and tell them to put those roses where they ought to be. He'd get no secrets from Lady Holly here, especially not in this mood. So he did as bad, even more concerned about the storms brewing at the Abbey. He hoped the ball would be accomplished without an explosion. Cleo Finch emerged from the rear of the house and went to report to Lady Holly. Gabriel walked over to join them, but Cleo rose again and went to the harpsichord that sat in one corner of the hall. It was rarely played, but she began a sprightly performance of traditional Christmas songs. The pianoforte was more complex and sonorous, but the plucked strings of the harpsichord suited the old music. As the holly and the ivy and God rest ye merry gentlemen tinkled out, people smiled and jigged in time as they worked. She played very well. He suddenly envisioned a manor house filling with music well played. He turned and left the hall, seeking refuge elsewhere. Anywhere. In the late afternoon, he compelled a private word with Lady Holly. He went to her room and claimed to want to discuss some private family matters. Off you go, Finch, Lady Holly said. I'm sure you need time to prepare for the ball. As soon as they were alone, Lady Holly said, What problem do you have? In as truculent a manner as he'd ever heard. What has you out of curl, my dear? Oh, I'm just being silly, but I had such hopes. Caro and Camden were supposed to be here. I've been so worried about her. Gabriel knew there was reason to worry. The couple lived separate lives in town, and he doubted Camden could afford Caro's extravagant ways. But he made it a golden rule never to meddle in marriages. He'd have thought Lady Holly felt the same. I need to talk about Miss Finch, he said. Why? If she's to be introduced to the locality, shouldn't we know more about her? If I countenance her, who is to question her? My dear, he said gently, if there's any possibility of her engaging a gentleman's interest, it becomes important. She sighed, and he could swear her sprig of mistletoe drooped. I know. I never thought she'd want to attend, and if she did, in her unbecoming way of dressing. So his meddling had caused this problem. What's her story? He asked. It's not mine to share. Then let me guess. Some handsome schemer seduced her for amusement. She believed his claims of love, but once he'd had his way, he abandoned her. She stared at him, distressed. How did you know? A few things she said. Put together with the rest, it seemed bound to be true. Did she bear a bastard? No, thank heavens, but her foolish family cast her out. If they'd explained away her absence, all might have been well. She came into the care of a friend of mine just when I'd written to complain of Bunting abandoning me, so she asked me to take her in. So, if anyone looked into her background, they'd discover all. Perhaps not. Northumberland is a long way from Hertfordshire. Word gets around, my dear. These days people travel up and down the country on a whim, and half the world gathers in town for the season. She sighed again. Best if she doesn't attend the ball, then. I could claim to be ill and need her attention. And miss your 50th Christmas ball? I have a better idea. I'll add Miss Finch to my ladies and attend to her so devotedly that other gentlemen will be warned off. She brightened. Would you? But what about later? You'll have raised hopes. Will you then jilt her? I'll make sure she understands, and for the world's eyes I'll make it clear she refused me, having come to her senses. Who'd believe someone like Miss Finch would turn down the son of a duke? Anyone with sense. I'm not marrying material. He took her hand and kissed it. Don't fret, dear heart. I'll make sure your Christmas ball is a perfect success. It should not be a great challenge, but Gabriel prepared for the ball, feeling as if he faced Waterloo. His light-hearted wager with Edward had created possible disaster. Something was amiss with his friend, and Kim's situation felt like a keg of gunpowder, needing only a spark. He scandalized his valet by pulling on a pair of boots and going down to leave the house near the Lucky Tower. There was the well-worn spot on the tower wall, where for centuries the local people had rubbed the stone for good luck or blessings. He circled his fingers there, calling down peace and joy on Holborn. Cleo read Lord Gabriel's note, and was very inclined to cry off from the ball. So, she was an object of shame, was she, from which gentlemen must be protected? To her alarm, she was also inclined to weep. She had brought this situation on herself by her stupidity and wickedness, and she'd accepted the consequence, that she must be grateful to live quietly for the rest of her life. But she'd never expected to meet someone like Lord Gabriel. It didn't help to know that he charmed women as carelessly as he breathed. She was charmed, and so she raged against her fate. Oh, don't be silly. He'd never marry you if you were a beauty of perfect virtue, and if you had any sense, you'd not want him to. She looked at the gown, spread out on the bed, unable to ignore the fact that he'd gone to some effort to get it, and had chosen well. He must care a little. Very well. She'd wear it to the ball, and she'd enjoy his attentions in full awareness that he was play-acting. She'd never have another opportunity to frolic like that again. Gabriel was to escort Lady Holly into the dinner that preceded the ball, at her command. This is my 50th Christmas ball, and I'll begin the evening on the arm of the most handsome man present. That was going to cause some disruption in protocol, but Aunt Elizabeth would cope. They gathered in the hall. Lady Holly was magnificent in red silk, including a turban pinned with a holly brooch made of emeralds and diamonds, a gift from Lord and Lady Holborn. Even so, Gabriel saw concern in her eyes, and wasn't surprised, for not long before, Caro had arrived. Alone. Caro said her husband was on his way, delayed by important matters in town, but how many believed that? Perhaps a divorce was in the offing. That was bad enough, but something else had Lady Holly out of curl. What else could be going wrong? Caro was brittle in her good spirits. Aunt Elizabeth was watching everything as if alert for a gunpowder explosion, and Lady Holly was frowning. One of Lady Holly's last-chance brides, Miss Langsdale, had arrived for dinner in excellent spirits, on the arm of Lord Harris. Gabriel didn't think she needed his help to have roses in her cheeks, and he'd think Lady Holly would be cock-a-hoop. Was she peevish because her assistance hadn't been needed? Then Gabriel saw Mrs. Tremaine look at Edward. The twice-widowed lady had arrived a day ago in an aura of mystery. It probably simply came from her having spent a great many years in India, but now Gabriel wondered exactly what she was up to. Then another guest, Lord Kelsey, claimed to feel unwell and dashed up to his room. Were they all to be felled by food poisoning? The elderly chaplain was summoned to take Kelsey's place at table, and then they all processed into the dining room to God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, played on the harpsichord by one of the professional musicians. Gabriel hoped nothing would dismay them all tonight. The man played no better than Cleo, who was looking wonderful in the gown. She was behind him in the procession, but he'd noted at first glance that the embroidery and beading shimmered by candlelight exactly as he'd thought they would. Her hair was uncovered and neatly dressed, decorated with pearl pins. She wore modest pearls around her neck and at her ears. Borrowed? They might be her own, taken with her when she was cast out. For this occasion, Lady Holly's place was at the head of the table, with Lady Holborn taking a seat in the middle. Gabriel seated her, and then nipped down the table to the seat he'd arranged at Cleo's side. She was startled, but then she smiled warmly. For a moment, he forgot that they were playing parts. He hadn't prepared for the effect of having her by his side for over an hour. For the effect of light conversation and the brushing touches as they were served and reached for glasses. For her ease. Where had the grey ghost gone? It was as if she'd thrown off a disguise and was revealed to be a lost princess. A pity he had fat Lady Claymont on his other side, demanding an ear for endless chatter whenever she could. He smiled and nodded as she went on, keeping an eye on the table, though heaven knows what he could do if anything went amiss. The alluring Mrs. Tremaine was a few seats to his right, so he couldn't tell what she was doing, but he caught one hot look from Edward in that direction that had him wanting to sound an alarm bell. There was nothing impossible about the attraction, but then why did it seem Edward was eyeing forbidden fruit? Lord Holborn, bless him, claimed Lady Claymont's attention, and Gabriel turned back to Cleo. Quietly he asked the question that had been plaguing him since the dinner began. "How is it that you weren't snapped up in your teens?" She blushed a little, but also laughed. "There's no need for such flattery." "It's not flattery. I'm truly curious. If not in your teens, then years ago." She looked down at her plate and cut through some meat. "I was. He died." Dolt not to have thought of that. Her dismal clothing could even be mourning. "My condolences." "Military?" "Yes. Not in a famous battle. In a skirmish somewhere in Spain. 3 years ago." "But you still feel it?" She looked up at him. "I always will, but I am not sunk in grief." "May I know his name?" "Michael Partington. His family lives close to mine. We'd known each other all our lives, though he was 4 years older." She picked up her wine-glass and sipped. It was hard to have him gone from the world. I had not seen him for over a year, but we wrote. His last letter arrived after the news of his death. He took her left hand in his beneath the table. "I'm sorry you had to endure that." She gently disengaged. "Many did. Let's not talk more of it, or I'll cast a pall over the evening with tears." He wanted to take her in his arms and let her weep, but he smiled. "We'll be enthusiasts for Christmas frolics, then." As if summoned, a flurry brought Caro's husband, Camden, apologising but looking at his wife in a way that carried hope. The chaplain was sitting at Caro's side. He immediately offered his place. "There is no difficulty at all, sir, I assure you. I have eaten very well already." After much demurring and persuading, the chaplain left, and Camden sat in his place as new dishes and cutlery were provided. "One situation improved," Gabriel said quietly to Cleo. "Lady Caroline and her husband are at least not stabbing one another with forks." "2 situations," she said. Mr. Lupscombe does not eat large meals. He'll be much happier away from here. Do you think Lord Brentford and Miss Hayward will make a match of it? Gabriel glanced their way, surprised. It would be an excellent match in practical terms, joining two large estates, but he'd never thought of it. In the past, Roxy had shown a preference for Kim, but perhaps that was over now. Was she taking Edward as substitute? That might not be good. And what of Mrs. Tremaine? He told himself there was nothing he could do, but damn it, he cared about what happened to the Stretton family. They were his anchor in the world. When the ladies left, the atmosphere eased a little. Were women always a cause of turmoil among men? Talk turned to politics, with local gentlemen keen to hear what Camden had to say. By the time they rose from the table, more guests were arriving for the ball. Servants were taking greatcoats and cloaks, and in the room set aside for it, guests were changing their outdoor footwear for dancing slippers. Gabriel went to the ballroom, still alert for dangers he could avert, but mostly anticipating spending as much of the night as was decent, with Cleo Finch. Chapter 6. The minuet was falling out of fashion, but Lady Holly's Christmas ball always began with one. Nowadays, it was particularly slowly paced, so that she could take part, and she danced it with Colonel Percy, who was almost of an age with her, and willing to flirt. Gabriel led out Cleo, who confessed to having rarely danced it, but managed well enough. An expert partner is certainly an advantage, she said, as they slid past each other, eyes locked. Polished in every social perfection. She chuckled, eyes bright, cheeks tinted by natural good spirits. When the dance was over, he had to surrender her, but there was no shortage of candidates for her hand. She was flustered for a moment, but then strolled off with a young sprig, probably because he seemed harmless. Gabriel hoped that was true. Miss Langsdale didn't need his help, and the other young charity case, Miss Fenton, had failed to appear. Aunt Elizabeth came over. Will you ask Miss Kelsey to dance, Gabriel? The poor girl's brother has deserted her, and she's rather shy. Of course. He was duly introduced, and though Miss Kelsey seemed overwhelmed, she blushed and agreed. The dance was a lively country one, and she'd been well trained in such things, so he could work at putting her at her ease. He thought he succeeded. Certainly she did not lack for partners for the next. He was too late to claim Cleo for the next set, and her partner this time was older and smiling at her dangerously, but he could hardly drag her away. Looking around, he noticed that Edward and Roxy had disappeared. He tried to be pleased, but he didn't feel that was the right union for either. Then he realized Mrs. Tremaine was also absent. He was tempted to go in search, but why get himself blown up? Whatever was going on, there was nothing he could do. He partnered safe Mrs. Alsop. Then he secured Cleo again. As they strolled about the room, waiting for the next set to begin, he asked, Enjoying yourself? She smiled. Yes, I determined to, you see. There won't be many such occasions. There'll be another Christmas ball next year. I probably won't be here by then. Lady Holly is very kind, but I don't suit her, and the situation doesn't suit me. I'd prefer to be more useful. Useful? You mean as a governess? What horror, she teased. I don't think I'm suited to be a teacher, but there must be truly useful work to be done, perhaps for the poor in London. Good God! She laughed in surprise. It horrifies you? I wouldn't want. All kinds of idiotic words almost spilled out. You wouldn't want to do such work, I see that, but as I can't take a more conventional path, I'd like my life to have a purpose. But you'd prefer conventional? Marriage, children and such? Stop it. You can't offer her that. I suppose I would, but I'd still want to help those in need, having been in need, not of my daily bread, but needing help, which I generously received. I see. I don't suppose you do. I wouldn't have before my life fell into pieces. He couldn't help it. He paused them in a corner where no one was nearby. What led you to it, Cleo? If he wooed you, why not demand marriage? She turned away to look at the crowded room. I don't intend to talk about it, Lord Gabriel. Her statement was absolute, and he had to respect it. However, her position showed him the nape of her neck, where soft curls brushed small, gleaming pearls against her creamy skin, which he desperately wanted to kiss. The gown's neckline rode some inches lower, giving a glimpse of her spine and inviting completely improper visions of her naked back down to her rounded bottom. She liked to walk, and she danced lightly and with ease. She'd be lithe and lovely by candlelight in his bed. He forced sanity on himself, welcoming the summons to the next dance, and that it was a lively reel. He was in danger of doing something disastrous. Then he saw Edward come into the room with Mrs. Tremaine, and the woman was extraordinarily dressed in an Indian sari. Outrageous, but she looked magnificent. Edward said something to the musicians, and the music changed to a waltz. Edward and Mrs. Tremaine moved smilingly into the steps. They might as well have made an announcement then and there. But what of poor Roxy? Had she had hopes? Was that why she'd left the company? Perhaps he should offer his battered heart to her. But then, bright with delight, Roxy came in with Kim in his regimentals. Kim's scars and limp shocked Gabriel, but he couldn't feel sorrowful when his friend looked so happy as he and Roxy joined the dance. Everyone watched the two couples dance, entranced by each other, but Aunt Elizabeth sent him an urgent look. "I assume you can waltz," he said, and drew Cleo out onto the floor. After a startled moment she complied, and then other couples joined. "How extraordinary," Cleo said, turning gracefully in his arms. She probably meant the situation, but he agreed with respect to the dance. Many thought it scandalous, and perhaps it was, but he'd never found it so marvellous before. The dance was over too soon. Gabriel should be seeking his next partner, but he took Cleo with him when he went to congratulate Kim and Roxy, and then Edward and his lady. "We were in love many years ago," Edward said, "but we let the chance slip through our fingers. Never again." "Never," Mrs. Tremaine said, looking into his eyes as if nothing else in the world mattered. Chance slipped through our fingers. Then Lord Holborn called for attention, and champagne was being brought around. "Christmastide is a time of joy, and we are all enjoying my dear mother, Lady Holly's 50th Christmas ball." Everyone applauded. "But we have even greater cause for joy. Tonight, not one but both of my sons have found a bride. Edward, Lord Brentford, is to wed Mrs. Lily Tremaine, and Kimball, my younger son, is to wed our dear neighbour, Roxanne Hayward. Let us all toast to their happy futures." Everyone did, and Lady Holly was dabbing her eyes and looking blissful. Gabriel joined in the toast wholeheartedly, but inside something was crying, "Why not for me?" The music struck up again, and he turned to Cleo, but she'd moved away and was about to let some other man lead her into the next dance. Gabriel snatched her away and onto the dance floor. She went, but said, "My lord?" He didn't try to explain, only saying, "Surprisingly good news." I had wondered if Lord Brentford and Miss Hayward were truly suited, but I had no idea of an attachment between her and Mr. Stretton. No one had. They squabbled their way through childhood. Perhaps that's the way it begins. Something in her smile made him ask, "For you too? You said your betrothed was a neighbour." "For me too." The dance started, but Gabriel said desperately, "I want you to be happy, Cleo. You deserve that." She smiled as she moved into the steps, but the sad smile said, "No, I don't." The ball ended at 2, and the guests from nearby departed with lamps on their carriages and outriders carrying extra ones. When all was quiet, Gabriel walked the corridors of the house, half hoping, half fearing an encounter with Cleo Finch. He paused again in front of the picture of Stretton Manor and imagined riding home to find Cleo at the door, smiling a welcome, a child or two running out to meet him. The idea in the abstract had horrified him, but now he yearned. Even without her scandal, it was too early to think of such things, but no one had told his mind or heart that. He could see it. He could feel it. But it was impossible. Not for his sake, but for hers, he reminded himself. She'd be shunned by his world, and probably shunned even by the worthy world she thought she'd find a place in. If she turned up in some city to help the poor, no one would ask questions. Once her story was out, however, the good people involved in such work would drive her away. The world was very unforgiving to a wanton woman. And she had been wanton. Clearly she'd encountered a clever, unscrupulous man, but to run off with him without marriage had been foolish. She was no fool, so she had to have been driven by lust. She had lusted for another man. He turned from the picture and headed back to his room. He'd leave tomorrow and put all this behind him. Chapter 7. The next day started sleepily at Holborn Abbey. Most of the servants had been given leave to rise late, and the guests slept on. Gabriel found himself awake at 10, however, and restless. He'd like to simply leave, especially to avoid another encounter with Cleo, but he needed to take farewell of his hosts and Lady Holly, and he also needed to send for a chaise from the nearby town. He wandered down and found the minimum of a breakfast laid out in the morning room on the ground floor. A footman brought him fresh coffee, and he made do with ham and bread. Morning had not brought sanity. He still wanted to woo Cleo into becoming his bride, but the obstacles remained, and he could see no way around them. He'd thought of their living abroad, but they'd be bound to encounter English people, and the curiosity would start up. Perhaps if they went beyond civilization and changed their names, but he doubted they could be happy that way. He was finishing his second cup of coffee when someone rapped on the front door. The morning room door was open, so he heard a man demand, "Is Miss Finch here?" Gabriel rose and went to observe. The arrival was a raw-boned sort of man, in a heavy greatcoat of good quality. The seducer, racing to correct a wrong? He appeared to be at least 50. The footman was uttering the standard defence. "I will ascertain, sir, if you would wait in here, please." He indicated the reception room across the hall. "But is she here?" A choleric gentleman, and Gabriel had a suspicion. He couldn't say there was a resemblance to Cleo, but perhaps something. He strolled out. "You find the house somnolent, sir, because of a grand ball last night. May I offer you refreshment as you wait? You may want to shed your outerwear." The man looked thwarted, but he let the footman take his greatcoat, gloves and hat. "I'd appreciate a cup of tea, sir." Gabriel nodded to the footman to provide it, and took the man into the morning room. "I'm Lord Gabriel Quinfroy, sir, a connection of the house. And you are?" "Henry Finch, I've been told my daughter is here." There seemed no point in denying it. "She is, sir. She's companion to the Dowager Countess of Holborn." "Ha! So I was told. I'll go odds the lady don't know the truth about her." "I suspect you might lose that bet. Why are you here?" Mr. Finch frowned at the tone. "My daughter. Her welfare." "Yet you seem to have lost her." "Your pardon, my lord, but this is none of your business." The footman brought the tea and laid it out on the table, then looked a question at Gabriel. Gabriel waved him away. "I seem to be the representative of the family at the moment, Mr. Finch, and I am the Dowager's godson, so I can perhaps claim a spiritual connection. Miss Finch has become one of the family and is much valued. Are you come to take her away?" Cleo's father stirred sugar into his tea and drank some. Gabriel didn't like the look of him, but he knew he might be prejudiced. "I am," the man said at last. "She has received a very flattering offer of marriage." Gabriel had to take a moment to absorb that. "How very fortunate. And yet you mentioned a truth we might not know?" "Fensham knows." "The Earl of Fensham?" Gabriel didn't try to keep the astonishment out of his voice. "Know him?" "I know nearly everyone, Mr. Finch. He's buried 3 wives." "Unlucky." "And yet you'd entrust your daughter to his misfortunes?" Mr. Finch jotted out his jaw. "She'll be a countess, and damned lucky to be so." "You think she'll accept this offer?" "Of course she will," the man growled. "What hope is there for her otherwise?" Gabriel poured himself more coffee to buy time to absorb all this. "Lord Fensham doesn't worry about his 4th wife's reputation?" "Rumours only, and if he and we deny them, they'll blow over. Has she been sent for?" Gabriel rose. "I'll go and find out." In the hall, he saw Aunt Elizabeth coming down the stairs. "I understand we have a visitor." "Cleo Finch's father," Gabriel said quietly to her. "Hold his attention while I go and talk to her." "She's probably still in bed." "Never mind." He ran upstairs and then realised he didn't know which room was Cleo's. It would probably be next to Lady Holly's. He picked the most likely door, knocked, and went in. She sat up staring and clutched the covers up high. She wore a plain white nightcap, but her hair was plaited. She was astonishingly beautiful. "What are you doing here?" "Don't scream," he said, shutting the door behind him. "Your father's here." Her eyes widened in alarm. "What? Why?" "Because you've received an offer of marriage from Lord Fensham." "No!" He smiled at her instant horror. "I hope that's refusal rather than disbelief." "Both. I'd never marry him, but why would he even offer?" "Because there aren't many families in the land who'd let him have a daughter after the way he treated his first 3 wives. Your father can't force you." "No, thank heavens. I suppose I must go down and tell him so. Go away so I can dress." He wanted desperately to go to her and kiss her. Good God, they'd not yet kissed. He wanted so much more. He wanted to climb into her bed and ravish her. But first things first. "Wait a moment," he said. "According to your father, your disgrace is only rumours. Can that be true?" "Rumours are bad enough, but not fatal." "What exactly happened, Cleo?" "Why are you angry with me?" "I'm mad with lust for you, and yes, angry that you may have implied a greater ruin than is true." Gabriel made himself calm down and talk sense. "I'm not angry. Irritated, perhaps, desperate for other reasons. Please, tell me the story." She frowned at him but did so. The man, I'll call him Lovelace, wooed me. He was good company and I was lonely. I'd been engaged to marry Will, so I'd kept other men at bay, and then I'd mourned him. Not exactly mourned, because I couldn't believe it. For a while I clung to hope that there was a mistake, that he'd be found alive. But then one of his friends came to see me and gave me some mementos. He'd been there when Will died. She used the sheet to dab her eyes. Lovelace took me away from such thoughts, and didn't seem to mind that I was still dressing plainly out of mourning. I thought I was in love, but he had no money. When my father saw my interest, he forbade me to see him again. It seems mad now, because my father was right. But I rebelled, and when Lovelace asked me to elope with him, I saw it as proof of love. Lovelace didn't mind that I was penniless. Of course, he simply wanted me. After 2 nights on the road, he slipped away, leaving me a few guineas to survive on, and a note to say that the name I'd known him by was false. I do hope to meet him one day. And what? Fight a duel? That would compound the folly. It was as much my fault as his. Nonsense. I was told your family threw you out. They did, in effect. The innkeeper sent for the vicar, and the vicar and his wife proved to be truly good people. They took me in without a word of reproach, and persuaded me to write to my parents, asking their forgiveness. They told me never to return. The vicar contacted a local lady. She wrote to the dowager, and so I came here. Still wearing mourning for your one true love? Yes. Was that green gown that colour originally? What has that to do with anything? Idle curiosity. You're mad. No, it wasn't. It was bright green, and I tried to dye it black. The dye didn't take, so it ended up like that. It served for half-mourning. I didn't care about such things. He had to go closer, even though he knew it was dangerous. Your father claims the scandal was merely rumours, so your parents must have made some explanation. They'd not want to scream it to the rooftops that you'd eloped, and especially that you'd been abandoned. I suppose not. Why does it matter? Because, he said, hand tight on the bedpost, you aren't ruined in the face of the world. She stared at his tone. I'm still ruined. 2 nights on the road, Gabriel. We didn't behave chastely. Suddenly he relaxed. He could even smile. You called me Gabriel. Probably because we're engaged in an inappropriately intimate discussion in my bedroom. I look forward to many more. Cleo, I think I love you. She frowned. You think? Let's not push insanity too far. Insane, is it? Completely, because it's too fast and furious, but I've been fighting the need to act on it and ruin your life. It's already ruined, or have you forgotten that? He waved a hand. A trifle. I am not a virgin, she said carefully. That's a natural result of 2 nights on the road spent unchastely. You don't mind? I'm not a virgin either. Rather more absolutely than you, if that makes sense. I'm not worthy of you, Cleo. Remember what Lady Holly said? That you are not suitable for marriage or some such. Is that true? I don't know, but I'm willing to try if you are. I think it would be a very good idea if we kissed. I don't. Not here, at least. Then get dressed and... There was a knock on the door, and Aunt Elizabeth put her head in. Decent, thank heavens. I don't know what's going on, but I can't fob off Mr. Finch much longer. He's becoming concerned that we've done you some harm, dear. Oh, Right. Go away, Cleo said to Gabriel. Whatever nonsense is in your head, we'll discuss it after I've dealt with my father. He had no choice but to leave. Out in the corridor, Aunt Elizabeth demanded, What nonsense is in your head, Gabriel? I want to marry her, I think. Only think. I'm trying to be sensible, but I don't think I can live without her. I thought we couldn't marry because if she's ruined... You do know about that? Of course. Lady Holly told me before inviting her here. He paced the carpeted corridor. It seemed it was public knowledge in her home area, and you know what would happen if I married her. Everyone would dig for information, I see. He stilled to look at her. But if it's not... It doesn't seem to be, but I don't have the full details. What are you going to do? Gabriel stared at the wall, and suddenly all was clear. Marry her. I'll go mad otherwise. If the situation's bad, we'll go abroad. We'll find some place on the globe where no one will care. He smiled at her. At least I'll be spared encounters with my family. She put a hand on his arm. But for this family's sake, I hope it will not come to that, my dear. Aunt Elizabeth went away. Gabriel waited. Cleo emerged wearing the grey and the cap. But this was no ghost. Her chin was up, and she was ready for battle. She blushed, however, when she saw him. I won't hold you to anything you said. He took her hand. Let's settle it with a kiss. She resisted a little, but not very much, and then she was in his arms so perfectly. He sank his fingers into her thick hair beneath the dratted cap, and finally, at last, kissed her. He felt her relax and blend into the kiss, so he could deepen it and taste her and sink entirely into her. Home at last. Gabriel! It was hissed rather than shouted, but it made him emerge from bliss. Aunt Elizabeth was glaring down the corridor at them. Now, she said, but she was smiling at the same time. Come on, he said, and linked arms with his beloved as they went downstairs and into the breakfast room. Cleo's father rose. There you are at last. Have you been told? Pack your bags and we'll be off home. Gabriel closed the door. I do beg your pardon, sir, but before this goes any further, I wish to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. The ruby colour rose in Finch's face again. What? You? Me. But who exactly are you, sir? Lord Gabriel Quinfroy, son of the Duke of Straith. Duke? The man's jaw dropped. And Cleo does me the honour of preferring me to Lord Felsham. Be damned to that, Mr. Finch had recovered. Clearly he was the sort of man who didn't like his plans overturned, not even for the better. You don't know the truth about her. I believe I already intimated that I did. However, despite your being my lady's father, I regret to have to say I shall take great objection to any further mention of the matter. What? What? Sit down, sir, before you have an apoplexy. Gabriel steered Cleo into a chair opposite her father and sat beside her. She was tense now, and perhaps even trembling, so he kept hold of her hand. Mr. Finch, what story did you tell at home to account for Cleo's absence? Finch set his jaw, as if he'd refused to answer, but then said that she'd been called away to attend a sick aunt. Which aunt? Does it matter? It will if anyone checks the story. My sister, Marjorie. She's always ailing with something or other. She's a widow, Cleo said quietly. Lives in Nottinghamshire. I was never near her. Gabriel asked, Does she know about this story?
Of course she does, Finch said. What's the use of a story if it won't be backed up?
But it won't stand if anyone looks closely, Cleo said. Gabriel.
Hush, my dear.
Do I have your blessing, sir? Finch was still frowning out of pure bloody-mindedness.
What sort of life can you offer her, sir? I know about you younger sons.
My dear sir, Dukes' sons are rarely penny-pinched, but I happen to be a very wealthy one. She will want for nothing. He turned to Cleo. I never asked if you have brothers and sisters. 2 brothers. 1 sister, married. He turned back to Finch. Cleo's family will doubtless benefit from her marriage, if that counts with you. It did. Mr. Finch was unpleasant, but not stupid.
The Duke of Straith, eh?
Influence? He was probably envisioning visits to Straith. Gabriel thought it unlikely, but wished him well of it. I have your consent, sir? Still, it seemed likely to choke him, but he managed.
You do, my lord.
Gabriel rose, taking Cleo with him.
We thank you, sir.
He took her across the hall into the reception room and closed the door. You haven't exactly asked me, she said, and I haven't accepted. He went on one knee. Cleo, my dear, please marry me. She bit her lip. How can I know if I should? I won't like other women. I'll keep my vows. Are you sure you can? Oh, that's a horrid thing to say, but You're afraid. Fate cheated you once and delivered a cur another time. I won't betray you, my dear. That is my solemn promise. Take flight. Say yes. She stared at him, but then whispered, Yes. He rose and captured her for their second kiss, which was every bit as splendid as their first, and more so. He felt her move and remembered thinking she'd been driven to folly by lust. It had bothered him then. It didn't now. He wished they were married now, but, as they weren't, he broke the kiss and held her tight. I'd set off now for Scotland and a hasty marriage, my love, but I'd prefer to wed you in good form and splendour. She drew back to look at him. From my home? Not if you don't want. We could marry from here. Lady Holly will want to be present, and it's no season for travelling. Will it do? It will do, if you don't need time to be sure. I want to seize you now, chain you to me forever, but if you need more time, I want to seize you now as well. I'm afraid this too will slip away. It won't. I won't. He took her by the hand and led her upstairs to the painting of Holborn Manor. I thought to buy a place a little like this, but close to London. I wanted a home. It took me longer to realise that I wanted you by the door. And our children running to greet you? And our children running to greet me. We can hunt for it together, soon. She turned from the picture to smile at him. How perfect that will be. Perhaps you are an angel after all, my love. Mistletoe Kisses by Anne Gracie. Chapter 1. Teach? Good gad, gel. You can't possibly go off and teach in some dreary girls' seminary. The Dowager Countess of Holborn, known to her friends as Lady Holly, declared, It'll be the end of life as you know it. There is no other alternative, Alice Fenton told her. Papa's cousin has inherited the estate. He and his family are returning from Jamaica in the new year, and I have nowhere else to live. Besides, his commitments in Jamaica give me a whole extra year here at the Oaks, for which I'm very grateful. It had given her time to mourn in peace, and time to make a plan for her future. Now it's time to move on.
He's pushing you out in the cold, Lady Holly said, outraged. From the home of your birth, and that of your father, and his father before him, and goodness knows how many Fentons before that.
On the contrary, he told me I was welcome to make my home with him and his wife and children.
The fellow has some family feelings, then.
He has been everything that is honourable and sympathetic, Ally assured her kindly neighbour.
Then why this dreary seminary?
Ally wondered how to explain it to Lady Holly. She didn't want to make her cousin seem ungenerous, and in fact he hadn't been, not at all. He just happened to mention, in the same paragraph as he offered her a home at the Oaks for as long as she needed it, that his wife would welcome her help with the children. All 5 of them. And while Ally was fond of children, if she had to spend her life tending to other people's children, she'd rather be paid for it. The never-ending role of poor relation was not one she wanted to step into. "I've always had a fancy to be a teacher," she said lightly, "and the idea of earning my own living appeals. Besides, it wouldn't be fair to my cousin or his wife. If I were to stay on at the Oaks, it would cause, with the best will in the world on my part, divided loyalties."
The old lady sniffed. "Pride, that's what it is. You've ruled the roost here all your life."
Ally laughed.
"Precisely. And you know as well as I do that if I stayed on, the servants and tenants would be forever referring to me instead of Papa's cousin, who is the rightful heir." Selfish, that's what he was.
"Oh, I hardly think it's Cousin Howard's fault."
"Not him, your father. Now, I don't wish to speak ill of the dead, but there's no denying it. He buried himself in his books and left everything to you all these years, never once considering your future. You never even had a chance of meeting eligible young men, stuck at home as you were, first looking after your poor dear mother, and then your papa, not to mention keeping the estate running."
Ally said nothing. It was true, more or less. Papa had been devoted to his studies and had no interest in the estate, or how Ally spent her time. But what Lady Holly failed to understand was that Ally had enjoyed it, far more than was ladylike. She liked meeting with the tenants, deciding on what improvements to make, what crops to try, liked balancing the books and working out ways of increasing their income. She enjoyed it, and was good at it. But Lady Holly didn't approve, let alone understand. To ladies of her generation, and to men like Papa's cousin, a young woman should be spared all that nasty masculine responsibility. A young woman's only task was to obey her parents, and to dance and look pretty, and to make a suitable match. And had she ever had a chance to dance and look pretty and make a suitable match, no doubt Ally would have been perfectly content too. But poor Mamma had become ill just before Ally was due to make her come out, and the dreadful wasting disease had taken 5 years to do its ghastly work. Papa had not been able to bear watching Mamma suffer. He'd buried himself in his studies, and hadn't ever emerged. So Ally had done what needed to be done, nursing Mamma and seeing to the running of the estate. And then Papa had sickened. Now, at 27, Ally was not only too old to make a come-out, she was well and truly on the shelf. Still, she was looking forward to her new career. She'd spent so long dealing with illness and death, the idea of living and working with lively young girls held a strong appeal.
"You'll come to my Christmas ball, then," Lady Holly told her. "Don't bother trying to think up any excuses. You're coming, and that's that. Your year of mourning will be up, and you have no reason to stay here mouldering away when I've gathered an excellent range of eligible gentlemen for your perusal."
Ally laughed. "For my perusal? As if I'm going shopping."
"That's exactly what you'll be doing."
"Don't the gentlemen have any say in it?" The old lady sniffed.
"Women have been making men believe they have a choice for generations. Now, don't be frivolous, Ally. I am determined to give you one last chance to find a husband before you go off and bury yourself in this school of yours." She pronounced school as if she really meant zoo. Ally smiled. For all her caustic tone, Lady Holly had a very kind heart. "I would love to attend your ball, Lady Holly." The old lady frowned. "I hear a but coming." "Not really. I would truly love to dance and flirt and be madly frivolous, and your Christmas balls are legendary, and you know I've never been able to attend. But the only ball dresses I have were made for the 18-year-old me, and not the 27 version. Alas," Ally indicated her hips and bosom and grimaced, "I'm no longer the slender young thing I was." Lady Holly snorted. "You were a scrawny young twig back then, no bosom or hips to speak of. Now you've a fine womanly figure. Besides, I've thought of that. Took the liberty of getting a dress made for you. Left the box with Meadows. It should fit. Got Mrs. Meadows to take your measurements from one of your current dresses." Ally blinked in surprise. "You had a dress made for me? A ball dress?" "Now, don't get all stiff-necked on me, Ally Fenton," the old lady said, in a fierce tone that didn't deceive Ally for an instant. "I was very fond of your dear mother, and this is for her as much as for you. She was so looking forward to your making your come-out, and was devastated that her illness prevented it." "I'm not being stiff-necked. Truly I'm not. I'm just surprised." There was a lump in Ally's throat. She was deeply touched by the old lady's brusque kindness and thoughtfulness. A ball dress. Lady Holly reached over and patted her hand. "Now, don't look like that, my dear. I promised your mother I'd see you dancing in the arms of a handsome man, and those circumstances have prevented it in the past, and I see that it would have been the height of impropriety for you to go dancing when first your mother and then your father lay dying. There is nothing to prevent you now, and you will come to my ball." Ally smiled mistily. "Just like Cinderella, and you've even provided the gown." The old lady chuckled. "It's my 50th annual ball. I wasn't going to have you coming dressed like a crow, was I?" She eyed Ally's morning clothes and wrinkled her nose. "You'll be putting off your blacks tomorrow, I hope?" Ally nodded. It was a year since Papa's death. "Good. Then you'll come to my ball." It wasn't a question. "Thank you. I would love to come. I cannot think of anything I would love more. To dance at your 50th Christmas ball and to say farewell to all my friends." Ally hugged the old lady. "You've always been such a good friend to me and my family. Thank you, dear Lady Holly, with all my heart." Lady Holly, deeply pleased, said gruffly, "Pish-tush, girl. No need to gush. Come and stay at the Abbey from Christmas Eve onward. The ball's not till the 28th, but you won't want to be alone for Christmas." She stood, ready to leave. "Thank you. It's very kind of you, but I won't come for Christmas," Abby said. "It's my last Christmas here, and I want to spend it at home." Lady Holly frowned. "Here? Alone? On your first Christmas without your father?" "I won't be dismal, I promise you. I know it sounds as if it would be a melancholy occasion, but Papa loved Christmas, and so do I, and I want to make this a Christmas to remember. My last Christmas in my own home." And though there would inevitably be moments of melancholy, Ally would rather be here, at home, having a small, special, personal Christmas than with a crowd of smart London people in Holborn Abbey, where she didn't belong, and where Christmas would be a noisy, rollicking affair. The old lady gave her a troubled look. "That's all very well, but alone?" Ally linked her arm through the old lady's and walked slowly with her toward the front door. "I won't be lonely. Truly I won't. I'm very used to my own company,
and I want a last precious Christmas at home to remember." She added with a laugh, "And when I'm in the seminary, surrounded every minute of the day and night by clamouring schoolgirls, no doubt I'll reflect fondly on the joys of solitude, too." Lady Holly gave a delicate shudder. "Can't see it myself, but if that's what you want. But if you change your mind, come on Christmas Eve. Or before." Ally hugged her again. "I won't, thank you, but I'll definitely be there for the ball. And thank you again for my dress." Meadows had taken the parcel containing the dress up to Ally's bedchamber. So the moment Lady Holly's carriage had driven off, Ally hurried upstairs, consumed with curiosity and excitement. How long was it since she'd had a new dress? Years. She didn't count the 3 new dresses she'd ordered from the village dressmaker. She hadn't worn them yet, and besides, they'd been ordered with a view to her role as a school-teacher, so they were sober in colour and cut. A deep blue kerseymere, and a sage-green wool for everyday wear, and a dress in amber silk for when she needed something dressier. Lady Holly liked lighter, brighter colours. So did Ally. The parcel, tied with string and wrapped in brown paper, lay on her bed. She untied the string, and under the wrapping paper found an elegant box with a stylish gold emblem on the front. She swallowed. This was no dress from the village seamstress. This was from Lady Holly's own London mantua-maker. She eased off the lid, parted the layers of protective tissue paper, and gasped. Almost holding her breath, she drew the dress from its nest of tissue. It was beautiful. The underdress was a light, shimmering lilac shade that she just knew would go perfectly with both her recent mourning and also her colouring. But the lovely silk underdress was quite cast in the shade by the delicate overdress in some kind of gauzy fabric through which the lilac silk shimmered. Embroidered here and there with tiny rosebuds in silver thread, it was finished with bands of delicately gathered silver lace around the hem and at the elbows of the puffed sleeves, and a line of silver embroidery around the neck. In the box, hidden beneath the dress, was underwear. Not the kind of underwear that Ally had ever in her life worn. Delicate, lacy, flimsy, exquisite underwear. A chemise, a petticoat, the daintiest, most feminine drawers, and even a corset. All were trimmed with lace, and everything but the corset was practically transparent, almost scandalous. She remembered Lady Holly's comment that she had the figure of a woman now, not a girl. Ally had never really given it much thought. But now, these were certainly underclothes for a woman, not a girl. Smiling to herself, she put the lovely, naughty underclothes back in the box. She'd probably die a spinster, but she would treasure these forever. She picked up the dress again, held it against her body, and turned to gaze at her reflection in the looking-glass. It was the most beautiful dress she'd ever owned, and it suited her perfectly. The lilac colour complemented her pale complexion and her dark hair, and even seemed to make her very ordinary grey eyes look almost exotic. The silver thread gleamed and shimmered in the light. It was a dress made for dancing. How many years since she'd danced, and never at a ball. Delight bubbled up in her. After what felt like years wearing mourning black and grey, this dress felt like a breath of spring. And yet even the highest sticklers could not look askance at her. Lavender and lilac were approved colours for half-mourning. But would it fit? She stripped off her old black gown, and holding her breath, she carefully slipped the ball gown over her head. And breathed. It was perfect. It was more than perfect. She gazed at her reflection, gave a sudden laugh, and twirled around and around, as if she were a giddy, carefree girl again. She felt just like Cinderella, and she was going to the ball. Chapter 2. Take the horse and gig, I insist, Ali told Meadows and Mrs. Meadows, her butler and cook. But you'll be all on your lonesome, Miss Ali. The motherly cook's face crumpled with concern. You cannot stay here without a soul to care for ye. For a few days, Ali laughed. I can and I will. There's enough food to feed an army, sufficient wood to keep me warm for the whole of winter, and you'll be gone less than a week. She'd given the servants a holiday. Since her father's death, when Cousin Howard had assumed the reins of control, albeit from Jamaica, they'd had to work doubly hard. Cousin Howard had seen no reason to keep on what he called a horde of servants to care for one young woman, and he'd put most of them off, instructing Ali to close off all the rooms of the house except those she herself would need. The Meadows family was all that remained of the former staff. They did everything, except for 2 village girls who came in twice a week to clean and do laundry. The Meadows' son, Albert, did whatever else was needed, including caring for the one remaining horse Cousin Howard had deemed necessary for Ali's use. Ali had only met Cousin Howard a few times, when she was young, but since Papa's death, the letters that came regularly from Jamaica had given her a fairly clear picture of the man's character. He was not a man who liked to spend his money on other people's needs, and since Ali had very little of her own, she couldn't afford to pay servants herself. She'd had to be content with giving them a small Christmas bonus from her own purse, and a holiday. Maybe Albert should stay, just so you have someone else here. Ali shook her head. And have a Meadows party go without music because Albert's not there to play his fiddle? I wouldn't think of it. No, you must all go. She was fairly certain they would not be getting holidays, or even appreciation once Cousin Howard was here in person, so she was determined to give them a holiday before she left, and enable them to attend the christening of their first grandchild. But what if you need the gig? I won't, not until the 28th, to go to Holborn Abbey for Lady Holly's ball, and you'll be back the day before that, so... No, don't shake your head at me like that, I insist. I can walk to church as long as the weather holds, and if it doesn't, she shrugged, it won't hurt to miss one day. Besides, you'll need the gig to visit Susan and your beautiful new granddaughter. It's much too far for you to walk, and you must stay on for the christening. You have the little gift from me, don't you? Yes, Meadows packed it safe and sound, but... Ali pushed the woman gently toward the door. Then go, and don't worry. I'll be perfectly all right. It's only a few days. Have a very Merry Christmas, and pass on my best wishes to the rest of your family, and in particular to Susan and the baby. Susan was a few years younger than Ali, but they were friends, having grown up in the same house. Susan had been married for 5 years, and had begun to despair of ever having children, but now at last she had her own dear little baby daughter to love. Ali waved goodbye, trying not to feel envious. The following morning, Ali waxed and polished all the furniture in the sitting room, polished the brass fenders and the fire screen with its old-fashioned sailing ship design, mopped the floor, beat and straightened the rug, and plumped the cushions on the settee. When she finished, the room smelled pleasantly of beeswax and brass cleaner, and of the wood burning in the fireplace. Tomorrow she would go out to cut greenery. In years past, they decorated the whole house, but this year it would just be the sitting room. Next, she went up to the attic and fetched down the Christmas box. Made of oak from a tree grown on the estate, the wood had been sanded and polished until it was silky smooth. She dusted it and set it on the rug in front of the fire in the sitting room. It had been made for Ali when she was a child by old Peter, an elderly workman on the estate. Every year he'd made something new to add to the box. Each item was wrapped in tissue. First, the stable, just 3 walls and a roof. Then the Holy Family, carved and painted by Peter, and dressed by Ally and her mother. Mary in a blue cloak and dress made from an old dress of Mamma's. Joseph in a red flannel robe tied around the middle with a piece of string. And the three kings and the wise men in rich robes cut from an old dressing gown of Papa's and some scraps Ally had begged from the dressmaker one year. The kings were distinguished by gold paper crowns. Then came the manger and the tiny baby Jesus, wrapped in a square of white wool, hemmed in clumsy stitches by an 8-year-old Ally. No nativity scene was complete without animals, and old Peter had carved an ox, a donkey, a few chickens, a cat, 2 tiny mice, a couple of camels, slightly oddly humped, as old Peter had never seen a camel, and a handful of sheep, along with the requisite shepherds with their ragged striped robes and crooks. Ally's favourite piece was a carved and painted version of her beloved dog, Jippy, a gift from old Peter the Christmas she was 12. Every detail was perfect, from the little tan eyebrows on the black and white face to the feathery tip of white at the end of his black tail. Jippy was long gone, but his spirit remained in this little carved figure, and on one of the shepherds, whose body bore a clear line of puppy teeth dents. Each year those teeth marks made her smile. She arranged the nativity scene on the mantelpiece. The paint was worn, the clothing faded, and the gold of the king's crowns was dull now instead of shiny, but Ally wouldn't change them for anything. After a simple lunch of soup and cheese on toast, Ally put on her warmest coat, hat, scarf, gloves and boots. There had been a severe frost the night before, and it was still bitterly cold outside. She fetched a basket and a pair of stout shears and tried not to think about previous Christmases, when the collecting of greenery had been laughter-filled events, punctuated with snowball fights. And fingers, toes, and noses all cold and tingling with the joy of being alive, and coming home to hot drinks and mince pies and soup and toasted crumpets, and the smell of the house filled with fresh, fragrant greens. She always loved collecting the pine and laurel, holly, ivy, and maybe she wouldn't bother with mistletoe this year. With nobody but herself in the house, what was the point? The grass crunched under her feet as she set out. Last night's frost still lay on the ground in some parts. The air was crisp and cold and invigorating. She breathed in great lungfuls of it, feeling more alive by the minute. Her breath coiled in smoky puffs, then dissipated, along with the faint melancholy that had overtaken her earlier. She found herself humming a Christmas carol and smiled. She loved this time of the year. She headed towards the river that bordered the road that passed their front gates. The berries were always reddest on the holly that grew there. She didn't know why. She was almost within sight of the gates when she heard the sound of hooves and a carriage. Then there was a shout, the screaming of a horse, and a loud, sickening crash. Ally dropped her basket and ran toward the sound. She reached the road in time to see a yellow travelling chaise tipped on its side, slipping slowly down the riverbank to land half in the river. The 2 horses pulling it were plunging and struggling to escape, the postillion still somehow clinging to the back of the lead horse. A pale gloved hand flailed at the carriage window. There was a woman inside the carriage. Ally raced across the road and skidded down the bank of the river. She had to climb onto the wheel to reach the handle of the door. She wrenched it open, and the white, frightened face of a girl looked out. "Here." Ally held out her hand. "Let me help you." She pulled the girl to safety, and as she jumped down, a tall man appeared in the chaise doorway, his face covered in blood. He dashed the blood impatiently from his eyes, saying, "Lucilla, are you all right?" The girl nodded, and the man said to Ally, "Thank you. You girls move to a safer place. I'll deal with the horses." "But you're hurt," Ally began. But he took no notice. He jumped down from the chaise and hurried to see to the panicking horses. Ally pulled the shivering girl back onto the edge of the road, watching helplessly. The horses plunged and struggled. The postilion yelled. It was complete chaos. "Stop that caterwauling, you fool!" the man snapped. "Calm them!" The postilion gave him a fearful look, and the yelling ceased. But he did nothing else. He remained clinging to the back of his horse, looking frightened. The tall man cursed under his breath, produced a knife from his boot, and proceeded to cut the traces of the panicked horses, who, freed of the dragging weight of the chaise, calmed somewhat. He cut the last trace, the horses scrambled up the bank, and the chaise slid farther into the water. "Now," he said grimly, turning to the postilion, "what the hell?" The postilion took one horrified look at the sinking chaise and the furious, bloody face of the tall man, and galloped away, taking both horses with him. "Come back!" the man shouted. But the horses turned the corner and were gone from sight. The man swore again to himself, pulled out a handkerchief, and wiping blood from his face, turned to Ali and the girl. "That's the last we'll see of him, I'll be bound. Blasted fellow was drunk. I could smell it on him when I cut the horses free." "It's a dangerous corner," Ali said, "and there was ice on the road." He gave a curt nod of acknowledgement, but all his attention was on the girl, who was ashen and shaking. "Are you sure you're all right, Lucilla?" The girl said nothing, but shivered convulsively in Ali's arms. Ali said, "I think she's just shocked and wet and shaken up. But what about you, sir?" "I'm fine." He brushed her off. "But my sister—" "You're not fine. You're bleeding like a stuck pig," Ali said bluntly. He glanced at her then, and his lips quirked. "It's nothing. A small cut from when the window smashed. Head injuries bleed easily, but I need to get my sister out of this cold. Her skirt is soaked, it's freezing, and she's very susceptible to chills." "I live just up there." Ali pointed to the drive that ran from the big wrought-iron gates. "Come up into the warmth, and we can decide what to do when you're dry, and—" she indicated his injury. "I've tended to that." The girl called Lucilla gave a little shriek, and pointed to the chaise, which was sliding deeper into the water. "John, all our things!" He muttered something Ali didn't catch. "Take my sister up to the house," he snapped. "I'll try to retrieve the luggage." "But—" "Just go," he told her, and without waiting for her response, he slithered down the riverbank, climbed onto the precariously listing chaise, grabbed a bandbox from the swirling current, and hurled it up onto the riverbank. He saw her hesitating and yelled, "Go on up and get warm. I'll join you as soon as I've dealt with this." Seeing no alternative, other than getting even colder as they watched him, Ali took the shivering girl up to the house. Chapter 3. Ali took Lucilla straight to the kitchen, the warmest room in the house. The fire in the cast-iron range was kept burning through winter, the kettle was always hot, and she'd put on a large pot of soup to keep warm against her return. "Now, let's get you out of these wet things." Lucilla hesitated and gave a wary glance around her. Ali smiled. "It's all right. There's nobody else in the house. The servants are gone for the holidays." "All of them? Then who—" Again she looked around. Clearly she was wondering what kind of establishment did without servants. "We look after ourselves," Ali said. She stripped the shivering girl of her wet clothes, towelled her briskly dry, wrapped her in a blanket, and sat her down at the kitchen table with a bowl of hot soup, with a little added brandy. While Lucilla addressed the soup, Ali hurried to fetch some clothes for her to wear. Dusk was falling, so she lit a couple of lanterns and placed one at the front entrance to guide the man called John to the house. Then she went upstairs and went through her wardrobe. Luckily, she and Lucilla were of a similar build. She grabbed a grey woolen gown, a flannel petticoat, woolen stockings, a warm shawl, and a pair of slippers. The girl's brother would no doubt be in need of a change of clothing too, so Ally fetched some of her father's clothing, adding his dressing gown to the pile, in case Papa's things didn't fit. She had only the vaguest impression of the girl's brother, that he was tall and dark and autocratic, and that he was bleeding. She hurried back to the kitchen. "I hope you don't mind the colour," she said as she helped Lucilla into the dress. "I'm only just out of mourning." "No, not at all. It's very kind of you." She gave a worried glance at the door. "Do you think John will be all right?" "He looks very capable to me," Ally soothed her. "Capable and quite bossy." "Oh, he is. He was a soldier, you know, but he had to sell out when our older brother died. He broke his neck on the hunting field. Papa died when I was a little girl, you see, and so Mamma quite depended on John coming home." Lucilla thawed and warmed, proved to be quite a chatterbox, or possibly it was the brandy. And in no time at all, Ally learned that she was Lucilla Kelsey, that she was almost 18, and that she was making her come out in the spring, and that she and her brother were on the way to Holborn Abbey to attend Lady Holly's ball. She was thrilled by the prospect. "It will be my first ever ball, you see, and Mamma was going to bring me. She is a friend of Lady Holborn, Lady Holly's daughter-in-law, only Grandmamma has come down with the shingles, which is the horridest thing, so of course Mamma had to stay home to tend her, because Grandmamma hates to be ill and is a very difficult invalid, and Mamma is the only person she will mind, and of course I was simply devastated when she said we couldn't go, because I was so looking forward to it, and I had a special dress made, and slippers dyed to match and everything." And here she went into a rapturous description of her dress, which was white, hail-spotted muslin, with the palest green silk underdress, and a row of the sweetest little green satin bows around the hem, with crimson satin ribbons tied in the most elegant knots. "Christmas colours, you see, holly and berries." Ally smiled and made appropriate responses as Lucilla chattered on. The girl's liveliness was endearing, even if it made Ally feel rather dull by comparison. Had she ever been so young and eager and full of life? Ally stirred the soup, cut the bread and cheese and thick slices of ham, and set the kitchen table. John Kelsey would be arriving any minute, and he'd be wet, hungry, and half frozen. She hoped he wouldn't mind eating in the kitchen. Bad luck if he did. She fetched her medicine basket. For all his protestations that it was nothing, that cut on his head needed tending. She glanced outside. Dark was falling fast, and it had started to snow. Lucilla rattled happily on. "All my life I've heard about Lady Holly's Christmas ball. Mamma and Papa met there, you know, more than 30 years ago. So romantic it was, even though they had only old-fashioned dances and nothing like a waltz. Do you waltz, Miss Fenton? I've had lessons, but I've never danced it properly at a ball, not with a real partner. So I was utterly cast down when Mamma said we couldn't go, and then dearest, darling John said he would take me. He was to stay with friends over Christmas. A hunting box in Leicestershire, horrid stuff, but men seem to enjoy it. But instead, she beamed at Ally, he is taking me to the ball." Ally smiled. "He sounds like a very good brother." "Oh, he is. Mamma told me most men would not give up a week's hunting to take the little sister to a ball, and that I was not to plague him by chattering non-stop in the carriage. Oh," she broke off, clapping her hand over her mouth, looking comically dismayed. "Mamma says my tongue runs on wheels. I've been plaguing you, haven't I?" Ally laughed. "Not at all. I'm enjoying your company very much." It was true. She found the girl's innocent chatter refreshing, and the reflection that she would be working with young girls like Lucilla in the new year cheered her immensely. The front doorbell rang, and Ally hurried to answer it. John Kelsey, carrying a valise and a couple of damp-looking bandboxes, stood on the front portico, stamping snow off his boots. The single lantern bathed him partly in light, partly in shadow. Behind him, snow swirled and drifted against the darkness. He was hatless, and his thick, dark hair lay on his forehead in damp clumps. A dusting of snowflakes lay on his hair, and across his shoulders, his very broad shoulders. His skin was lightly tanned, his cheeks were ruddy from the cold, and he looked very big, very masculine, and very handsome. The cut on his forehead was no longer bleeding profusely, but was slowly oozing blood. His jaw was firm, his nose was bold, his mouth was stern, and his eyes burned blue in the golden lamplight. They gleamed quizzically down at her, as if he were waiting for something. Ali realized she'd been staring, gathered her wits, and stepped back. "Oh, I'm sorry. Please come in out of the cold, Mr. Kelsey." "Thank you." He stepped inside, and the entrance suddenly felt quite a bit smaller. Ali shut the front door against the bitter cold and turned to face him. She picked up the lantern, suddenly at a loss for words. His blue eyes glinted. "My sister has recovered from her fright, I take it?" "Yes, she's perfectly well. She's changed her clothes and had some pea and ham soup with a little brandy in it, and it seems to have done the trick." "Thank you for taking care of her, Miss—" "Fenton. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself earlier." Instead of staring, she added silently, "I'm Alice Fenton. Welcome to the Oaks." "And I am, as I'm sure Lucilla will have told you, Kelsey, of Kelsey Manor in Yorkshire. Thank you for tending to my sister and for offering us shelter." He glanced around, frowning slightly, and Ali knew he was wondering where the servants were. There was no point trying to conceal the fact that she was alone here. He would find out soon enough, so she said, "I'm afraid you've picked the wrong place to be stranded in, for I've given the servants a holiday, and we will have to fend for ourselves." He frowned. "Do I understand that you're alone here?" "For a few days," Ali said tranquilly. "I'm perfectly capable of looking after myself and a couple of guests. Come this way. You won't mind the kitchen, I hope. It's the warmest room and the best place to tend your injury." She led him to the kitchen, where Lucilla exclaimed over the damaged hat boxes. She anxiously examined the contents, several elegant hats that proved to be only slightly dampened. "Lucilla, would you help your brother remove his coat and boots, please? Mr. Kelsey, if you would sit here, please." Ali indicated the chair closest to the fire. "It's Lord Kelsey," Lucilla corrected her, as she put her hat down and hurried to help her brother with his boots. "Lord Kelsey." Ali handed him a towel to dry his hair. She should have realized he was titled from the way he'd introduced himself earlier. Kelsey of Kelsey Manor. She placed a bowl of hot soup in front of him, added a generous splosh of brandy, and handed him a spoon. "Drink this while it's hot. It will warm you from the inside." He took it, eyeing her with an expression she couldn't quite read. His steady blue gaze made her oddly flustered. She took refuge in busyness. "Lucilla and I will leave you to change out of those wet things. There are dry clothes there." She indicated a pile of folded clothing on a chair. "I hope they fit. My father was not as tall as you, nor quite as broad in the shoulder, but should they prove insufficient, his dressing gown should cover you well enough." "There's no need." "There is hot water and more soup on the stove if you need it, and the brandy is on the table. Help yourself. We shall return in 15 minutes, and I will tend to that cut on your forehead." "It's perfectly all right." She smiled. "Of course. Nevertheless, you will indulge me in this." His brows rose and his lips twitched in a hint of a smile. "Will I?" "You will," she said, quite matter-of-factly. "A gentleman must always indulge a lady. Besides, my house, my rules. Come, Lucilla, let us make up the beds." Lucilla blinked But with a bemused expression, she followed Ally upstairs. John Kelsey hid a smile. Lucilla making beds. As he drank his soup, very good it was too, and the brandy a welcome addition, and ate the bread and cheese and ham, he considered his hostess, Miss Alice Fenton. She had the sweetest face. His mother and Lucilla would probably say it was too round to be considered beautiful, but John found no fault with it. That small, decided chin balanced the roundness perfectly, as did the tip-tilted, rather imperious little nose and the big grey eyes. Add to that a flawless, creamy complexion, a luscious, very kissable mouth, and a figure that was rounded in all the right places, and Miss Fenton made a very fetching armful. He stripped off his sodden breeches and dropped them on the stone-flagged floor. He'd had to wade into the river to retrieve one of the bandboxes, and his lower limbs were half frozen. He towelled himself vigorously. What the devil was she doing here all alone, with not so much as a single servant to attend her? The house didn't look impoverished. He'd noticed dust sheets over the furniture in some of the rooms as he came in, but it was all clean and well kept, and the kitchen was clearly lavishly stocked. Not that he was much acquainted with kitchens. Her clothes were dark and not particularly fashionable. Was she some kind of superior servant? A governess? Or a paid companion, perhaps? And the family had gone away and left her behind, dismissing the rest of the servants for the holidays. He felt mildly indignant on her behalf. Nobody should be left alone at Christmas, let alone in an isolated house in the country. And what if he and Lucilla had been villains? She would have been at their mercy. He stripped off the rest of his clothes and towelled himself briskly until the feeling crept back into his frozen extremities. Miss Fenton was quality born. The assurance with which she'd invited them in, and the way she'd taken command of Lucilla, and she hadn't exactly held back from contradicting his orders either, and the way she'd told him to sit and be taken care of indicated a habit of command. But was it simply a governessy habit, or a natural assurance? She wasn't intimidated by him or his title. He found himself grinning as he imagined his sister making a bed. He doubted she'd ever made a bed in her life. Ladies didn't. But Miss Fenton was clearly familiar with both bed-making and cooking. But, "My house, my rules," she'd said, as if she owned the place. She was a mystery, one he'd very much like to unravel, in more ways than one. He sipped the brandy slowly and pondered the enigma of his hostess. It was a very good brandy, another indication that it was not poverty that had caused her to be left alone at Christmas. A few minutes later, Lucilla and Miss Fenton entered the kitchen. "Ah, I thought Papa's coat would not fit," Miss Fenton said, gathering up his discarded clothing, which still lay in a sodden heap on the stone flags. John felt instantly embarrassed, seeing her clear up after him like a maid. He hadn't given his wet clothing a thought. Lucilla wasn't the only one who wasn't used to taking care of herself. "Let me," he began. "No, it's quite all right." She pulled a chair closer to the fire and hung his coat and breeches over it. "Lucilla can rinse out the shirt and your smalls and stockings." At Lucilla's shocked expression, she laughed. "Sorry. Have I assumed again? It's just that my mother insisted I learn to do every job in the household. She said that if I learned how everything ought to be done, and knew how difficult or easy various jobs were, I'd be in a better position to run my own household when I grew up. Leave it then, Lucilla. I'll do them after I've tended to your brother's injury." John opened his mouth to assure her he needed no such tending, but she caught his gaze and gave him such a look that he found himself laughing and saying, "Oh, very well, if you must." A dimple appeared in her cheek. "I must," she said, with mock severity. She put a basket on the table beside him and said to Lucilla, "Men think it unmanly to tend small injuries, but cuts can infect so easily. We had a gardener once who died of the tiniest scratch from a rose bush. Do you want to watch, Lucilla, or does the sight of blood distress you?
Not at all.
Lucilla came eagerly. Miss Fenton had made a conquest of his sister, John saw. He sat silently while Miss Fenton tended his injury and explained to Lucilla what she was doing and what the salve she was going to use was made of. Mrs. Meadows, my cook, makes it herself, and it's very good. She began to list the ingredients, but John wasn't listening. His attention was wholly engaged by the proximity of his lovely hostess, the very close proximity. With no apparent self-consciousness, she'd stepped between his knees to tend his cut. Well, it was the obvious position to do it, and if she'd been a physician, John wouldn't have given it a second thought. But she was a luscious armful of femininity, and what she obviously didn't realize was that in this position, the only thing he could look at was her bosom. Her lush and fragrant bosom, just inches from his nose. Not that it was in any way exposed. Her dress was high-cut, warm and modest, but beneath the sober fabric, he could see her breasts moving, right in front of his eyes, as she gently washed the dried blood off his forehead. He ought to be ashamed of himself for looking, ought to close his eyes in simple decency, but he couldn't help himself. It was an entrancing sight. He held his breath as she lightly smeared pungent ointment over the cut, then bound it with a long strip of gauze that she wound around his head. Her breasts lifted and fell with each turn, and once or twice they brushed against him as she reached back to straighten the bandage. He fought the impulse to put his arms around her waist and just draw her to him, burying his face in those soft, lush, hidden breasts. "There, that's better than vinegar and brown paper," she said as she stepped back and surveyed her handiwork. "I never understood why brown paper, though I suppose Jack and Jill's mother had to use what was to hand." "You look quite dashing, John," Lucilla said. "Like a wounded hero." "Thank you, Miss Fenton," John said softly, his eyes on hers. A faint rosy flush crept into her cheeks. "My mother taught me well before she died," she said gruffly, and turned away to put his wet shirt and smalls into a bowl of soapy water. "They'll be dry by morning. We never let the kitchen fire go out. Oh, the sitting-room fire. I meant to put more wood on it when I came in." She made to hurry from the room, but John stopped her. "That's a task for me," he said firmly. "Along here, is it?" He indicated the corridor he'd entered through. "Yes, it's the only door that's closed, to keep the warmth in. There is wood." "I can manage," he told her with a faint smile. But he didn't feel like smiling. She ought not to be here on her own, worrying about keeping fires going and looking after stranded guests. But he could do nothing about it. He built up the sitting-room fire to a good blaze, then returned to find Miss Fenton hanging his wet clothes on a drying rack she'd set up in the corner of the warm kitchen. "I'll do that," he said brusquely, taking the damp shirt from Miss Fenton. It wasn't right that she had to care for his things the way a servant would. "Your valise looks quite wet, John," Lucilla said. "I think you should open it in case water has leaked inside." "I know." He opened his valise, and as expected, all the items in one corner were damp. He hung them on the drying rack. Lucilla exclaimed over the number of damp items. "I'd better check the contents of my trunk," she said. "Where did you put it, John?" John glanced at Ally, then said, "It's still in the boot of the carriage." "Still in the boot? But—" "It's jammed shut by the angle of the carriage, and I couldn't get it open." "But all my things are in the trunk," Lucilla wailed. "Now, don't fuss, Lucilla," he said firmly. "The trunk is stuck in the boot, and that is where it will have to stay until we get the carriage pulled back up onto the road. My valise and the bandboxes were, as you know, strapped to the top of the carriage, which is why they almost got washed away. Your trunk is perfectly secure. I know you want your things, but it's not as if anyone can steal them, can they?
If I can't get to it, nobody can." Lucilla opened her mouth to argue, and Ali realised a distraction was called for. "Let us go into the sitting room," she said. "Lucilla, you will find some games in the cupboard beneath the window. Let us play and take our minds off our woes." "Excellent notion," Lord Kelsey said crisply, and held the door for his sister, who trailed reluctantly from the room. Chapter 4. After dinner they played cards for the rest of the evening, and Ali found herself laughing more than she had for a long time. You got to know people quickly over cards. Lucilla was daring, impulsive, intensely competitive, but hilariously inconsistent. Her brother, on the other hand, was a demon card player, intelligent, observant, and cunningly strategic. But on the rare occasions he was beaten, he took his defeat lightly and well. The three of them soon fell to behaving like old friends, abusing each other good-naturedly and laughing when disaster struck or a daring win was achieved. But all the time, Ali was subtly aware of Lord Kelsey's attention. He was a powerful distraction. Finally, it was time to go to bed. Earlier in the evening, Lord Kelsey had lit a fire in each bedroom, so they waited, warm and welcoming. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" he asked Ali as she packed the cards away. She glanced out of the window where snow was falling steadily. "It depends on the snow. I was hoping to collect greenery to decorate the house for Christmas." "Are you expecting visitors?" he asked. "No, it's just for me." She hesitated and decided there was no point in hiding it. "This will be my last Christmas at the Oaks. I'm moving to Bath in the new year, so I want to celebrate Christmas the way I used to as a child, a kind of farewell to my childhood home." He said nothing, made no intrusive query, but he looked at her with that steady, unsettling gaze that seemed to see much more than she wished. "Oh, I love decorating for Christmas," Lucilla exclaimed. "Can we help? John, can we, before we leave, I mean?" He said with a rueful expression, "We might not be leaving tomorrow at all if this snow keeps up. I could no doubt make my way to the nearest village, but whether the road would be passable or not is another matter. We might be forced to trespass on Miss Fenton's hospitality for more than a night." "You're very welcome to stay for as long as necessary," Ali said warmly. "We've plenty of food, and I've enjoyed your company very much." And it was true. She couldn't recall when she'd had such a delightfully cosy and pleasant evening with such easy and congenial company. "Then we'll collect greenery tomorrow?" Lucilla asked. She seemed to have put all thoughts of her trunk aside. "Yes, if the weather allows it." The next morning was Christmas Eve. Light, powdery snow continued to drift down, but it didn't deter them from going out to collect greenery. So after a hearty breakfast of porridge, ham and scrambled eggs, they bundled up well and set off. They gathered lengths of green ivy, sprigs of holly vibrant with red berries, and fragrant boughs of pine. And even though Ali insisted it wasn't at all necessary, Lucilla sent her brother up a tree to cut a large bunch of mistletoe. As he handed his prize to his sister, he gave Ali a smile that set her cheeks glowing, and not just from the cold. Lucilla waited until Lord Kelsey's back was turned and sent a snowball whizzing through the air that caught him square on the back of his neck. He turned. "Oh-ho! War, is it?" And the fight was on. Snowballs whizzed back and forth, and the air rang with laughter and shrieks. Lucilla was a surprisingly good shot. "Brothers who play cricket," she explained, and she and Ali ganged up against her brother. Then the snow started to fall again, this time in earnest, and they gathered up their greenery and made their way back to the house, cheeks and fingers and tips of noses glowing with cold and life and laughter. Once inside, they changed into dry clothes and met in the kitchen for luncheon. Sausage and vegetable hot pot,
that Ally had popped into the oven before they went out. "Unless this snow stops soon, we might not get to Lady Holly's at all," Lord Kelsey commented, looking out of the window. "Not that I'd mind. I'd be happy to stay here for the whole of Christmastide, if Ally would have us." At some stage during the morning, they'd become Ally and John. A snowball fight had a way of melting formality. "John, don't you dare say so!" his sister exclaimed, then blushed and hastily added, "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, Ally. Your hospitality has been wonderful. It's just that I do so want to dance at Lady Holly's Christmas ball." Ally laughed. "I know, and I'm not in the least bit offended. And I'm sure the snow will stop in time for you to make the journey. It's not far to Lady Holly's, and we have 4 whole days before the ball. Now, anyone interested in decorating the house?" They'd gathered far too much greenery for just the sitting room, and so they decorated the hall and even the kitchen as well. Ally produced a thick roll of red tartan ribbon, and Lucilla set herself to fashioning bows and bunches of tartan-enhanced greenery, which Ally and Lord Kelsey hung, draped, and suspended from every possible position. By the time they'd finished, the house looked gloriously festive and smelled fragrant and Christmassy. While Lucilla and her brother tidied up the mess, Ally went to prepare supper. Leek and potato soup with cheese and ham on toast, followed by apple tart. "Do you need a hand?" a deep voice behind her asked. "Thank you, but it's just a matter of heating things and not letting them burn," she told him. "My cook left me extremely well provided for." "As I see." He eyed the apple tart with approval. "You could bring some wood in," Ally suggested. "The wood pile is through that door." Lord Kelsey went to fetch the wood, and Lucilla entered. "Could you set the table, please, Lucilla?" Ally asked. "I'm not sure where everything is. Couldn't I stir the soup instead?" Lucilla suggested. Ally handed her the spoon. "Go ahead," she said, and began to set the table. Lord Kelsey brought in the wood and was stacking it in the wood bin beside the stove when Lucilla said, "Ally, can you check this soup, please?" in an odd-sounding voice. Ally hurried over, just as Lord Kelsey straightened. "Oh, look! Mistletoe!" Lucilla exclaimed, pointing. Ally looked, and there, over the fireplace, where it had not been a minute ago, hung a bunch of mistletoe tied with a tartan ribbon. "Now you have to kiss her, John." Lord Kelsey looked down at Ally. "I'm afraid my sister is a minx." His deep, quiet voice seemed to vibrate right through her. Ally felt a blush rising. She tried not to look too self-conscious and lifted her face, expecting a light-hearted buss on the lips, which was her experience of mistletoe kisses in the past. Instead, he cupped her chin in one big hand and gazed for a long moment into her eyes. It felt as though he was seeing her clear through to her soul. She waited breathlessly, and finally he covered her mouth with his. His lips were firm and warm, and a streak of heat flickered through her, startling Ally. She blinked, unswallowed, and found she was clutching his arm. He stared down at her a moment, seeming to ask a silent question. Then his eyes darkened, and he bent to kiss her again. His kiss was warm and firm and possessive, and it seemed to fill an aching void in Ally she hadn't realized was there until this moment. She leaned into him, kissing him back with a hunger that surprised her. Lucilla's laughter and clapping broke the spell. "Oh, famous! The first kiss of Christmas. See, Ally, I told you we needed mistletoe." Fighting her blushes, Ally returned to stirring soup. It was, after all, just a kiss. Well, 2 kisses, and prompted entirely by mistletoe. A tradition, pure and simple. So she'd got a little carried away. She would not think any more about it. But of course she couldn't get it out of her mind. It wasn't as if she'd never been kissed, but never had a kiss been like that. Like a small lightning flash passing between them. Had he felt it too? For the rest of the evening, whenever John Kelsey's blue gaze settled on her, which it did too often for her peace of mind, she felt herself warming. Her card game went to pieces. Each time he looked at her, she forgot entirely what cards she'd played before. Thankfully, Lord Kelsey didn't seem to mind, and when Lucilla restlessly got up and walked over to the pianoforte, he tossed his cards aside and said, "Yes, Luce, give us a tune." And because it was Christmas Eve, Lucilla chose a carol, and then they were gathered around the piano singing, their voices blending, the fire blazing, the air inside fragrant with pine and beeswax, while outside the snow continued falling, softly and silently. It was a Christmas Eve to remember, Ally thought. After mince pies, washed down with hot milk and honey, brandy in Lord Kelsey's case, they collected their lanterns to go up to bed. Lucilla went first. Halfway up the stairs, she suddenly stopped and turned around. "Well, are you two blind?" Another bunch of mistletoe hung over the stairs. "Go on up to bed, baggage," Lord Kelsey told her. "We can manage without you." Laughing, Lucilla went. Ally made to follow her, but a large hand stopped her, and a deep voice said, "You're not going to run out on me, are you? When there's mistletoe waiting." "Oh, it's just a silly old country tradition," Ally mumbled. She didn't meet his eyes. She was afraid her desperate desire for his kiss would be embarrassingly obvious. His eyes gleamed in the lamplight. "Some traditions are worth preserving," he murmured, and drew her against him. At the touch of his lips, she trembled, and without thinking, slid her hands up over his chest to twine around his neck and pull him closer. At his prompting, she opened her mouth to him, and the taste of him flooded her senses, a dark masculinity laced with a hint of brandy. Intoxicating. Addictive. Finally he broke the kiss and eased back a little. Slowly, reluctantly, she loosened her grip around his neck and let her hands slide down his chest. His breathing was ragged and uneven, as was hers. She could feel his heart thudding beneath her palms. "Well," he said, after a long moment spent just looking down at her. "This mistletoe is dangerous, isn't it?" She didn't know what to say. Was the kiss just a light-hearted Christmas pastime for him? He was a sophisticated man of experience. No doubt he was used to such exchanges. She was not. She took refuge in convention and propriety. "Good night, Lord Kelsey," she murmured, and forcing herself to let go of him, she grabbed her lantern and hurried up the stairs on legs that were distinctly rubbery. Safely in her bed, shivering between cold sheets, she relived the kiss in every detail. The way he smelled, tasted, the way he'd held her against him, his strength, the way he'd made her feel. She curled up, her body so alive and throbbing. Only a few more days until Lady Holly's ball. Would he dance with her? He would, of course, even if it was only out of politeness, but she wanted, oh, how she wanted it to be the waltz. To twirl in his arms under the glittering lights of the crystal chandelier, be touched by the magic that happened year after year at Lady Holly's Christmas ball, when people fell in love. She fell asleep, hoping he would dance the waltz with her. After that, it was in God's hands. As Lady Holly had said, it would be her last chance. But then, was that not what Lady Holly's ball was all about? Last chances? She hugged the thought to herself. Chapter 5. Christmas morning dawned, white and cold. The snow was lighter now, sifting down like feathers. There was too much snow for them to get to church, but Ally didn't mind. A hush had fallen over a landscape etched in shades of silver and white. "The world looks so quiet and peaceful," she said. "As it should be at Christmas."
"Certainly it'll be more peaceful now that Napoleon is safely incarcerated," John Kelsey commented.
The Kelsey siblings helped Ally prepare the Christmas dinner. John had insisted, and Lucilla was happy to join in. It was a novelty for both of them. Under normal circumstances, Lord Kelsey and his sister would never even step into a kitchen, let alone help with the cooking or fire tending. Mrs. Meadows had left a fat capon to be baked, with strict instructions for the stuffing, so Lucilla was crumbling a stale loaf of bread, while John was chopping onions. From his demeanour, last night's shattering kiss might never have happened. Ally found his attitude confusing. When he'd come down to breakfast that morning, he'd wished Ally Happy Christmas with a light kiss on the cheek. But he'd kissed his sister the same way a moment later. Not by word or glance did he seem to be affected by it. Unlike Ally. "John saw Napoleon once, you know," Lucilla said, frowning in concentration as she grated a crust of bread into a bowl.
"Only because I'm tall and could see over the heads of some other fellows," her brother said. "For all that he casts a long shadow over Europe, he's quite a small man."
"Were you a soldier for long?" Ally asked. He nodded.
"From the age of 16. Being a younger son, I needed a career. I was a hey-go-mad young buck, and the army appealed. It suited me perfectly."
"Do you miss the army life?"
"It suited me then, and I miss the comradeship at times, but—" He smiled. "Peace is a fine thing. And though learning about such things as crop rotation and drainage occupies my time, it turns out to be a great deal more interesting than I would have imagined at 16. Ally laughed. "I know. It sounds terribly dry, doesn't it? But the more you learn, the more fascinating it becomes." Seeing his surprised expression, she explained, "We've been experimenting with different crops here, too. It's amazing the difference it can make." "You have?" "I've been more or less managing the estate for the last 5 years," she said, adding with a droll expression, "But please don't mention it in public. It's terribly unfeminine, Lady Holly tells me. I think she fears I might introduce the subject of manure to the drawing-room." He laughed, and for the next few minutes they talked about the experiments in agriculture that were changing the face of farming and estate management in England. Lucilla mixed herb, sausage, and chopped onion into the breadcrumbs. "I didn't know you knew Lady Holly, Ally. Are you going to the ball too?" "Yes. I've known her all my life. Lady Holborn and my mother were friends," Ally said. "Now for the pudding." The Christmas pudding had been hanging in its cloth in the cold larder for the last month. Ally carefully lowered it into a kettle of boiling water. "That's a sizable pudding," John Kelsey commented, watching. "You certainly have been left well provided for." Ally laughed. "I know. Thank goodness you two are here to help eat some of it. Mrs. Meadows is used to cooking for a much larger household. Since Papa died and my cousin inherited, the household is much reduced." "Your cousin?" And she found herself telling him about Cousin Howard. He frowned. "You have to leave here?" She wiped down the table with a damp cloth. "There's no need to look so concerned. I have a small nest egg from my mother, and I am planning to move to Bath. Such an interesting place, Bath, and I will have a much more social existence, as long as I remember not to talk about manure." That made them laugh. She didn't tell them the nest egg was minuscule and that she would be working in Bath. She had no desire to be an object of pity. And besides, working with lively young girls would be more sociable. She finished stuffing the capon and put it in the oven to roast,
and set them to peeling potatoes, parsnips, carrots, turnips and celery root, which would roast with the capon. She asked him about Spain then, and about being in the army, and he told them stories about his days as a soldier and some of his adventures. He even touched lightly on some of the grimmer times. He portrayed them as amusing adventures, but Ali could read between the lines. They talked and talked while the pudding bubbled in its pot and the fire crackled and the kitchen filled with delicious smells, while outside a light southerly wind soughed softly through bare branches. Lucilla seemed as interested as Ali in her brother's tales, and when he left the room to tend the sitting-room fire, she said, "This is all new to me. John never talks about being in the army, not to me, or to Mamma or anyone else I know, but he seems to like talking to you." Ali felt a small glow of pleasure at that, but she didn't let herself refine too much on it. They were snowed in and making the best of an accidental situation. John Kelsey hadn't given her any indication that the kisses they'd shared had affected him in any way. She'd been lacking the companionship of like-minded people for so long, she'd forgotten what it was like. That was most likely the reason for the strong sense of connection she felt. They moved in very different circles, she reminded herself. He was Lord Kelsey of Kelsey Manor. She was simply the woman whose doorstep he'd landed on. He was kind-hearted, the sort of man who would give up a week of hunting so that his little sister could attend a ball. Ali was a country girl. No, not a girl. A spinster, well and truly on the shelf, who'd never been anywhere, not even to a ball. A lady of birth, but no fortune, who was going to be a teacher. He was being kind and gentlemanly, that was all. And if she wished it were otherwise, well, that would be her secret. A girl had her pride. Christmas Day passed quietly and pleasantly, with good food, good conversation, and music, mainly Christmas carols. Ali was filled with warmth and happiness. She couldn't have imagined a lovelier last Christmas at home. The day ended with a highly ridiculous and fun game of charades, followed by a glass of wine and chestnuts roasted by the fire. And for Ali, there was another bone-melting good-night kiss under the mistletoe by the stairs. And while she told herself it was just a tradition, and he was just doing what was expected, she couldn't stop herself from wishing, and hoping, and dreaming. Perhaps Lady Holly's Christmas ball would perform the magic she so longed for. Chapter 6. By morning, the snow had stopped. The wind was blowing steadily from the south, and it was clear the snow was melting. In the distance, they heard the sound of the traditional Boxing Day hunt, though, as John Kelsey said, it was risky weather for it. There was still a lot of iced-over snow, as well as ice beneath the snow, which was more treacherous. Ali was half pleased, half sorry about the thaw. Pleased they'd be able to get to Lady Holly's ball after all, but sorry that the Kelseys' visit would soon come to an end. The day passed quickly. They ate well on leftovers from Christmas dinner, played cards, and talked. In the afternoon, a knock at the door surprised them. It was one of Ali's tenant farmers, who'd come to check that she was all right. He'd spotted the carriage, half tipped into the river, too, and was relieved to find that the travellers were safe, and that they'd turned out to be gentry. "The wife'll be pleased to know you had suitable company over Christmas, Miss Ali," he said. "She were that worried about you being alone." He glanced at the sky and nodded slowly. "I reckon your guests'll be able to travel on to Lady Holly's tomorrow, or the next day. I'll organise some men tomorrow to pull that there carriage out the river." Lucilla brightened at the good news, and in the evening she announced that she needed to practice her waltzing, because she was certain that she was going to meet someone special at the ball, and she didn't want to make herself memorable by stepping on his feet. So after dinner, Lord Kelsey rolled up the carpet in the sitting room and moved the furniture back, and Ali played several waltzes while Lucilla and her brother danced. He was an excellent dancer, which surprised her. "I didn't know soldiers danced." "Staff officers do," he explained. "Very big on the social graces is the beau," which, as he explained, was a nickname for the Duke of Wellington. "And now it's your turn," Lucilla said after half a dozen dances. "I'll play, and you and John can dance." John Kelsey held out his hand, and fighting a blush, Ali rose from the piano. His long, warm fingers closed around hers. No gloves, as there would be at a ball. Skin to warm skin. Could he feel how fast her pulse was beating? The music started, and holding her in a light, firm grip, John Kelsey swirled her into a waltz. It was nothing like the lessons she'd had. Despite her fluttering heart and her mind, totally blank, she didn't even have to think about her steps. He commanded her every movement with a sure grace that made her feel like a thistledown maiden, instead of an inexperienced country spinster dancing the waltz for the first time with a man. His sister played waltz after waltz. Ali floated dreamily, twirling to the music, abandoning herself totally to the command of his big, strong body. She closed her eyes, feeling utterly safe, utterly transported. It was magic. If it snowed again for weeks and she never went to the ball, she would at least have had this. Finally, it came to an end. They were both breathless, and, in Ali's case at least, not wholly from the exertion. She managed to curtsy her thanks and maintain the illusion of the ballroom. He bowed in return, his blue eyes seeming to look right into her soul. Aware of his sister's speculative interest, Ali collected her scattered thoughts and hurried away to make supper. Lucilla followed her into the kitchen, leaving her brother to return the sitting-room rug and furniture to their original positions. She hovered, eyeing Ali with a troubled expression. "Is something the matter, Lucilla?" Lucilla glanced at the door and bit her lip. It's... I saw the way you looked at my brother, and, well..." Embarrassed that her feelings must have been so transparent, Ali tried to think of something to say, but before she could form a coherent sentence in her mind, Lucilla blurted out, "There's this girl, you see, Julia Courtney, whose property adjoins ours, and she's pretty and suitable, and we've known her family forever. Mamma expects, well, we all expect, that John will propose to her any day now. In fact," she gave Ali a guilty glance, "when Mamma knew John would be attending this ball, she wrote to Lady Holly and asked her to invite the Courtneys." Ali busied herself with supper for a moment. Of course, he was already spoken for. "I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. And for the mistletoe, I didn't think." Ali manufactured a laugh from somewhere. "I don't know what you've been imagining, Lucilla, but there's nothing to forgive. Your brother and I have been entertaining ourselves, that's all. There's nothing at all between us, and I certainly have no expectations that there ever could be. Dreams, perhaps. Expectations, no." Lucilla gave her a doubtful glance. "Are you sure? Because—" "My own future is all mapped out for me," Ali said in a light tone. "Bath, remember? I'm so looking forward to it. And while it's been delightful flirting a little and dancing with your brother, it's just a little bit of Christmas nonsense. Don't worry. Now, will you set the table for supper, please? It may well be the last time you get to do it, for my servants will be returning tomorrow, and Mrs. Meadows has opinions about ladies in the kitchen." For the rest of the evening, Ali did her best to appear cheerful and light-hearted. and if her laughter sometimes sounded brittle and a little forced, well, that was too bad. She was aware of John Kelsey's blue gaze resting thoughtfully on her from time to time, but she managed to carry on with, she hoped, her dignity intact. They had what she called a nursery supper that night, scrambled eggs and ham, followed by hot cocoa and crumpets, all eaten on a rug in front of the sitting-room fire. Ally would never forget the sight of John Kelsey sprawled elegantly on the rug in front of the fire, his long booted legs crossed as he manned the toasting fork, toasting crumpets that they ate dripping with butter and honey. Later they sipped sweet Muscat wine and talked and talked. Their last night together, she would never forget it. But when it came to bedtime, all her resolutions about keeping her distance came to nothing when, at the bottom of the staircase, he detained her with a light touch on her arm and an upward glance at the mistletoe. She did try saying, "Oh, but Christmas is over now," as she made to pass him. "But the mistletoe remains," he said softly, and her determination crumbled. One last kiss, she thought, and she gave herself into his arms, kissing him with all the misplaced passion inside her. His embrace tightened, and he gave her long, intoxicating, drugging kisses that had her sagging at the knees by the time he was finished. "Shall I carry you up to bed?" he asked in a deep, ragged voice. He was breathing heavily too, and for a moment she was almost tempted. A simple yes, and she would know once and for all what it felt like to be a woman, how it would feel to lie in his arms, his body pressed against hers, skin to skin. What would it be like to be possessed by him? But she wasn't made that way, and the possible consequences of such a night would ruin her more certainly than anything. She had no desire to travel that road, so she managed to pass it off with a shaky laugh and forced herself up the stairs with a cool, "Good night, Lord Kelsey." Men came in the morning with poles for leverage and 2 huge draught horses, and the news that though the roads were icy in places and mushy in others, the way to Holborn Abbey was clear. With a great deal of noise and fuss, they hauled the mud-covered yellow postchaise from the river and set it back on the road. Several panels and a wheel were smashed. The men brought the contents of the boot up to the house, a valise, muddy and damp, and an iron-bound trunk with one corner smashed in. With a cry of dismay, Lucilla knelt on the stone flags of the kitchen and unbuckled the straps that held the trunk closed. She pulled out a series of wet items. "Oh, no," she wailed. "My beautiful ball dress. It's ruined, utterly ruined." "Let me see." Ally lifted the dress up. Oh dear. The dress was, or had been, white. Now it was, well, blotchy was the best description. The dye of the red and green ribbons around the hem had run, and the dress itself had been packed on top of a blue spencer, and the dye of that had run too, staining the dress with blue blotches as well. Lucilla burst into tears. "It might not be as bad as it looks," Ally assured the distressed girl, but her heart sank. She was fairly sure the dress was ruined. And so it proved. First she tried blotting the stains with cornstarch, and though it did absorb some of the dye, the blotches remained. She tried soaking it in milk next, which used to help with Papa's ink stains, but again, enough of the residue remained to make the dress unwearable. "Never mind," she told Lucilla. "We'll try bleach. That might help." If it didn't ruin the silk, and Ally thought it might. But now there was nothing to lose. Lucilla was inconsolable. "My first ever ball, and now I will have nothing to wear," she sobbed. Oh, my beautiful ball gown.
Ali tried every household remedy she knew, but they'd made no appreciable difference. The Meadows family returned by mid-morning, but even Mrs. Meadows' encyclopedic knowledge of stain remedies failed to remove the blotches. Lucilla's dress was unwearable. Ali left Lucilla being consoled by her brother while she made arrangements for Albert to drive them to Holborn Abbey in the gig. She returned to the sitting room just in time to hear Lord Kelsey saying quietly, "I know you're upset, Puss, but you must try to be brave about this. It's a disappointment, to be sure, but you might be able to borrow a dress from someone. In any case, our hostess is in a difficult situation. I suspect she's being forced to leave her home, but it's Christmas, and she has guests, so she's putting a brave face on it. Do you think you could do the same?" Lucilla sniffled. "I'll try." "That's my girl," he said softly. Ali entered the room, giving no sign she'd overheard the exchange, but his words had given her an idea. For the following hours, as the rest of Lucilla's clothes were cleaned and dried by the extremely competent Mrs. Meadows, it was clear that the girl was trying to put a brave face on it, as her brother had asked. It made Ali warm even more to her. Finally, everything was dry, and Ali helped Lucilla pack her things into an old trunk of her father's. "I'll just have to wear this old white woolen dress," Lucilla said miserably. "It's not a ball dress, and it's last season's, but Mamma made me bring it because Northumberland gets so cold in winter." She eyed it in disgust. Why couldn't that have been the one that got leaked on? Ali looked at it and sympathized. The dress was practical more than pretty. "I wish I hadn't come now," the girl confided. "I was so looking forward to my first ever ball. But John gave up his own holiday for me, and Mamma is hoping he will propose to Julia tomorrow night, so I'll have to pretend to enjoy myself anyway. I don't want to be a wet blanket." A tear trickled down her cheek. She darted a glance at Ali and added, half embarrassed, "You'll think me foolish, but I was certain I was going to meet my true love there. Lady Holly's ball is famous for making people fall in love, but now, what man is going to look twice at me in this?" Ali could see her point. The white wool dress was for keeping out draughts, not for charming young men. She looked at it again and found herself saying, "I have a dress you could wear." Even as she said it, a small voice inside her cried, "No!" But it was the right thing to do. She'd been facing unpalatable facts all her life. This ball wasn't going to make any difference to Ali's future. Despite several earth-shattering kisses, to Ali anyway, and a connection and companionability she had never before experienced, Lord Kelsey seemed unaffected. He hadn't once referred to the kisses, or given any other indication that he was interested in her in a romantic sense. He was, as she'd told herself 100 times already, just being a charming and obliging guest. He was a man of experience and sophistication. And a Miss Julia Courtney was expecting his proposal. It wasn't as if he'd misled Ali. He'd never said a word to make her think it was anything other than a little holiday fun. It was Ali's own lack of experience that had led her to read more into a few mistletoe kisses than she should have, spinning dreams out of nothing. And though she would have loved to waltz with him at the ball, she knew now it would lead nowhere, and any pleasure she might have would be spoiled by the knowledge that Lucilla was miserable in her practical white woolen dress. And that Miss Julia Courtney was there, waiting, expecting to be asked for something far more significant than a waltz. No, Ali had already danced her waltzes in Lord Kelsey's arms. Plenty of women never experienced anything as remotely magical.
And even if he hadn't meant them, he'd given her kisses to dream on for the rest of her life. It would give Ali more pleasure to make his sister's first ball a magical experience than to attend the ball herself. Besides, this was Christmas, and Lucilla and her brother had given her a priceless gift. A wonderfully happy last Christmas at the Oaks, a happier Christmas than she'd imagined possible, a Christmas to remember. She could give this sweet young girl an equal gift. She fetched the white box with the elegant gold design. She kept all the beautiful underclothes for herself, though, except for the corset, which had been specially designed to enhance the fit of the gown. Lucilla gasped when she saw the dress. "Oh," she said on a long sigh, lifting it out of the box. "It's the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. But will you not want to wear it yourself?" "I have another new dress," Ali said. "It arrived from the dressmaker just last week." It wasn't a lie. "Oh," Lucilla said, holding the dress against herself and gazing at her reflection in the looking-glass, swaying to imaginary music, just as Ali had. "Are you sure?" "I'm certain," Ali said, and Lucilla embraced her. And in that moment, she was sure. Regrets might come later, but it would be too late. She knew she was doing the right thing. Lucilla had told her brother about the dress, and as they sat down to lunch, he said to Ali, "Thank you so much for lending my sister a dress. You cannot know how grateful I am to be saved from an evening of utter gloom and misery." "It was my pleasure." "I have something for you, too. A small thanks for the hospitality you've given us." Ignoring her polite disclaimers, he placed a parcel in her hands. "I hope you will remember this Christmas every time you wear it." Ali unwrapped the gift and gasped with pleasure. It was a cashmere shawl, softer and finer than anything she'd ever worn. Cream wool, with a deep border of exquisite embroidery in crimson and blue, and a long silk fringe. "Oh, it's beautiful. You shouldn't have. Truly, it was my pleasure, but—" "Put it on," John Kelsey said. She rose from the table, but he rose before her. Taking the shawl from her hands, he shook it out and wrapped it around her shoulders. He stood looking down at her. "Perfect," he said, with a slow smile, and Ali felt herself blushing at the expression in his eyes. "Will you save me a couple of dances tomorrow night?" he said softly, in that beautiful, deep voice that she was sure would haunt her dreams for years to come. Ali looked down and mumbled something incoherent, but he seemed not to mind her apparent confusion. The Kelseys left the Oaks with repeated thanks and Lucilla's avowed intention of remaining in touch. Ali must write to them at Kelsey Manor and let them know her direction in Bath. Ali, waving them off, smilingly agreed, but knew she would not. Once she was in Bath, they would inhabit vastly different worlds. Besides, Lord Kelsey had not said a word about keeping in touch. It was all his sister. "You were very quiet, John," Lucilla said as they drove away. "Won't you miss Ali?" "No." John kept his own counsel. He wasn't going to explain his thoughts to his sister. Besides, he'd see Ali at the ball the following night. Lucilla chattered on about the ball and who might be there, and about the gown and the shawl he'd given Ali, but John paid her scant attention. He'd actually bought the shawl for Lucilla, as a memento for her first ball, but he was glad he had a gift worthy of Ali Fenton. The accident had not only turned their coach upside down. He suspected it had turned his life upside down as well. The truth was, Ali Fenton had knocked him for a six, and he wanted a little time apart from her in which to examine his feelings. The few days they'd spent together were like something out of a fairy tale. and he needed a cold blast of everyday reality to test his feelings against. Not that Lady Holly's annual Christmas ball was exactly cold, hard reality. His sister's voice pierced his reverie. "Have you got the note Ali gave you for Lady Holly?" "Yes," John patted his pocket. "It's safe here." It was an odd thing to ask of him, to give a note to Lady Holly before the ball started, when Ali was attending herself, but it was probably some female thing, a reminder or something. His mother and grandmother were constantly forgetting things and wanting reminders. Chapter 7. On the evening of the ball, just before they went into dinner, John handed Lady Holly the note. "Miss Fenton asked me to give you this." He went to leave so she could read it in private, but she seized his coat sleeve in a claw-like grip, staring past him at Lucilla coming down the stairs. "Where the devil did your sister get that dress? As if I didn't know. You, sir, will stay while I see what the wretched gel has got to say for herself." She broke open the seal, read the note, and made a disgusted sound. "No idea of how to act in her own best interest, that gel." She glared at John. "Heart as soft as butter." He frowned. "I don't understand." "No, I don't suppose you do. It's all in here." She thrust the note into his hand and stalked off to tend to her other guests. John read the note. "Dear Lady Holly, please accept my heartfelt apologies for missing your ball. Please don't be angry with me. I'm sure you have dozens of eligible gentlemen lined up for me, but truly, I am so much happier to let Lucilla wear the beautiful gown you gave me. It will make her first ball an occasion to treasure, when she would otherwise have been miserable. She and her brother have given me a wonderful last Christmas at home, and memories to cherish the rest of my life. The gift of my lovely dress is but small recompense for that. With love and apologies, Alice Fenton." John crushed the note in his hand, then smoothed it out, folded it, and slipped it into his pocket. Damn it! She had given up her chance to go to the ball so that his sister might have a happy time. Throughout dinner, he brooded over the contents of the note. Eligible gentlemen lined up for her, be damned to that. But he'd been looking forward to dancing with her. During the third course, he hatched a plan. The moment dinner was over, he approached Lady Holly again. She was standing with her son. "Lady Holly, could I ask you to keep an eye on my sister, please? I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave the ball." The old lady raised an eyebrow. "Leaving, are you? Anything to do with that note from Ali Fenton?" He didn't answer, but turned to her son. "Lord Holborn, may I borrow a horse, please?" "Take a carriage," the old lady said before her son could respond, "and ask cook to make you up a basket of delicacies. Mrs. Meadows is a good plain cook, but if you're going a-wooing, you'll want something special. And take some champagne. Nothing like champagne for setting a mood." Lord Holborn, well used to his mother's autocratic ways, added with a smile, "Help yourself to whatever you need, Kelsey. One of the grooms can drive you. And don't worry, my wife and I will look after Lucilla." John hurried to make the arrangements. So much for that dose of cold, hard reality. It seemed he was going a-wooing. He arrived at the Oaks shortly after 10, and was relieved to see lights still burning in some of the windows. The journey had only taken an hour, but the night was cold, and John was starting to have second thoughts about his impulsive action. But a good soldier knew better than to change his mind once an action was begun. The thing was to make your decision, then to do your utmost to ensure the result was a success. And while he might doubt the wisdom of coming unannounced so late at night, he had no doubts at all about his feelings towards Ali Fenton. Cloth-covered basket in hand, he rang the front doorbell and waited. After a few minutes, a bemused-looking Meadows opened the door. "Lord Kelsey." "Is Miss Fenton still up?" "Yes, but—" John stepped inside and handed the basket to the butler. "Cinderella did not go to the ball, so I've brought the ball, or a small portion of it, to her. Lady Holly said I must bring champagne and a few delicacies if I were to go, a-wooing." Meadows took the basket with a fatherly grin. "Indeed, my lord. Miss Fenton is in the sitting-room. I'll announce myself, if you don't mind." He strode down the hall and knocked on the sitting-room door. He opened it to find Ally sitting curled up with a book by the fire, wrapped in his cashmere shawl. Her hair was down, falling in curls around her face. She was so lovely. She gasped at his entrance and scrambled to her feet. "What? Has something happened? The ball?" "Is proceeding as expected," he said smoothly. "My sister is in seventh heaven, looking very beautiful in your dress, though you would have looked even lovelier in it." "Then why?" "I missed you," he said simply, "and I couldn't enjoy myself knowing you'd given up your chance to attend the ball so that my sister could enjoy it instead. It was foolish and generous, and apparently, according to Lady Holly, typical of you." She blushed. "Well, So, I thought I'd come and keep you company and bring you a small taste of the ball." At that moment the door opened, and Meadows entered with a tray laden with delicacies, an open and gently fizzing bottle of champagne, and 2 elegant flutes. He must have been listening at the door to have timed things so well. He set out the supper and reached for the bottle. "I'll pour," John told him, and Meadows bowed and silently exited. John poured 2 glasses and held one out to Ally. She didn't move. "Don't you like champagne?" "It's not that. It's—" "What about Miss Courtney?" "Miss Courtney? What about—" "Oh, I detect the fell, clumsy hand of my little sister in this. I suppose she told you Julia Courtney and I are on the verge of becoming betrothed." He rolled his eyes. "The truth is, my mother and the Courtneys have been hoping for such an alliance ever since Julia was born." She opened her mouth to say something, but he held up his hand and continued. "First, they hoped she would marry my brother, though Julia was still a child when he was killed. Then they expected me to step into his shoes, in all ways. But the truth is, neither Julia nor I have the slightest interest in marrying each other." "But isn't she at Lady Holly's ball? Lucilla said your mother had asked Lady Holly to invite her." "Good Lord, did she? Well, at least Julia had more sense than to accept. She's not there, and even if she were, there would be no announcement. Not for Julia and me. Not ever. I have other plans." He held out the champagne glass to her, and this time she took it. He held up his glass. "To 1816. May it bring us all our heart's desire." From her expression, she didn't seem to expect much from 1816, but she accepted the toast and drank. "Now, what have you brought me from the ball? Oh, my goodness, it's a feast." It was a feast indeed. Fluted pastry shells filled with mushrooms in a creamy sauce, slivers of smoked salmon on rounds of buttered bread, crab cakes encased in toasted breadcrumbs, quail's eggs in caper sauce, sliced roast duck, wafer-thin slices of ham, spears of asparagus, tiny medallions of preserved fruit, quince, oranges, cherries gleaming like jewels in the lamplight, sugared violets, star-shaped ginger biscuits, and to finish, a whipped cream confection layered with berries and cake, and served in long, elegant glasses. She laughed. "We can't possibly eat all that." "Then let us work up an appetite first." Setting down his glass, he held out his hand to her. "Miss Fenton, you owe me a dance, I believe." She laughed. "Here, with me in my old gown and slippers." "Why not? We are at a ball, are we not?" "Without music?" But she put down her glass and came into his arms. "Can you not hear the music?" "A waltz, I think." And he took her in his arms and began a slow, silent waltz. She was supple and soft, and she nestled in his arms as if she was born to be there. And she was, he thought. Their steps slowed, and as he bent to kiss her, a musical chord sounded. "What the—" he exclaimed, and then, from the hallway, a violin began to play a slow waltz. Ally gave a soft, delighted laugh. "It's Albert! Albert Meadows. He plays the fiddle at every village celebration." The whole blasted Meadows family must have been listening at the door, John decided, but he had no quarrel with the result. Albert played on, and they danced and danced, waltz after waltz, twirling around the sitting room, avoiding chairs and other furniture, pretending they were other couples, dancing and laughing until they were breathless. "Thank you, Albert. That's enough," John called out, and the music stopped. "Time for feasting," he said. "Sit down, and I'll bring you your supper, as a good partner should." But instead of a chair, she sat down on the rug in front of the fire. He brought the dishes over and placed them on the floor around her, like a picnic. Then, bringing the champagne and glasses, he joined her in front of the fire. They ate, talking in soft voices, tasting each dish, talking about everything and nothing, while the fire hissed and crackled gently, and the wind nibbled at the eaves. And when the dishes had all been tasted and the champagne drunk, another feast began as John pulled her into his arms. She tasted of wine and sweetness and warmth, and everything he'd ever dreamed of in a woman. John might have got carried away, the intoxication of the woman in his arms, the way she returned his kisses with such sweet, unpractised passion. He almost forgot who he was, forgot he had claims to be a gentleman. But the clock in the hall chimed loud and sonorous, and there was a knock on the door, and Meadows called through it. "It's midnight, Miss Ally. Lord Kelsey, do you want me to tell Lord Holborn's driver to wait, only he's been told to be ready to drive some of Lady Holly's local guests home from 1 o'clock onward?" John groaned and forced himself to sit up. 5 minutes, Meadows." He looked at Ally, so sweetly mussed and flushed and rumpled, and gazing up at him with an expression that just shattered him. He cupped her face in his hands and kissed her again, a long, slow promise of a kiss. "I have to go, love, or else your reputation will be in shreds, and for good reason. Go to bed now, and dream of me. I'll come back tomorrow." He rose, and mustering all his resolve, left the room and the house without looking back. The ball was still in progress when he returned, but he wasn't in the mood. He glanced in, saw his sister, as merry as a grig, in a noisy group of young people her own age, and quietly took himself up to his bed. He slept lightly that night, full of plans and dreams and possibilities. But at breakfast an urgent message arrived from his mother. John and Lucilla must return home immediately. Grandmamma was dying. Lord Holborn offered them the use of his carriage to the nearest town, and sent a rider ahead to arrange the hire of a post-chaise for the remainder of the journey. John just had time to scrawl a note to Ally. He gave it to a footman and paid him a guinea to deliver it as soon as possible. The man, busy sorting luggage for a variety of guests, all leaving at the same time, pocketed the note and promised. But as the carriage passed through the gates of Holborn Abbey, the footman, carrying a lady's highly perfumed luggage, began to sneeze. As he pulled out a handkerchief to blow his nose, Lord Kelsey's note fluttered to the ground and landed in a puddle. It melted into the muddy water unnoticed and was soon forgotten. Chapter 8. Miss Minchin's Seminary for Young Ladies, Bath. She'd forgotten all about him, Ally told herself. Lord Kelsey? Who was that? Nobody she thought about, or wanted to think about. But she couldn't help herself. Go to bed now, and dream of me. I'll be back tomorrow. Why say that if he didn't mean it? But clearly he hadn't. She had gone to bed and dreamed of him, and she'd waited. All day she'd waited, until it was time to go to bed and dream of him again. He was busy, she told herself that first day. He couldn't get away. Lady Holly had organised her guests into some kind of activity, and he had obligations as a guest. He had to look after Lucilla. She'd waited all the next day too, and the next. But still there was no sign of him, and no word of any kind. Eventually, she'd stopped making excuses, and decided she'd read too much into the events of that evening, magical and wondrous as it had been for her. But only for her, it seemed. Like the mistletoe kisses, they'd been an amusement. She'd been an amusement for a sophisticated gentleman. She'd burned the Christmas greenery and packed her possessions, her precious keepsakes, her favourite books, and her beloved Christmas box into a large trunk. She kept one sprig of mistletoe pressed carefully between the pages of an old book, whether as a keepsake or a symbol of a lesson learned, she wasn't yet clear. After a tearful farewell to the Meadows family, and a surprising number of other local people who called to say goodbye and wish her well, Ally left the Oaks on the 2nd of January, 2 days before Cousin Howard and his family were due to arrive. It wasn't polite, she knew, but she didn't want to see him or his wife and children take possession of her home. She just wanted to be gone. She reached Bath more than a week later, and despite being exhausted by the long and arduous journey, she started teaching the very next morning. And it was good, she told herself. She liked the girls, liked the work, and if she was kept so busy from morning to night that she barely had time to think, let alone sleep, well, that was good too. Because she didn't need to think, and she didn't sleep well anyway. Her rest stolen by dreams of a tall, dark man with eyes of deepest blue, who kissed like... Well, never mind that. She wasn't thinking about kisses either. Miss Fenton? Ally blinked and looked up. Yes, Melisande, what is it? Miss, you said if the sun came out, we could practice our French conversation in the courtyard and, well, it's out. The girl gestured to the window, where weak winter sun shone. Ally nodded. Very well, but make sure you bring your wraps with you. The sun might be shining, but that breeze is cold, and we don't want you to catch a chill. Top of the stairs in 5 minutes. There was a clatter and a rush to fetch wraps, and in minutes the girls were assembled at the top of the stairs, jostling and giggling, and staring down at someone who, from the sounds of things, had just arrived in the hall below. Girls, please, Ally said crisply. Young ladies do not shove and giggle and gawk at visitors. Come along now. She started down the staircase. Halfway down she stopped. Froze. It couldn't be. The gentleman in the hall looked up. Ah, there you are, he said, in the deep voice that haunted her dreams. She swallowed, saying nothing. But what was he doing here? How had he found her? Behind her there was a buzz of speculation and a few stifled giggles. He handed his hat and cloak to the maid and strolled to the foot of the stairs. He looked up and smiled. "I see you're wearing the shawl I gave you." "This?" She gave a careless shrug. "She wears it every day, sir. Practically never takes it off." "Be quiet, Melisande," Ali said. In a glacially calm voice, she told Lord Kelsey, "I'm sorry. I don't know why you've come here, but if it is to speak to me, I'm afraid it's not possible." "Why not?" "I'm busy." She gestured behind her to the girls crowded excitedly on the stairs. "Oh, I think these young ladies are perfectly capable of looking after themselves for a while. Aren't you, ladies?" There was a chorus of enthusiastic yeses from behind her. "Go on, miss. Talk to the gentleman. He's come all this way, and he's so handsome." "That's enough, Melisande." To Lord Kelsey she said, "Miss Minchin is out at present. I am in charge, and cannot leave the girls unattended." His brows rose. "So, you refuse to speak to me in private?" "Correct." Because if she saw him in private, she'd weaken, and he'd break her heart all over again. "But you have something of mine." He moved up a couple of stairs towards her. "You took it the night we waltzed in your sitting room." "Waltzing in the sitting room? Oh, miss!" Ali felt her colour rise. She said coolly, "If you left something behind, you must apply to my cousin. He owns the Oaks now." "I met him. He doesn't have it." He added chattily, quite as if there weren't upward of 20 pairs of ears listening to every word, "By the way, you made a good escape there. Those children of his are complete savages, unlike these delightful young ladies." The girls giggled. He mounted another 2 stairs. Ali would have moved backwards up the staircase, except 20 eager schoolgirls were pressed against her back. "I don't have anything of yours, unless you want the shawl back." "No, that was a gift. The other was something you stole." There was a chorus of shocked gasps, one of them Ali's. "I did not," she said indignantly. "I never stole a thing in my life." He reached the landing, his face just below hers. "You certainly stole this." She gripped the banister rail tightly. "What? What do you say I stole?" "My heart." There was a sudden hushed silence. Slowly, he lowered himself to one knee. "I love you, Ali Fenton. Will you do me the honour of becoming my wife?" Ali stared down at him, dazed, hardly able to believe it wasn't a dream or some kind of joke. The silence stretched. She felt a firm little hand in the small of her back. "Go on, miss. Say yes." There was an immediate chorus of whispers. "Say yes. Tell him yes." He rose to his feet and held out his arms to her, his eyes glowing with love and humour. "Do as your girls tell you, Ali. Say yes." She couldn't say a word. Her heart was too full. Her eyes were too full. "She says yes," Melisande declared, and shoved Ali off her step and into his arms. He caught her against his chest. "Thank you, Melisande, but the decision is Miss Fenton's." He looked down at Ali and added softly, "You thought I'd abandon you, but I was called away urgently to my grandmother's deathbed. Luckily it turned out to be a false alarm, but when I returned to the Oaks, as I'd promised, you were gone, and your cousin refused to tell me where. But Lady Holly knew, thank God, and so I tracked you down." He cupped her chin. "Ali, my love, can you forgive me? And will you marry me?" Yes, of course, she said mistily, and reached up to kiss him, oblivious of the delighted onlookers. You never knew how life was going to turn out. She'd been so miserable as the new year began, but now Lord Kelsey's arms tightened around her. Ally sighed with happiness. 1816 had brought her heart's desire after all. It was going to be a good year. A very good year indeed. He bent to kiss her again, and despite their audience, she made no move to stop him. Girls, after all, needed to learn about happy endings, as well as French verbs. This recording of the Last Chance Christmas Ball was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Compilation copyright 2015 Kensington Publishing Corp. Text for Prologue and Miss Finch and the Angel, copyright 2015 Joe Beverley. My True Love Hath My Heart, copyright 2015 Joanna Bourne. A Scottish Carol, copyright 2015 Susan King. Christmas Larks, copyright 2015 Patricia Rice. In the Bleak Midwinter, copyright 2015 Mary Jo Putney, Inc. Old Flames Dance, copyright 2015 Cara Elliott. A Season for Marriage, copyright 2015 Nicola Cornick. Mistletoe Kisses, copyright 2015 Anne Gracie. Sound recording, copyright 2016 Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced by arrangement with Kensington Books. Thank you for listening. Please check www.dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.